to become liquidity provider, because if you want, like in a traditional market, if you want a liquid market for big traders to come in or whatever, or people to use it, you need to incentivize people to provide liquidity. In a traditional market, those liquidity provider does exist as well. If you want not free. So you need a quote unquote coin for that. But in other words, once that is all set up, and this is what I'm waiting for, as long as we're out there onboarding, which we are doing, and we onboard a lot more no coiners than even crypto people because they are a bigger subset anyway, we can literally ignore any of those people, any of the whatever, and just focus on that plus onboarding and talking to no coiners and whatever. We're going to be massively successful just by ourselves. As a matter of fact, I can even say that the coin will fly even faster. Because if those people are us and we know how valuable it is and we want to win and we quote unquote already rich, we have no incentive to fail. We could literally just onboard people, help everybody become a success story, and then case closed. So we got to be very, very careful here, not get the narrative flipped on us. We are in position of strength. We got the money. We became wealthy. We know how to protect ourselves for the bear market. As everything crashes around us, that means everything else becomes a fire sale. And we're in a position where we can just relax, earn the yield, life goes on, everything is great. Now, do we want to see new projects built? Absolutely. But make no mistake, they must pass the standard, period, full stop, end of story. And we are in a position to be like, hey, this is not negotiable. You either pass the standard or you don't. And if you don't, that's okay. But don't expect us to come and give you money because your stuff is way more risky. We give you a chance. Pass the checklist. It's as simple as that. If you don't pass the checklist, that means for us, you don't care enough to want to pass the checklist. Then as an investor, I wouldn't want to get involved. It's just that simple. So please make sure you understand that differentiation. I'm glad you asked the question, but I just want to set the record straight here.
Yeah, excellent point.
Professor, before you hop back in, just real quick, Kareem, I agree with you completely. I think the beauty of the blockchain is that anyone can come and they can develop on it, and they don't necessarily need to ask us for our money to create whatever they want to create. And then Orca, I just wanted to say thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to co-host this space with you today. A lot of alpha being dropped, tons of topics that we covered. So just a pleasure talking with everybody, listening to everyone's perspective, and hope you have a great night. And then Orca, I don't want your space to get rugged, so I hope you can find another co-host for the next few hours.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for all the help.
Excellent point, Kareem, and I completely agree. Just for everybody listening, if you can also just guide us on, the Richard Hart standard and what, according to you, are those parameters that have to be met before we could probably validate or look into those products. So if you can lay those down, that'll be great.
Good point. Can you guys hear me? Oh, I think I got robbed again.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank God. My phone is bugging again, but I guess you can hear me. Yeah, I mean, listen, more than happy to I think it will be cool to have a kind of cool little FAQ kind of breakdown. Maybe not tonight, but that's a great point, just to help people, because we are very, very inclusive. I want to make that very, very clear. It's just sometimes people, we're not going to say names, they don't want to do the work. So they just use this cop out saying, oh, people are being maxi or this or that. But they can't really rebuttal on the points that we're talking about. Because again, we actually care for our community. That's why we're different. It's not because we're fancy or we have some money. No, there's other communities out there, quote unquote, who have a lot of money, but they don't get the buzz and the welcoming stuff that we have because we actually genuinely care for people. Like my dad taught me at a very young age, it's not just about making money, it's how you're making money and who you surround yourself with, you know what I mean? Because again, you still live on planet Earth. We have a bigger fight to worry about, like I was talking about earlier, like you know what I mean? Crazy stuff is going around the world. And we have a small window to build the stuff that we need to build to protect.
Go for it, Collector. Hello, everybody. Hey, Kareem, are you still there, or did you get rugged?
I think he's been ragged because he's not as a speaker right now. We're waiting for him back.
Yeah, I'll wait for him if someone else wants to speak.
Yeah, right about when he's about to give the true alpha, Twitter drugs him. So there is a pattern.
Yeah, definitely appreciate what he brings to the table. Because he's already answered some of the Q&A was things that I had already wanted him to cover, and he's already covered them. It's just absolutely awesome. Appreciate it. If he comes back up, I'll talk to him. As opportunity goes in the normal flow of the conversation, I'll just stand by patiently. And if you need to drop me to bring somebody else up, I'll be more than happy to do it.
Yeah, he's back on. I think he's.
Hello, Kareem.
Yes, go ahead, Collector.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything that you're dropping down on us tonight. All the Q&A, lovely, absolutely wonderful. Hey, you already answered a couple of my questions, in the Q&A with the other speakers that you've had here in the space. One I had on that standard checklist, we had talked about it earlier tonight too, for these projects, but not only for the projects, but also for the people that are assessing the projects as far as part of their do your own research. And so, if somebody was to create something like that, I'd love to see it. Absolutely. The where you were talking about going into the launch of Pulse Chain, the Fed, the situation over in Russia and Ukraine and stuff. As I was very curious, if you were advising Richard, would you? And we know that we prefer to launch in a bear market. Do you think that did he drop off again? No, he did.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now.
Yeah. Do you think? Yeah, moving around. Do you think that he would actually launch Pulse Chain in a high volatility environment as far as what's going on with the Fed and what's going on with Russia and Ukraine?
I would say yes, for the simple reason that, number one, again, for the record, for those who are still delusional, we are already in the bear market. So in other words, the sooner we can launch, the better, because we already fit that requirement. We're ready to go. It's product market fit. The Ethereum fees are still high. Yes, it went down, but it's still not going to be penniless like Pulse Chain is going to be. And especially in the bear market, when people are already losing money left and right, the last thing they want to do is continue to pay, even $10 for fees to swap something when they can literally pay pennies, because again, their wealth just got a 40% haircut and possibly another, 30 to 40% haircut that could happen. So we're already fitting all the requirements, the product market fit, everything should be ready to go. We need to set the stage, get everything ready, because we need to onboard as many people as we can before the stuff really, really hit the fan and before other people really, really lose all of their money. But I also do understand that we need to make sure, once again, part of the standard, test, because you only get one first impression. If things go bad, then people are going to be scared away, and then they might not give you a second chance. So that's why I'm okay waiting until it's super safe, because that matters. But the moment it should just be ready to go, because all the requirements are already there, fitting all the steps so that we can pull the trigger. And for me personally, like I said in the conference, I'm just excited to get out there and really, if you thought my onboarding skill was great, you haven't seen anything yet. When Pulse Chain launch and I can just onboard people penny less, it's going to be crazy. We're going to be giving wallets for free. It's going to be insane, because we're going to get after that million staker pool as fast as we can, and just show the love with people. You know what I mean? And hopefully people do the same. And and we have great improvement coming in that we're working on for Staker app, just to, again, seamless integration and things that give you call to action, easy, seamless onboard. Because I look at it like the Russia, the Ukraine, the whatever, all the debts, it's just all excuses that they use to crash the market. Everything's just manipulation at the end of the day. And it's not going to have a real war at the end of the day. It's just to make headlines so that it moves market. But in the background, the same kind of joke, even with the whole, the C word. I'm not going to say it. It's all just to set up those passport, because ultimately the CBDC coin is fucking coming, and all those checkpoints and whatever. That's how they're going to get us. So we need to prepare the back door. We need to prepare all the other stuff. I'm being generous, saying maybe we have another 2-year, 3-year window, possibly less. But we need to get our stuff together, because what they always do, like a cycle, they're gonna get us trapped. They're gonna come up with an excuse of a problem. Then they're gonna crash the market, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, don't worry, come over here. Here's your free coin." You already know we're printing stuff out of thin air, so what's the difference? At least this one here is free. You're gonna get it every month. And because you're broke, that's the key, and you just lost all your money and you're desperate, you're going to come take our free coin that we're willing to give you, because, of course, we're looking out for you. Yeah, right. But we're going to do that, and because you're going to be desperate, you're going to take it, and then you can only spend it at whatever location they tell you to spend it. So we need to prepare people and to give them a solution so that they can keep their, freedom of speech, because when that shit happens, they can say, you know what, I might take your free money, but at least I have my real savings account. I have my real money, so that if I can't buy the other stuff that I want to buy with your fake money, I'm going to use my crypto money to buy the other stuff that I really want to buy. And then your shitty money, I'm going to use that for maybe essentials. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much, Kareem. The other question is, and you don't need to answer it if you don't want to, and I know I need to do my own research, and it's not financial advice and stuff. The last video stream that Richard did said, hey, testnet 3 comes up, and we'll launch soon after that. Those aren't the exact words, but I know that's pretty close. Previously, he said that he thought that he would launch V3 and then wait 2 weeks. So I've been building my timing schedule, to that. Since V3 hadn't launched, 2 weeks is a pretty long period to be able to get some stuff moved around. I've already made one move, but I'm still waiting for it to finish. And I have one more movement of funds that I need to make. What are you thinking as far as timing go? And I surely know you don't have a crystal ball, and anything you say is subject to change, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But I was just wondering what your thoughts were as far as when do you think things would go down? And like you, Kareem, if he comes out and says, hey, it's going to be another 4 or 6 weeks, I'll be okay with that. If he says 2 months, absolutely. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Because like you, Kareem, he needs to get it right. First impressions are lasting impressions, and the last thing you want to do is launch this thing wrong.
Very well said. And I want to thank you for saying that, because, people really need to understand how important that is, because that'll be the last thing we're worried about if something, bad would have happened. So thanks for saying that. I would say this, the little hint that he dropped, which makes sense, is whenever V3 comes out, right? Software's hard, blah, 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 we don't know. But whenever V3 comes out, soon after that, like he said, the launch should go, because the common sense behind that, which is really good, is just kind of like how you want to look at it, like an audit. You want to get all your docs in a row, all the new moving part, AMM bot, whatever, and then you go heavy testing mode, which is the closest thing we can do to an audit. Because remember, this is a blockchain. It's hard to do an audit for a blockchain. Thank God we're copying Ethereum to some degree, and it's already robust. But this is his way to also kind of create an audit, even though we don't need it. But that's why it's genius. It's we do everything, then we kind of lock the code, meaning all the moving part, AMM bot, all that is done. Then we test the shit out of it. And then when it's done, boom, we launch right after that. Because once you test the shit out of it and then testnet V3 is on and running, technically speaking, like an audit, when the audit is done, you don't go and try to, hey, let me make a modification, let me add X, Y, and Z. No, because then you might end up messing the audit. So this is kind of the logic I want people to realize and to understand that it's like we do everything, then we go heavy testing V3, and then soon after that, I can see mainnet right away, because you shouldn't be adding anything else. You just launch the thing that you just heavily tested for however many times you need to test it. Whether it is 2 weeks, a month, doesn't matter. But when that's done, I see testing, and when testing is announced and done, soon after that, be ready. It's most likely going to launch. So hopefully that answers your question.
Hey, yeah, it does, Kareem. Thank you very much. HEXORCA and the co-host, all the speakers and participants. As always, it's quite a joy to be able to sit in and ask questions, and also just to listen to the alpha that's being shared and the various perspectives. I deeply appreciate it. I'm gonna step down to let somebody else speak, and y'all have a great space. It is already.
Thank you for the kind words.
Curious everybody's thoughts on and the NFT ecosystem, specifically, like not just like JPEGs, but like the metaverse and crypto gaming, and NFTs coming into the Pulse chain, whether the sentiment is bearish or bullish on it, or whether they like it. What's everybody's thoughts on gaming, crypto, and NFTs coming to Pulse chain?
Should I take this? Let's go.
Sure, yeah. I'm happy to hear your opinion. Anybody can answer, though. I'm just curious to see what the opinions are for everyone.
My first joke is this. We're already in the metaverse. I'm talking to you from the metaverse right now. Number two, in all seriousness, I'm just keeping it real. It's bullish from one sense of, hey, they're going to be here as a kind of like, if you look at the gas guzzler on Etherscan.io, right? What are the top three? Stuff for the NFTs, you know what I mean? Uniswap type. So them coming in, to me, I'm just being honest, I'm not really interested, but people going to do what people going to do. They're just going to burn a lot of pulse for me, or pulse sex directly or indirectly. And I'm just happy with that. Like we just said, the best. If DGen is going to DGen and it can't be saved, no matter how much we try, well, come do that over here at the very least. It's going to help with the deflationary action. And then I hope that one day they come up with the version that's like not just a JPEG, but that genuinely trying to fix a problem, incentivize a good behavior. Again, we're talking about like Gary Vee famously say, the 2%. Nobody knows what that 2% is, but the 2% that's good, we might need another cycle first, just like we have seen in the past. Stuff for like, oh my God, what is this garbage? And then after one or two cycle, when everything crashed and whatever sticked, they find out what sticked, and then the stick became the standard. If you remember DeFi back in the day, it was like, what do you mean? That's great. Now it got battle tested. So I see another cycle first, but I want people to be very, very careful, because gas fees didn't just went down by themselves. Gas fee went down because a lot of those people got wrecked. A lot of people either forget the hacks that happened recently. A lot of this NFT prices Ethereum, and then Ethereum price crash, and then it's non-fungible, and then you're stuck with the thing, and nobody wants to buy it from you, and then the price is crashing. It's like being stuck in the position, and then you realize this thing wasn't what you thought it was, because you fall for the narrative, when the reality was you were just there to try to make money, and you can be honest about it. You don't need to lie. But then now the thing crashed, and then you're stuck with the worthless thing that you bought very expensively, because there's people out there creating fake demand, buying stuff for hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, so that when you buy something for $10,000, you think like it's cheap, because you heard about something else that sold for millions of dollars. And then when the market crashed, even the thing that you bought for $10,000 is not even worth $200. So I want to warn people. But long term, I do have hope. Or maybe a luxury brand is going to do it. But it's whoever that's able to make the NFT be something that's more than just a JPEG, something that gives you some type of rights, like what you was talking about, something that I can redeem in the real world. Like, I bought this and I got that, and I'm the only one that get it. But it's just more for bragging rights more than anything else. And then it's tied to a luxury brand. So whether it is on the blockchain or not, if it's tied to the luxury brand and I can get that reward from them, kind of like an advanced version of a reward or coupon or whatever exclusive stuff that luxury brand can give you or stuff, then that to me could make sense. But the other stuff, just to buy and wait for price to go up and sell, that's like trading. And it's like, we can change the name all we want, but it's the same thing. I'd rather just buy the thing that's battle tested than the other stuff.
I should have specified, because I'm looking at it from the standpoint of users, liquidity, people coming into the Pulse chain, and just expanding the ecosystem. You know, regardless of like the opinions of whether you think we're in the metaverse or. Personally, I believe there's several metaverses. You know, you got like several crypto games that have their own metaverse, and you can, you know, go to your own thing. Facebook's gonna have, or Meta's gonna have their own metaverse, right? I don't think there's any like one metaverse, in my opinion. I think there's several different metaverses, but I'm more so asking from the standpoint of opinions of everyone on like that liquidity and that opportunity, because you know, NFTs. They are in its infancy stage right now, and while I'm not a big fan of like the whole PFP thing either, I do think that there's going to be more evolved use cases for it. I mean, specifically, maybe way down the line when it comes to real estate, particularly. You know, you could even use NFTs in music for copywriting and stuff. I mean, there's things we can't even think about that an NFT could encompass, and so I slightly disagree with like Richard's standpoint in the sense that like NFTs have no use case, and like, you know, I understand he thinks they're a necessary evil, but that's I guess I should have clarified that from the beginning, is like, what's everyone's standpoint on the liquidity potential of like an Ethereum ecosystem of NFTs coming into the Pulse chain to stimulate the Pulse chain and ecosystem.
Well, given that situation, let me ask you this then, Kareem. The NFT project supposedly being designed for the Pulse chain is Mintra, and we're told that's super simple code because they're just copying OpenSea, which I know was hacked over the last couple days. But what would your opinion be of throwing a small amount of money into that?
Guys, I got robbed again. Jesus Christ.
Okay. I can repeat the question if you'd like.
I got robbed.
Okay, no worries, no worries. So, yeah, the NFT project that is supposed to be being built now for Pulse Chain is called Mintra, and the argument for it, as I understand it, is it's super simple code. I wonder if he got rugged again. I think he might have. Are you still there, Kareem? Yeah, okay. So supposedly this Mintra is super simple code and easy to duplicate without a lot of problems with bugs. So what would your opinion be of throwing, you know, a small amount like $500 or something into Mintra?
Hey, I can answer that if Kareem's still trying to connect. I wrote an article quickly about it, and I watched a lot of the video about it as well. When it comes down to it, it's pretty much they're building the code. They just said it's a fork of OpenSea just to kind of make it relatable. I rewrote the article because it's closer to a fork of Rarible. But yeah, it's not technically a fork. I think it was just kind of just making it easy to explain. But according to Gerardo, they're pretty much rebuilding the code from the bottom up.
And if you want, I can explain essentially how an NFT is a wrapper. I've been saying it for over a year. You have to think about the utility of something that petrock.com needed to boil down and set the bedrock for everyone to need a .com. Using silly things doesn't mean that it's not useful in understanding the throughput of what something is. An NFT is just a wrapper that has an identity. That wrapper can also wrap around another identity that can hold another wrapper and use an Oracle or a DAO or any other throughput.
Okay. Well, we heard some of the reasons that it might not be a good idea to put stuff into, things that are not Pulse-related projects. But is this one simple enough? And since there doesn't seem to be any other NFT stuff in the space, do you think it's a reasonable bet if it's money you can afford to lose? Or what are your thoughts about Mintra? Sounds like you're knowledgeable, so.
I mean, it depends. It's a hexagon-based project, and I like Gerardo a lot, so that's one vector that's different than I know a bunch of people trying to do the exact same thing. Now, everyone is all up in hype over silly JPEGs, but they really don't understand the real power and process that those can do. As someone stated before, you have to think about an NFT as like having direct or DVD content with the director's cut, right? People can torrent and steal the movie like we did way back in the day in the Napster days and, the early cam video days. Now people just rip the damn shit off of Netflix. You don't even have to worry about low quality DRM problems. But when you take an NFT or a wrapper, not an image, a wrapper, and you collect different parts of that wrapper, you can actually unlock an oyster, which would be executive content, executive throughput, hell, even exclusivity to see an artist. There's so many ways that you can use this.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry earlier. Again, I keep getting rugged. I apologize. I'm trying to answer your question. It's just for whatever reason, after you asked the question, I got rugged again. I couldn't speak. But yeah, shout out to Kool-Aid. He's right. So two things, because I heard you talk about the main chat briefly. I've had a conversation with Gerardo, so I can say two things so far. Number one, again, he's not the dev, okay? He's still learning. So people need to understand that. So again, as I said, do your own research, be careful. So, but don't just put it all on Gerardo. I'm a big proponent of personal accountability. He's not the dev. He's learning. He wants to do well. It's kind of the sense of, hey, OpenSea type is going to be on Pulse chain. So maybe I can take the point on that learning and trying to do well. So, but he's not the dev. He's still learning. Number two, he did tell me they're not, because I brought up to him the same thing. Hey, what's up with this, the hack thing? Obviously, it happened recently. He didn't know because he hadn't had a chance to learn about it. But he told me that they're building it from scratch, that they're not just going to copy the thing, so to speak. And I immediately told him after that, well, that means you're definitely going to be getting an audit, right? And they said, yes, we're going to do the audit with it. So right now, like I've been telling people, it's at your own risk, but be very, very careful. But I know Gerardo means well. I can honestly say that. They're building from scratch. They're going to be doing audits and whatever. But I'm a big proponent of, again, finished product or stuff that I know passed the checklist. You see, when you keep it like that, it doesn't become a game of, oh, I like you, I don't like you. No, this, again, it's like running a business. There's certain checkpoints that needs to be there. If you choose to ignore the checkpoints and you go solo, if you go and you lose your money, there's nobody to blame but yourself because you ignore the checkpoints. It's literally that simple. You can play the risky approach or you can play the self approach. It's totally up to you, but he did say to me they're building from scratch. He did say to me that there will be an audit at some point. So, and I said, no problem. Do all the stuff. When all that's done, you want to try to pass the checklist, then we can revisit the conversation. Those who want to sacrifice right now, do whatever, that's totally fine too. But understand the risk that comes associated with that. Overall, NFT is going to be good for the Pulse chain. Now, in terms of the individual use case, I'm telling you, there is a lot of garbage out there. There is the famous 2%. If you believe you can find the 2%, good luck to you. That's all I can say. If you think you can't, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, let me paraphrase it this way. If you go back to the times when we used fax machines, what's the difference between a fax machine and an email? The ability to attach a file, which is a unique use case that also has the ability to be sent to multiple people. Back in the days of AOL and dial-up, people didn't understand, what's this email? Why do I care? Well, look at how everything else is now used that only has attachments. The use case of the wrapper is the most important part. It will set the precedent for everything to come. Its use case now is petrock.com. But also, I think it's Rags to Riches After Dark 4 or whatever I cameoed like 3 weeks ago. I called this hack. Not only did I call this hack, I said that I could take it 2 steps forward and I could break your wallet and take not just your NFTs, but everything with it. So it's complex, but you really have to understand the consequences of your actions and the where you are in the future. So, like, as someone that actually does game dev for a living, I can use the term game theory because that's my job. But I'm also a retired hacker, so I can actually think like how someone would attack you. And I've also talked security on all of my streams on how to avoid those kind of stuff when you come in. So it's important to understand both the throughput, the output, and where the world is going. And I know Gerardo is a good guy, and I like him a lot. I appreciate his content. He has a great mind. Thinks a lot like me. However, like Kareem was just saying, he is also not the dev. So invest in what you can afford to lose to support someone that you respect. But the end-all be-all is not an NFT traded database. Look at what Royal is doing through NAS. Basically, they're running the music gambit based on NAS. But then, who just came out with one? Some famous fucking... Oh, no, Snoop Dogg. Who has more fucking pull? Death Row Records or NAS? So they're all playing with straws right now. They don't really understand the future throughput yet because, again, they're only looking at it from their understanding of their ecosystem on where they came up if they were a celebrity or their developer basis based on how they have coded or been an artist or worked. You only can look through the lens that you can see with your own two eyes.
Very wise words. I hope people are paying attention. Thank you so much, Kool-Aid. And one more thing to piggyback again, something Richard has said before. NFT, when you can sell it, ha ha ha, good for you. When you buy it, that's where the issue is. The caveat of what Kool-Aid just said at the end is those other people who are doing that, remember, they're celebrity. They have a brand. They have all this other stuff. So when they're being marketed this stuff, they do it because they see it as a way, for lack of a better word, I'm sorry to say it, it's just a polished, beautiful version of a cash grab. Because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's basically what's happening. Now, hey, maybe you love the artist enough to, like, you know what, I'm gonna buy this from him the same way you would buy a CD back in the day or a poster or go to the concert because you see the emotional connection. That is all fine. But remember who those people are. They are celebrity. They have already that equity that they can tap into. So when they play the NFT game, same thing with Gary Vee, you know what I mean? He has enough equity out there, sweat equity, and known that he can do that, get the money, and even be the man in the middle because he's also created the platforms and he gets a nice cut every time the NFTs are dancing left and right. You know what I mean? At least he's honest about it. But the point of the matter is, those are the people that benefit, the one that sells it, not the one that buys it. And a lot of people here, no offense, you won't be the one selling it, you'll be the one buying it. And that's why we just want to warn you from that. You know what I'm saying? Now, maybe you can
one more thing before I go.
Then a question for Kareem or Crypto K. Does this mean, since it is not really a fork of OpenSea, that all the NFTs that currently exist will not be brought over the same?
No.
So it's an empty shelf when Geraldo starts this, right?
That is correct. Yeah, but one more thing before I go, because I have a 24-hour day. I've got a blitzkrieg, a fucking map for someone. Where was I fucking going with it? I just lost it. The people that didn't understand that SafeMoon was a fork of Power of Weak Hands, which was the only Ponzi I didn't play with back in 2017, are now getting sued from their celebrity status for supporting it. And they got on and they were talking and yipping, but they didn't understand what they were fucking with. You have to understand what fire you're playing with. If you're going to grab a hot pan, you will be burned. That does not mean you should never cook again. It means that you should be careful about what you do and how you understand the throughput and use case of what you're being involved in. All right, guys, I have to fly. Be good.
Thanks, Kool-Aid.
Well, I gotta say, as nice as Gerardo is, I don't know that there's a lot of attraction to having a bunch of empty shelves in the Pulse ecosystem.
Collector Mind, please.
Hello, everybody. Just want to share a few thoughts with you. I'm an NFT artist and I'm an NFT collector. I've been involved in the past of global systems, deployment, development, software manufacturer, help desk support, lifelong support for it, etc. So I'm talking about this from that perspective. I'm a Hexican, and so I have mad respect for Gurdog and entrepreneurs and what they're trying to do to bring projects over successful and secure projects over to the Pulse chain. You know, I look forward to us having mad successful projects that are over there. Developing a project is on the scale of OpenSea. OpenSea is doing $5 billion in transactions per month. You know, and to think that somebody
5 billion or 5 million?
5 billion. So to think that someone's going to be able to build a project and launch it over the Pulse chain in the short term, and I'm not cutting Gurdog at all, but he does technical analysis and YouTubes. He's not a project leader that I know of. I've never known that he's been involved in software development. I'm not knocking him. I'm just talking about skill sets to bring a project to success. So I'm concerned for him. I'm excited for him because entrepreneurship is just an absolute blast. You know, doing new things and bringing mad projects that may be successful is just absolutely awesome. And so you just got to look at it. You know, go with your eyes wide open when you're sacrificing to these projects. As one individual indicated earlier, is that, you know, when you sacrifice something, you might not want to invest anything more than you're willing to lose. It's going to be expensive for them to do this development stuff. This is not putting a server in a closet and running it out of your house. You know, that's not the way this type of stuff works. It might work if you're trying to do something small and want to build up and scale over time. You know what I mean? And so it's they're up against a big headwind. So their competitor is OpenSea. Another competitor is Coinbase. Coinbase has been talking about launching an NFT marketplace for 4 to 5 months. They still haven't launched it. That shouldn't be lost on us. And the reason being is because it's large scale, complicated. You know, and they're talking about bringing on I think it's 700 and something more million customers that are in the Coinbase market. So, you know, they have bigger issues than someone that's just initially launching out on the Pulse chain. The project, blah, blah, blah. So I think the question comes up, you know, when we're, as Hexicans, when we're looking at this type of stuff, and we're at the particular point in the history of Hex, Pulse Chain, PulseX, the launch of Pulse Chain and stuff like that, all these new projects that are seeking funds from us, I think there's potentially a very valuable question that we can help new people specifically to say, is it better to buy and stake Hex prior to Pulse Chain launch, get the double over there on Pulse Chain, than it is to sacrifice stable coins or another cryptocurrency to liquid loans and to Mintra, you know, the Gurdog project that's going on? And sometimes I've asked that question, and some of the people that are in positions that would respond to that do not respond directly to it. And to me, that's telling. And so I think that's a question that we ought to ask ourselves and help new people ask themselves when they're looking at, hey, potentially launching off into a project that's seeking funds through sacrifice. Again, I'm excited for Pulse Chain launch, excited for good projects that are secure launching over on the Pulse Chain. And change management is hard, but I'm just very, very excited about what's going on for the community. And I want nothing but success for these projects and people that are involved in them. So please accept my words in the spirit that they're intended.
Very wise words. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Guys, if I get rug pulled one more time, I'm going to bed. I'm just telling you right now. It's almost 3 a.m., but yeah, this thing is playing games on me. But yeah, no, again, it's very important that we look at it in an emotional way, because again, like we have said many times for the past 6 hours, this is people's money we're talking about. We have to be very, very, very careful, but also like the gentleman has been doing, and like I do my very best to do, and I say this all the time, even on Corn Game, you can be very direct. You don't have to be rude. Let's not attack people. Let's not, again, I know Gerardo to a certain extent very well, and I know he means well, and he's trying to do his best, and he has given me the opportunity to ask him question, because some people don't even do that. And then I was politely letting him know where I stand and what was going on. So that way, it doesn't become like, oh, community fighting, because we don't need that kind of garbage. We just need to be, hey, here's the checklist. Do you pass the checklist? Yes or no? It's like an investor, right? This is what I want to see. You can bring it to me, you get money. You don't bring it to me, it's no hard feelings. It's not like a no, it's like a not yet. Go get the stuff, come back, we'll go back to the drawing board, and then we roll. Now, for those who want to ignore the checklist, that's fine. Do what you want to do. But don't come back crying later if something bad would happen. We're going to tell you, hey, we told you about the checklist, right? We did our job as a good community responsible members. We're doing our job. We're letting you know about the checklist. Should you choose to ignore it, that's on you. And that's the best we can do. So it doesn't become like, oh, so and so said this or so and so said that. No, I'm also pro business, pro capitalism. If you provide a successful product that, let's say, over time it does very well year to year from now, and we're getting a $5 billion volume, let's be extremely positive here, right? Then it's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for Pulse Chain. It's going to burn a lot of coin, a lot of deflationary action, and life goes on. Again, ultimately, and I'll leave with this, we're in a beautiful position, thanks to all of what the stuff we have, that there is no rush. People act like if you don't do it now, it's like you're not going to be able to do it later. Like, no, safety first. You could literally pass a sacrifice phase and then wait and then think launch and hopefully nothing bad happen. And then maybe you buy it on a discount. It's better that way, because ultimately, once again, whether it is $10, $100, or $1 million, the due diligence and the research should be the same. Because if not, you're going to start cutting corners. And then maybe not this project, but then the next, you're going to cut the corner again, and that's the rug pull. And then you lose all your money. And then you're upset at yourself because you thought you were smart about this, and then, hey, something else happened. So same thing with the audited code. I can't stress that enough. That's the number one. You can mean well, and then you get hacked. And then what are we going to do? We can't even be mad at you because it's just frustrating because you also lost the money. So it's not like you stole it, but at the end of the day, the money's gone. So we got to be very careful about that.
Guys, I had a question. Now the Furus are really pushing this new Vitalik video where he's saying that the merge is going to happen between June to August. And Vitalik is saying that we're going to be moving to a proof of stake system this year in this new video. So I'm not a technical guy, but he's claiming the merge is going to happen between June to August. Any thoughts around that? What do you guys think? Was the whole 6 years thing just a hoax and they're looking to launch this year, or merge is just one of the first few steps and they will eventually take 6 years to roll that out? If anyone can just throw some light on that.
I think personally, Vitalik got caught up on live TV being too honest, because again, don't watch what they do, right? And then maybe some of his team dev probably say, hey, you can't be talking about this 6 year stuff. It's bad for investors. So you need to come up with a new narrative. So that's what I believe, honestly. So this whole, and again, it's my first time hearing about it, but I will take it with a grain of salt. The whole this year, we've heard that before, okay? Ethereum has missed a lot of deadline for a very, very long time. And we know how hard this thing is, and it's very hard to change an engine, right, while it's driving. So we get all that. So you can't just go from, hey, 6 years, and he was very dead honest when he said that with a straight face, to like, oh, this year, yeah, but what's the game plan? What are the actionable steps? You can't just change the date and just tell me, hey, no. So I would take that with a grain of salt, not bet on that, you know what I mean? And then ultimately the beauty about, being on Hex and being staked, we talked about that game theory before too, let's say they decide to go some easier route by just kind of forking the network or whatever, and just going to proof of work that way by just doing a copy. Well, guess what? We get a third copy of our hex stack too. So either way, whether we do anything or we do nothing, we're gonna benefit regardless. But we're not sitting there waiting for them. You know what I mean? I'm more bullish and believe that Pulse Chain will come out before than them. That's for sure. So I would say take it with a grain of salt. Knowing sales and business marketing, that was probably his marketing team telling him, hey.
You get rugged?
Pretty sure it got rugged.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, HEXORCA, I'll just on Twitter, I'll just send you the link to that video where it has Vitalik talking about this, because I'm not technical. Maybe you can have a look at it and address that later on. I think that'll be great, just for some clarity, so that we know. I mean, if it's a marketing pitch or there's some seriousness to that, I think that'll be great.
All right.
Welcome back, Kareem.
I don't know. Why is it just me?
Come back.
Thought you were leaving, bro.
I know.
It's your
Why?
energy.
I was so pissed.
It's your energy.
Pisses me off. That's why I have to come back. Fuck, this is crazy. We need to fork Twitter.
Yeah, for sure.
I would invest $1 million to somebody who fork this thing. This is not depressing.
Guys, good idea, by the way.
Yeah, oh my God. I don't know if the gentleman heard what I said last. What was the last thing you guys heard from me before I disappear?
El Professor, would you please repeat what did you ask before? Or what did you say to Kareem before? Because Kareem got dragged. Thank you.
Kareem, the last thing we heard was you were telling us that this could be a marketing pitch from Vitalik, just because you can't give the message out that it's going to take 6 years.
Yes.
So you were emphasizing on that.
Thank you. I remember that. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all my radars are on. Like my sales skills are like, yeah, no, fuck that. Because he said it with such a straight face, and he was just being honest. And then it's bad for investors, especially in a bear market, because people are going to be like, you know what? Let's dump Ethereum, wait the 6 years or wait the bear market, and then buy it back cheaper. And then the other stuff, people didn't like that. So that's why they probably told him, hey, go on live television again and tell them, something else. Because not only he just went from, 6 years to like, oh, this year, but what's the game plan? You see, there's no game plan. There's no step-by-step how we're going to get there. It's just more like, oh, sometime this year. Yeah, we heard that before. That's not going to fly. So to me, that's more of a marketing play. And I'm way more confident in Pulse Chain launching way before they do anything else. And ultimately, again, we're in a beautiful position, because the only way that I could see them cut corners is by basically forking the network and then doing some type of like airdrop, basically leveraging Pulse Chain. This is a very cool potential fundamentals, which is we're just going to get a third copy, because I'll just fork Ethereum again. Because I made the case where they could be waiting for Pulse Chain, and then Pulse Chain do very well, and then the investors will be like, look, we have a precedent. A fork of Ethereum, full system stake, blah, blah, blah. Everything works. And then because you get the full copy, this is how we get scalability fixed as well. So they could be waiting for Pulse Chain to launch successfully, and then use that to now say, hey, we're going to do the same thing because Pulse Chain has successfully worked. So I can see a play like that happening. But then again, we're definitely going to launch before them. And if they do decide to copy our model because they realize that we're successful, we're also going to benefit from that, because, again, that just means that we get a third copy of our hex back, which would be good.
Yeah, but Kareem, wouldn't that eventually dilute these tokens so much if everybody can just make copies and copies and copies that they really wouldn't have much value after a while?
That is technically true, but mathematically, there is no dilution if you're the recipient of the copy. In other words, if something cut in half, but you're getting the other half, there's no real dilution. It's like you're getting the interest of the that's being printed. Make sense? So it's kind of like the bad side of Keynesianism, where those idiots print money, government left and right. It sucks for us, but it works for them because they are the recipient of the free inflation. So in other words,
well, yeah, but they have the power of guns and government behind them.
Yeah.
And we don't. So imagine, let's take it to an absurd conclusion. Imagine that we do this, and every week for the next year, somebody forks this thing, and they really don't have to change much at this point, and you end up with 52 copies of your ERC20 hex or something. I mean, at some point that would be like, ugh, you know.
No, absolutely. No, I don't think it's going to happen that fast. I get what you're saying, but remember, you need to have a use case and a necessity. The fork of Pulse Chain, number one use case, people take that lightly, but it's so important. The fees are actually high. And we're not trying to blame Ethereum. It's high because of high use. It's like you're a victim of your own success. So when you get a copy because fees are high, that is going to justify the move. If there's just copies to copy an empty blockchain, which, by the way, has already been tried, we have plenty of empty chains out there, like Richard calls it, which is true. Then those are just going to basically be a cash grab or just eventually fail. We're talking about forking out of necessity, which, in a way, this is how you get to go parallel and then increase the execution, so we can get, fucking hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions per second, basically like a centralized exchange will get, or whatever it might be. Because ultimately, this is how we get to true mass adoption. We're going to have a multi-chain world.
All right. So I'm not a developer, and I don't understand a lot of technical, but if I understand what you're saying in simple person language, you're kind of saying, look, we have a lot of assets on our side. Number one, we can copy everything. Now, not that everybody else can't copy everything, but they won't have the billions of dollars of liquidity to back it up and make it real. In other words, if I was a developer and I decided tomorrow to just fork the Pulse chain after it's up for 6 months or something, I wouldn't necessarily, even if I copied everything exactly, be able to pull it off, because I wouldn't have the money to do so or the backing. Is that right?
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. Because also, the copy doesn't just sound so easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you copy, but you're still running don't curse, Kareem. You're still running a blockchain. Make sense? Like, you still gotta, it's not like proof of work, but it doesn't mean it's free. You still gotta, run the servers and all this other stuff, get the validator, make sure everything goes well, and all this other stuff. It's not as easy as it sounds. It's you're getting a second job.
Okay,
does that make sense?
Fair enough.
So, but you are correct, and that is key. It needs to be emphasized. The secret is, thanks to the value of the sacrifice or whatever it might be, we actually have the money to back it up to make sure this thing is not like useless. And more importantly to me, we have an actual use case. Because without a use case, how are you going to get the new money to come in? How are you going to get the new customer to use it? We're literally the thing waiting to happen, because some customers are dying to use it. We're creating something that already has demand. It's not like, hey, kumbaya, let's create this thing out of thin air and then just hope people want to use it. No, we already know people are using it. They want to use it. That's why the fees are so high. It is our direct feedback mechanism to know that the need is there. Because if the need wasn't there, the fee wouldn't be as high what it is now. Now, it went down, but that's just more effect of the bear market. The waves are still high. It's just Ethereum price went down. So it looks cheaper, but it's not. We're still getting, every now and then 100 grays. But it is trending down. Again, bear market to be expected. But it's not as low as what it was like 2-3 years ago. Does that make sense? So we still got that use case coming in. And then when Pulse Chain comes in, this needs to fill up first. And then if it does fill up, then we can just add capacity from there.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, fellas, it is 3 a.m. for me here, Puerto Rico. Unless it's the last questions, I think I am going to bed, so I don't get rug pulled. I want to exit proud.
Go for it, man. Thank you for an awesome speech. Thank you for your answers.
And by the way, instead of forking Twitter, just stick a fork in Twitter. It's done.
And we named the rugs after you. We'll call it the Alpha rug. Every time you wanted to get the Alpha, you got rug.
Be careful. Somebody might create an NFT for that too. Lol. Just kidding. All right, guys. Love you very much as always. Keep up the good work, Orca. I appreciate you.
You bet.
Maybe
Take
tomorrow
care,
I'll hop in. I know you're doing the 24-hour thing, so I wanted to show some love.
Yeah,
Peace
I
out.
appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank you
your
for
time,
coming in
Kareem.
and helping everyone.
God bless.
Hey, Orca, just on Twitter, I've sent you that link to that white video. So not now, obviously, whenever you get a chance. I think inputs from you would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, you bet. I saw the message, so I sent you a little reply. I'll check it out when I can.
Thank you, brother.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to come up.
Yeah, just open invite. Anybody who wants to come up and speak, feel free. It's a totally open forum. If you have questions, we'll try to give you the best answers we can. If we got to find somebody that can give a better answer, we will. Otherwise, feel free to bring up whatever topics you'd like. Just have respect for everyone's voice and everyone's time. And with that said, take it away. Mello is in here. Somebody was asking about Mello earlier.
I think they're like offline, like online, offline.
They're sleeping.
Yeah.
It's the Hexagon ASMR hour. So everybody just cuddle on into your pillow and blanket and enjoy your night. You degenerates.
Crypto.
The late night Hex Radio.
Yeah, whoever has a good radio voice, this is your time to really shine for the community.
I guess all radio voices are asleep.
Which YouTube channels are broadcasting this?
It's posted up at the top by Sean. The What's Not on the News page has a YouTube channel. And then
I'm also streaming it.
I'm going to say goodnight to everybody and thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank
it's
you,
been
Danny.
awesome having you in the space.
Yes, it was really useful information about taxes, especially for newcomers to the US. I mean, thank you for that. It was interesting.
You
A
bet.
lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of stuff to learn.
Yeah. Well, I just, when I was a younger person, I realized that the IRS was my partner. And so I've been keeping that in mind my whole career. And I highly recommend you guys do too, especially if we're going to make a lot of money, But have a great night, everyone. If anyone has tax questions pertaining to Puerto Rico, you can just hit me up in a DM and I'll be happy to answer to the best
Appreciate
of
your
my
insights on the real estate stuff, Danny. That was awesome.
Sure.
Thank you.
bet. Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
You too.
That's awesome that we have more like new people who talk about new things, like not like new, but who give new insights about different topics like taxes, because it's really important, and the way we head into I think it's important to know, because we are all here, or we will be there soon. So maybe anybody else who knows about taxes and who has experience or stuff or anything else that you want to talk about, please, you're welcome to.
Orca's supposed to be getting some sort of attorney thing, right?
I'm looking into
Juris Doctorate for tax law. But it's, I mean, jurisdiction specific, so there's a lot of nuance. It's probably not really an effective like catch-all discussion usually. So I would think that keep being aware of like some of the news from regulatory institutions is probably a worthwhile endeavor if you're going to have investments in crypto. And then as for legal advice, I mean, seek professional help. If you don't have the capacity to manage your own taxes, that's just kind of a necessary part of the game. Some places make it much more difficult than others.
Wish it was easy, like as far as this whole crypto stuff. Wish there were just more like guidelines, because there's CPAs out there who don't know jack shit about crypto. So it's like you gotta, if you're in crypto, it's kind of a hard waters to navigate. And specifically, if anybody does go into like being a CPA and getting their license, or even attorney license, and can give like accurate crypto advice, I think that there's a huge gonna be and already is a huge market for that.
Would love to get a bit of info on anyone in Aussie land for crypto taxes. That'd be unreal.
We have a new speaker here. I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name, but Regal Frothingham. You're welcome to speak if you want.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone in Australia has come across much for tax issues with crypto and reporting. Yeah, that's about it.
You are from Australia, as I assume, yeah? How's the situation with crypto in your country? How government regulates it? Can you share with us if you don't mind?
I don't know a ton about it, but they were doing needing to report on every single transaction, which I don't know if that's any different from any other countries, but I think they're changing the legislation to just your like at the end of the year what your total profit is to what your total loss is across the board on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to know how different countries approach to this situation, because I think we are all going to be in crypto super soon, and it's interesting to know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, how bad is my mic?
It's pretty good. I can hear you pretty well.
Awesome. Yeah.
Like a 7.
Maddie, you've been gone forever. But your mic sounds
I have
fine.
not been gone forever. I've been right here listening to every single word.
That's awesome.
Biting my tongue so hard that it's bleeding all over the place.
You don't have to bite your tongue. You
Sometimes
can always
you have to
jump in.
sacrifice to learn where everybody else is at.
That's fair.
The silent killer.
I'm a therapist. I'm a good listener.
That's important.
Sorry, Maddie, what was the question you asked? I got cut off. You said a scale of 1 to 10.
How bad is my mic? I'm using the AirPod Pro, the ones that go over your ears, and they have an amazing microphone inside of them. I'm barreling down a super windy, noisy highway, and I can't even hear myself, but when I wear these, I can hear everything really clearly. So they must have some sort of noise cancellation that's helping people hear me. Yay.
Yeah, you really have a good earbuds.
So when it comes to taxes, I know I pay taxes because I don't want to get put in a metal cage. And I know that there's a crazy amount of complexity when it comes to taxes because I've done all my own research. And so, yeah, it's something that I want to talk about eventually. I think talking about taxes is something that Richard definitely does not do because, I guess, of regulatory blowback, being accused of being a tax advisor is, it's a crime in some places. And so I think that has kind of opened the door to create a space for people to start saying, oh, I'm going to help you with your taxes. And at the end of the day, they're just charging lots of money for something that doesn't cost that much money. It's like, if this is the law, then that's how it is for everybody. And you don't. So I think that it's sufficiently complex enough, and people hate paying taxes, right? That it would be easier to have some like clarity that that there is value there in everybody not having to reach conclusions on their own, especially if they're not interested in learning about taxes. I could understand that. And so for me, what I hope my contribution will be is to compete against anybody who's charging for tax advice. And the terminology alone, you would pay for it to go away. The terminology is like a foreign language, but it's not too bad. I've learned a lot from others, as well as just reading the law myself. I mean, each person has their own skill set, but what I'm hoping to do is to make a blog post to talk about how I did my taxes and how other people are doing them. Because I think that benefits everybody, and I'm really obsessed with this ethos of, if somebody's charging 8% of your bag, or even 0.5% of all your hex, we're still early, I would say, as long as, we keep remembering what's important, time locking, and not trading things that are time locked, I think makes hex still super valuable in the future. And so, yeah, it's really, it's important for us as a community. I think those of us who have already, quote unquote, got our bags, we can be helping others at no cost.
That would be awesome, Maddie. Thank you. If you will do this for us, especially, I would be super grateful because I don't know anything about taxes as I'm new to America. Maybe I would ask your advice personally, yeah, someday. So yeah.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's my pleasure, honestly, to give back the information that's been given to me. Pay it forward, right? And that's one of my favorite things that I hope how I've been inspired by others inspires other people, right? Pay it forward.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
For
How's it going, Orca and the rest? Famous, Regal, Maddie, Crypto. Nice to see you guys again. I've just been hiding in the dark, being accused of doing that. What was that, hexagon asthma, ASMR, whatever. So I think it was a Regal. Are you from Australia? Is that right? And you were asking about taxes, I believe. Is that right? YV, you could probably confirm that if he's.
Yes, that's right.
And YV, you've moved to the States and you're interested in tax information. Is that
Yeah. I'm Ukrainian. I lived for a decade in Russia, and then I just ran away from Russia.
okay? So yeah. I've done the opposite. I mean, I haven't run to Russia, but I've ran away from the States in a way.
Maybe that will be the next step.
Yeah, well, who knows, eh? It's like Twister almost. It's just keep finding a new spot. I'm gonna say this up front. I have no answers for either of you on the tax front. That's gonna be Maddie's. I hope Maddie's contribution to some extent. Yeah, Orca. Yeah, it's gonna poke fun at me this whole time. I know it. Maddie, you've been in this community as long as it exists, or at least as long as I remember the community existing. You know that any content that you make is always appreciated, and especially around taxes, because we don't know shit. I mean, we really don't. But the tax thing, I was just going to say real quick to Regal and to YB. That's not by accident in the States. The complexity is a bit by design through lobbying, and this goes on both conservative and this. It goes across the political spectrum. It's not one side or the other doing this, because the taxes in, say, where Regal is living in Australia or where I am living, which I'm not going to say at the moment, are incredibly easy in comparison. I'm not saying they're easy, just in comparison. Again, by design, just because there hasn't been as much money put into lobbying to make it more complex, so that you need a tax advisor, you need a tax person at all to do your taxes, if that makes sense. And maybe maybe is that a bit why, maybe it has something to do with why you find the tax laws so confusing in the States.
Yeah, it is confusing. It is confusing. I have to face this year, first time, my tax report. So we'll see.
Are you dealing with taxes in the Ukraine or in Russia or in the United States?
I'm dealing with taxes. Is it for me question? Sorry, Maddie.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with taxes in the US.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what a cost basis is?
No, unfortunately, yeah. It's going to be my first tax year.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but I think like the most important place to be accountable with your taxes is your fiat off ramp. And that's been like the area where they enforce the most as well, right? And so, for me, I use Coinbase as my offboarding, and so if I'm selling Ethereum or any other cryptos, then I'm going to be moving it to USDC and then taking it to Coinbase. But even if I took ETH and put it on Coinbase and sold it, like whatever shows up at Coinbase for me is income that needs to be paid taxes on. And it matters whether it's a long-term or a short-term capital gain. And so the difference is if you've held the crypto for a year, then it counts as a long-term capital gain, which is taxed usually at a lower rate. And so that's usually 15 or 20% compared to the normal tax rate of an individual, which could be 20%, or it could be 25 or 30 or 40, depending on how much income you have. But the way that I calculated mine this year is like, I mean, even if I'm making more than I did at my job as a therapist, I'm still not paying that high of a tax. The tax bracket, it's like a graduated thing, and so the first however many tens of thousands of dollars are taxed at the lowest rate, and then any amount that you make over that is taxed at a slightly higher rate, and then the next bracket, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, what I use tax software, and so I use TurboTax, and I think it's called CryptoTrader.tax. But you need something, or at least what I did, I used something that plugged in with TurboTax, because TurboTax is something where it's going to ask you all the questions that generate your tax documents. And so for me, it seems like I was going to have to give an accountant that information anyway. So why wouldn't I just plug it in myself and make sure it goes in right? And so, for me, it was TurboTax, and then, having some sort of, I think there's maybe like 10 or more different crypto tax softwares that plug into TurboTax. And for me, I just went with one that seemed reputable 2-3 years ago, maybe 4 now. I've been doing crypto taxes. So that crypto tax software, is something that each user would have to decide, like, am I comfortable connecting this, to my Coinbase, right?
Yeah, right.
And you want to be careful with that sort of thing. But Coinbase also allows you to export your data files of all. You have to do it, I think, for each coin. So if you've been trading 1,000 different coins, you have to download 1,000 different forms. But it's basically, you can download a file that shows, the day that the coin was traded, bought or sold, and then what the price was at that moment, and that becomes basically your accounting ledger that you can import into different tax softwares if you're not connecting the Coinbase directly, or whatever, Binance, all different exchanges, they connect, but you might not want to connect for people who aren't trusting it. And so I would recommend then downloading the files and plugging them in, and then honestly, it all kind of plugs in pretty easily, and the tax laws are built in. So that's the first level of crypto tax, is just like the standard approach. And then there's some like really creative things you can do with like trusts, and stuff like that, to where if you planned ahead, you don't have to pay taxes in certain situations. And so that's pretty cool, and that's something that I also want to kind of write about, and maybe get some help of a couple other people who don't like charging for things and are super knowledgeable.
Maddie, where did you go to find a lot of that information?
All of that I just said was just from experience. But again, that's just like the basic level of like, you have your TurboTax, and then there's a tax software that plugs into that. And basically what your taxes are doing, you can choose which method of accounting you want to use. So there's something called FIFO, which is first in, first out, versus like LIFO, I think, or so then there's like, but that's the overwhelmingly most common one, first in, first out. And then you're basically showing, every time you do a crypto swap or trade, you potentially owe taxes on that, unless you're just swapping something and then you're swapping it again for the same value. So for example, if I buy USDC and then I swap it for ETH and then I swap it for Hex, if I did that all on the same day or in the same moment, and there wasn't a huge price swing, then I don't have to pay taxes on doing USDC to ETH because they were the same price when I got rid of the ETH. And so it's only when you make a profit on a trade that you have to report. Or, I mean, if you have a profit on a trade, then you have to show what the cost basis was. So you have to show the record of what you bought it for. And if you don't have a record and you can't show anything, which you usually should be able to because it's on the blockchain, but if you're kind of not wanting to show all your cards or something, then there is the option of just not showing, and then you basically have to pay as if it were all profit. So, if somebody did 1,000x, it's very little difference between, in some cases, if your cost basis was $100 and now it's worth 100,000, the difference between your cost basis being $100 and being $0 is practically nothing. That's a difference of $20 in taxes. So you might, you might choose to not even include, your whole blockchain wallet in that kind of a situation, and that's okay. That's legal, in my, limited understanding, because you can just report it as a zero cost basis. So.
Thank you. It's interesting. And I want to add that the other day we had a space with HEXORCA also. And actually today he was also our Hexagon Kool-Aid, pretty interesting person. And he said that he said a lot about taxes, and he said a lot about that people have to be educated on taxes, and of course TurboTax is the most simple, of course, for people, especially for people like me, because I have no clue what is going on with American tax system, IRS and stuff. So I will dive into it soon. But Kool-Aid said that TurboTaxes, a TurboTax and all these application designed this way to make you pay more. Correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe if you DM him, you can both make really good material about taxes, because I assume he has Kool-Aid. He has pretty decent knowledges in that perspective.
Yeah, I think that there's probably more specifics to make that statement true or not. I think again, it kind of, taxes to some extent are kind of how much work you want to put into it, but at the same time, you can, it's like math class and the teacher's not looking, you can copy the right answer and nobody cares. So I don't know about that, but so yeah, I mean, there are way more advanced tax strategies. I think at the end of the day, if you're cashing out $100 million like that, you're gonna want to make sure you're good. If you're cashing out, $50,000, you're not really that likely to be audited. I mean, you're really not. But you still want to, do things well enough. And so for the person who's cashing out 50K, again, I mean, I can't give any tax advice, but all I can say is just what I've done. And that's not definitive either, because I could still they can audit you back 7 years. But yeah, I mean, you might not want to spend $10,000 on in tax advisory fees for cashing out, $50,000.
100%, yeah.
And then TurboTax would be just right for you. I mean, honestly, I've looked at these advanced tax strategies, and I've I formed my own trust and went down that route. And I mean, it's not that great. It's okay. There's always going to be a trade-off, do you want to spend, even $1,000 to set up some advanced tax strategy? Maybe not, but it's definitely good to learn about. And that's what I think, the more people who can weigh in and show what they've done and how that works. There's a huge cost to moving somewhere else, or renouncing your citizenship and all this other stuff. To me, it's paying 20% of these mad gains. It's not the worst deal in the world.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to pay taxes because I can see at least where my taxes go. Is in Ukraine and in Russia. I didn't see that. I mean, I saw, but it was different. Yeah, the taxes in my countries, unfortunately, go to pockets of our government leaders. So,
yeah, I got a chance to visit the Museum of Corruption this past fall.
Oh gosh, where?
In Kiev.
Museum of Corruption. Oh, that huge palace of Yanukovych. Yeah. Am I right? Oh my God, I've never been there. I left Ukraine before Yanukovych ran away from Russia. I left before that conflict, and I've never been there. And how was it?
It was
it's
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most extreme example of corruption I've ever seen, because it was gold all over everything.
Yeah.
$100,000 drapes and just everything imported. I think somebody was saying maybe he extorted like $4 billion out of the country before he got kicked out.
All of them, not only Yanukovych, all of them. They all do this to our poor Ukraine. Visional, you want to speak? You want to add something?
Oh, I was just, yeah, I don't, sorry, I had my first time raising my hand. I usually just blurt it out in Orcas things, but yeah, I was just responding to Maddie because he was talking about, I think you said something along the lines of, past person was in this chat saying that there's cheaper ways. TurboTax is designed to make you pay more, blah, blah, blah. And while that could be a completely true statement, it can also at the same time be nothing to really worry about. It could be just that it's designed for convenience. So you pay a little bit extra for that convenience and the knowledge as well, right? Just like Maddie was talking about these advanced tax strategies. I mean, the trust strategy is probably the most well known of, but not well known how to do. I wouldn't say that those two things are the same concept. But there's also these elaborate ones with religious entities in the States specifically. And again, it goes back to what Maddie was saying, where, when it's tens of millions of dollars versus 50K, it might not be worth setting up your own church like Mel Gibson did to not pay taxes on $40 million, right? It just it might be worth the TurboTax license. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting. About church today, I was talking in my group chat in Telegram with Russians people about how governments in Russia and in Ukraine, how they try to, not governments, but government leaders who steal all government money, people money actually. What Russians government is doing right now, they build church in every backyard.
Yeah, is that the same reasons or similar reasons? Like you can't really attack it, right? You can't.
Yeah,
it's sort of like unapproachable. Yeah.
Yeah. Dragon.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I just had a quick question for Maddie. in regard, we were just talking about taxes, and he said that he was going to work on like a blog with, other people he might know that might have other understandings of taxes. I'm assuming within the U.S., there's a large population that are U.S. based. Where would you, just in basic terminology right now, where would you put hex inflation in terms of taxes?
Sorry, just driving through an area, but I will if I go quiet, it's because I'll be back in a minute. But here I am. Inflation. Say more. You said hex inflation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where would you put hex inflation in terms of taxes? Just, in basic terminology. As I mentioned, I know you're going to do a blog and, get together with some people, hopefully to build something, but just for simple terms right now.
So when you say inflation, what do you mean? Because inflation to me means like when people stake and they earn APY. Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yep. Just APY.
So the APY is not taxable according to, a recent ruling, which is not a law or guidance, but it's just like a ruling in the U.S. that if you stake a coin and you earn more of that coin, then you don't pay taxes on that until you swap it for something else. It could be anything. It could be USDC. It could be Bitcoin or Ethereum, and then or it could be Pulse. If you swap for Pulse when it gets launched, anytime you swap one coin for another, that's considered a taxable event. And if you profited compared to what you bought the first crypto for, or what it was worth at the time of this swap compared to the time when you started, then you would owe tax on the profit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. But like in terms of the APY that we get, assuming, you staked out for, let's say 2 months, 60 days, and you made 10,000 hex and you sold that for USDC, what would be your cost basis? Would it be like 0 and then you made 10,000 hex times the USD value of the day and then pay capital gains on that? Or, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm not explaining myself, but
No, I understand. So that's where it goes back to what I said about first in, first out versus other less common accounting methods. And so basically the idea is in some cases you could choose, as long as you were being consistent every year of your taxes, you could choose how you wanted to do the order of operations for that, in the sense that, let's say you put in $1,000, right? And then let's say now you have $1,000 worth of interest plus all your principal, and you only are getting out the interest.
Right.
Then you could choose whether your cost basis was, $1,000, and now you're cashing out $1,000, and now for the remaining crypto that's still in there, that's going to be a cost basis of 0. Whereas, let's say you cash out $900 and you put in 1,000, then you could leave that 100 as still part of your cost basis for what you left in.
Gotcha. Okay.
Whereas
makes sense.
Whereas like a less common method of accounting would be like, you could say that you put in $1,000. Let's say you're cashing out 500 of interest and you still have a lot more left in there. You could determine like what percentage was the $500 of the total amount that's still in there. And then you could say that you're basically figuring out like what percentage you're cashing out, and then pay taxes based on that, and then keep track of like what the remainder of the cost basis is. So that's a little bit more complicated method that like isn't necessarily it's not necessarily very common. But then another like kind of related category is if you do something called tax loss harvesting, which is going to be less common for people in Hex. Well, if you're staked long, but if you're doing like shorter stakes or anything, or you hold liquid, actually. So let's take the example of holding a little bit liquid. I usually tell people when they're setting up their staking ladder, even if you have 4 steps on your ladder, 15 years, 10 years, 5 years, and liquid, the liquid is the bottom step of the ladder. But everybody's staking ladders can be different based on their life choices and stuff. But yeah, so if you have liquid, let's say you bought Hex at the top and now you're down 50% with that certain batch of coins. What you could do is at the end of the year, you could sell and then like wait a day or two and then buy it back. And you could use that loss that you had. Let's say, you lost 50% of $1,000. So you could write off $500 off of your taxes out of your normal income. So let's say you have a job that pays $50,000 a year, then you could lower the amount of tax. Basically, you'd only have to pay taxes on $49,500. So I did that like a long time ago with Bitcoin, where I was buying in 2017 and then like dropped a lot. And so I sold it at the end of the year and then bought it back so I wouldn't miss out on future gains. And then, I wrote off, I don't know, $5,000 in losses. But then when I cashed out, it allowed me to, my Bitcoin, it allowed me to have that as a loss, so I could always cash out that $5,000 that I put in without paying taxes on that amount. But then the stuff that was left in there had a zero cost basis, so I'd have to pay my taxes later on for the actual profit part. But taking out my principal was the advantage, and the reason I was doing that was to hedge, because I didn't know if Bitcoin was going to go up or down in like 2018.
Gotcha. And would you, in your opinion, we won't hold you to it, but are you doing or considering Hex APY? And, correct me if I'm wrong, would you consider Hex APY like taxable income or capital gains? You know what I mean?
So, yeah. So as you watch your stakes growing with the interest accrued, that is not a taxable event until you swap it for a different coin. So, your Hex, you could have it and then you staked it for a year and then it came out and now you've got 15% more coins. You don't have to pay anything on that if you restake it or if you hold it liquid. But
yeah, what I'm talking about is when you sell. Yeah, when you cash out.
Yeah, so when you cash out.
What would you consider that cash out? Like taxable income?
It's taxable income. So, if you put in $1,000 and now you have $1,200, then your profit's $200, right? And so that would be the amount that you have to pay long-term capital gains on, right? Because we said it was a year. If it's a year or longer, then you pay a lower tax rate, which is usually a flat rate. I think it's 15 or 20%.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of had the same idea. It's just more or less just to get the conversation going, so people listening, can get a good idea as well.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, that was awesome, guys. Thank you so much. It's super interesting. It's super useful for everybody. It's gonna be super great if anyone can do like a post or a YouTube video or something, because we have a lot of about like hacks, pulse chain, blah blah blah, but we still don't know, like new people still don't know how to deal with taxes. And it will be useful for me also, because I'm talking to people who are not in crypto, and I'm trying to get them into decentralization. So yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
So, bit of a random question. How can they actually track any of that if you're, say, going through either peer-to-peer or through a decentralized exchange, other than going on, say, a block explorer? Just don't see how they could track it other than that way only.
Yeah, I mean, the IRS like contracts out with different chain analysis companies, and they can do some pretty advanced stuff, but not that bad yet. Yeah, you know, I used to I kind of like free claimed, basically. I free claimed a privacy coin around the same time that I free claimed Hex. That's part of the reason I was paying attention to Hex, was because I wanted to learn more about Bitcoin free claiming. And yeah, so I know a little bit about the privacy space, and I know that there are some simple and more complex ways for people to have more privacy, right, over their coins. The vast majority of users will not have the option of privacy at the end of the day, because they'll be looking for the convenience of cashing out on a centralized exchange or cashing in on a centralized exchange. I would say, so yeah, I mean, that's kind of the headline. But yeah, I think, like, you know, there are ways that maybe they wouldn't know. And but coin mixing is now, I think, illegal, which it didn't used to be, which kind of sucks.
Coin what is, sorry?
Coin mixing.
Like just to swap from one coin to another?
No, like mixing is where you put your coins into like a huge anonymity set, basically. You like mix them with other coins, and so it tries to, you know, it breaks it down into so many thousands of pieces that when you get the coins out, it's kind of hard to tell all the addresses that they traveled through, because it went through, like, you know, one or two blocks where there were lots of different movements. So that's kind of like the main way that people have had anonymity if they didn't have anonymity going in, right?
Right.
So, but that sucks that they made that illegal.
I'm an Australian resident for tax purposes, but I just don't see how they could actually track these coins on, say, like going on a decentralized exchange, other than through a block explorer, which just seems like such a huge undertaking. And I've also got a Canadian passport. I'm not sure which way you'd ever be able to, which way would be better for going through.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but think about how easy it's going to be in the future. Like, you know, there are ways to write scripts now and pull data off the blockchain, but once you get a little AI bot crawling around in there, they're going to know every trade everybody did down to the, you know, billionth of a coin or something. But what can they really do with that? You know, it's known.
Mary, you are breaking up.
How much enforcement it's going to have.
Mary, something wrong with the service. Probably you're breaking up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. How's your morning?
Very well, thank you.
Hope it's beautiful.
Yeah, very cloudy and wet and cold, and it's usual winter in the UK. I have a question in regards to if pulse X's, the option is to stake. Currently, you have to use a laptop, obviously, to stake Hex with the extension, the Ethereum extension or something like that. I might be wrong with the word in there. My question would be, I wonder if there would ever be a mobile version, if it was potentially you could stake Hex, Pulse Hex, sorry, where you could do it on your iPad, do it on your mobile, bring it to the masses more, etc.
Yeah, that's possible with MetaMask on mobile, but some people don't like it because they say it's less secure. It, you know, I like how some people say security is a spectrum, and for ease of use and onboarding, you don't want the most complex, security thing. You don't want somebody who doesn't know computer programming to have to program their own random, program to generate a private key or something like that. So it's a spectrum, and it's certainly available on mobile, and MetaMask Mobile has tens of millions of users, if not more. And a lot of the people who will be on the Pulse chain and who will be staking Pulse, sending Pulse to a validator or whatever, or staking that way, or some of the other functions, I believe will be doing it on mobile. That might be the most popular method, I would say.
Yeah.
Because the people who are more security focused will become the minority, but at the same time, we'll always want to be educating the next wave of people that, they've gotten mad gains and now they're freaking out trying to figure out how to cope with unwell syndrome, not be paranoid, but be well prepared, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else wants to talk about something? Want to bring something on our table?
No, that's it really. I'm sort of new, sort of a year to it, but I've been Hex for about a year, and obviously I've sacrificed about $7,000 into Pulse X at the start. So yeah, just excited and looking forward to it, and yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Congrats. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I just got fed up with the market, fed up with Bitcoin, fed up with Ethereum, and just dropping all the time, and you just get just sick of it, don't you? And then you just discovered Richard about a year ago, and I wish I'd discovered him earlier. And intelligent guy, and when you see what people have made from Hex, it's just absolutely incredible, isn't it? What people have achieved and what they've done for the families and money, and it's just insane. And I think we all believe in Richard. He's an intelligent guy, and I think Pulse X will do incredibly well, and Pulse Chain obviously. So need to buy some more Hex. It's on a dip at the moment. Buy some more Hex, and then when Pulse Chain launches, swap some Hex for Pulse Chain. So I missed the sacrifice there for Pulse Chain. So yeah, but I definitely didn't miss Pulse X. So yeah, it's all good.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man.
But yeah, you guys have a great day. I'm just heading to work, so
Have a good day.
all right, take care, everyone. See you later.
This, this conversation just caused me to think of something that I haven't heard before. So if we're using the incentive token as a staking reward or a providing liquidity reward, then that will have different tax implications because it's not the native coin. But it has huge game theory incentives, so it's definitely the right call. And that's the incentive token is the one to probably have the least price appreciation, you'd think, because it's meant to have less of a use case than the others. But yeah, that'll be a little bit different for tax purposes. But of course, it'll be just another situation where the tax software, the crypto tax software, is just reading the blockchain and filling in the numbers for you.
We have new people here. Maybe you wanna talk about something else or ask?
Just back onto the whole mobile app thing. I guess it would depend what sort of phone you've got, but unless it was an Android, Apple would be quite risky as their privacy terms and things like that. Like, I think you could run into issues of like tracking and that, not for trading wise, but more actual people following what you're doing, like personal people following what you're doing.
Regal, you mind if I respond?
Definitely.
Yeah. So I've owned a couple companies. Some did mobile app development in a variety of sectors, and I just want to disagree in the most polite way possible about Android versus iOS. I don't actually particularly care about mobile, and I'm not a Apple person or an Android person or whatever, but Apple hasn't actually sold information outside of its own company, right? So there's something to consider there. So if people are hardcore worried about maybe prying eyes, etc., Google, basically Samsung as a whole, Microsoft, etc., they all do the same thing, which is sell data as metadata. And if it creeps you out, an Apple mobile device might be the safest or least worst of them all, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't use any mobile app just because I'm not really interested in it, as I would think I'd probably stick into the laptop generally.
Yeah, and you'd be right to do so. The mobile app, if we're talking about MetaMask, the mobile app experience is an absolute disaster compared to compared to the browser extension or basically any other way to go about it. Yeah, but I mean, I still use both. Yeah. It just, again, it goes back to convenience. It depends on which wallets I'm connecting. Depends on what I'm doing. If it's like, a muck around account like this, I don't mind using it. If it's my actual, proper business, etc., I tend to go the more secure route that Maddie was bringing up earlier.
Yeah, a ledger or a Trezor connected to
Exactly.
the desktop computer is the gold standard, if there is one. But yeah, it's I guess in the early days of Bitcoin, you had to send a money order to Japan and hope that they would, hook you up. So I guess it's a little bit easier than that. But at the end of the day, people in Hex are more security minded because we're more long term minded, because our average stake length is over 6 years.
I really like that phrasing. That I've heard it before, and I've said it a million times too. Oh, we're more security conscious, blah blah blah. But usually, my backhanded reasoning was more like saying I'm, as a community, we're better than, name the community. But that I really like how you phrase that about this whole kind of 6-year average, right, that you can see on gohex.com/stake, etc. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. I'm going to head off. Thanks for sharing your info. Appreciate
Thank you, Hugo, for participation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably a lot of people are asleep or heading to work or doing their things. Or maybe anybody wants to talk?
I'm still on my 18-hour drive from the
From
Daytona 500 to
oh,
Austin, Texas, where I can sleep for a little bit at my friend's house and then drive another 18 hours to Las Vegas to bring the DeLorean there. So that's just an update.
crazy.
I've been on here for hours and hours, but yeah, still on the journey here.
See how much energy do you have? It's amazing.
Wait. So are you in the DeLorean right now?
I'm in a U-Haul that has the DeLorean trailered to it.
Gotcha. All right. I was just wondering if they had made it so you could actually drive that distance without braking, or I mean, it's such a risk, right? It's hard to get the parts, right? You probably have
Yeah.
your
I
own.
mean, I've got the hookup. I was driving it around the Midwest, so I drove, you know, without doxing myself, like, yeah, I'll just say in the Midwest, I drove like 10 or 12 hours with it, which is like crazy because this particular DeLorean, an original 1981, that they said was in the top 5% best preserved DeLoreans in the world, which of course it would be if it was doing its time travel like it should, be in good, usually good condition if it was only a year old or something. Yeah, so it's it only had 5,000 miles on it when I got it. It's a 40-year-old
Yeah.
car. It had 5,000 miles on it. So of course I had to bring it up to 5,555. And for those who don't know, I pulled over on the side of the road and did a live stream and staked 5,555 hex at that moment.
That's crazy.
I think I remember that. I think yeah.
But the wildest thing, and like you can't make this shit up, the day that I did that was Back to the Future Day, and I didn't know it.
No fucking way.
That's
That's
awesome.
amazing.
My ex would die to drive your DeLorean.
Yeah.
I got to
Are
be
you gonna be
honest,
in
me too.
Vegas?
I would love to.
You guys gonna be around to take pictures with it?
I'd love to, but not this time, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I'll probably have it for a while, so
Yeah.
lots more conferences for the next 15 years, I'm sure.
And yeah, it's the good reason for you to keep it longer.
Yeah.
You have to give me right.
Sure. Well, I just got done. I'm such an extrovert. I'm probably, in the top few percentile. I used to do therapy, back-to-back clients for 10 or 12 hours in a day, and I'd be super pumped up the whole time because I get energy from interacting with people. But yesterday, it was yesterday. That was the most intense social interaction day I've ever had. I was telling everybody earlier, it was like I handed out 600 magnets, and I only gave them to people that I pitched checks to. And so many people were coming up to me about the DeLorean. It was super exciting to get to try so many different chances to say different things and see what people really responded to. And it was just really wild to have the DeLorean and to get so much attention, and then to be able to give everybody, something that clicked in their head. I could read people's facial expressions and see when I said, basically, I wanted to tell people what I was there for. I said, hey, here's a QR code. You can follow me on YouTube. And then if they were still looking at me and they're still interested, then I told them, I'm out here because of a cryptocurrency where you time lock your money and it's like paying your future self. And then they had a little light bulb go off because they see the DeLorean right behind me and they're like, oh, pay your future self, of course. And then if I had one more chance to say something to them, which I usually did, then sometimes I would say that, that you get interest, you get APY for time locking, and it pays for itself because you're creating scarcity in the here and now by time locking. And most people like nodded that they kind of understood that too.
But how actually people react to were those people already like crypto prepared kind of?
Usually not. No, there's a lot of no coiners, I'd say.
Yeah, and what is your approach? Because like you know, in America, people like more open, but Russian people they don't believe, and I can explain why. Because Russians and or like Slovenians, we suffered a lot, like in the World War and blah blah, and still we're suffering a lot from Putin's regimes, like, and Ukraine. From you've been to Ukraine, I don't have to tell you about this. So, and for me, it's so like a lot of criticism from the very beginning. Yeah, even those people who already invested, even in hacks, they don't believe like in future of decentralization and stuff. So, how do you approach to those people who don't know about crypto, who are kind of a little bit skeptic? I don't know. How, I'm sorry for my language. It's my second one,
Yeah,
so
no
yeah.
problem. That's an excellent question. I think it comes down to the individual, really, and that's where onboarding in person is interesting. I think I've studied kind of the process of trying to teach people about crypto and trying to do lots of different pitches to people I know really well, people I don't know at all, people I can see their facial reactions, people who are just watching my YouTube and I have no idea what they're thinking, right? And so I've really tried to study it because I think it's important for us to know, and I'm in psychology, so I want to know about it. And yeah, what I can say is it definitely comes down to individual differences. I like your comment about trust because I think the more people have been wronged by their governments and by their money, the less trusting they are. When it comes to crypto, I mean, like, a lot of it is a scam when you get down to it. Like, even Bitcoin, right, is kind of a promise coin. The devs need to keep working on it so it doesn't crash. You know, there's a team of 5 people basically that run Bitcoin and a team of 5 people who run Ethereum. And nobody really talks about that very much, but it's true. And so, yeah, like healthy skepticism. I mean, so for some people, I would want to meet them where they're at. So like if somebody says like, oh, crypto's a scam, I'd be like, yeah, crypto's a scam. You're right. Like, how'd you know that?
Yeah,
Right?
right. Yeah. And you know,
almost,
like,
yeah.
go for it. Sorry.
Oh yeah, like almost, it's in psychology, it's called like motivational interviewing, where you could like it's called rolling with resistance and like developing discrepancy. So if somebody says you know that they hate Bitcoin, you know, then you say, well, like, why don't you hate it even more? Or, you know, like, that's a bad example, but definitely, you know, finding where somebody's at, sometimes that helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, right. But you know, like, also, I think my countries. I always say my countries because I live in both countries. And I have in both countries people who I love and who I really missed, and people who I carry and really worry about. So in my countries, unfortunately, people is not so educated. For them, Bitcoin and maybe Ethereum and maybe some like altcoins from Coinbase, that only exists. They don't know anything like deeper yet. What is like, I don't know, because they don't know how it works. Because today I talked to somebody in crypto group chat in Telegram, and they are all shilling Bitcoin. They're all talking only about Bitcoin in all actual crypto group chats. And I asked, why you are so like crazy about Bitcoin? Like Bitcoin, like hash rate is like crazy. It's really hard to mine Bitcoin. You get less and less Bitcoin every like, I don't remember, 4 years.
Yes.
Blah blah blah. And they were like, and no answer, just no answer. And I don't know if that because they just don't know what I'm talking about. Probably yeah, because they all buy it on high. They are like I don't know, lose their mind when it goes down. So yeah, it's really it's really hard to get like right approach to those people.
There's another thing in psychology called cognitive dissonance, and also like information bias. And these are things where, you know, people, they don't want to hear about things that they don't agree with or things that don't benefit them. And so if you're trying to tell people, oh, you know, Bitcoin isn't as great as you think it is, not many people want to hear that, because you've got people who care about Bitcoin and they don't want to hear that because they don't want you to flood their bags. And then you've also got people who don't know anything about crypto.
Yeah, that's right. Probably they even don't know what is hash rate, or like that Bitcoin mining like have some, I don't know, rate, yeah, or something. So for them it's like, oh wow, cryptocurrency is something like not only just trading.
Yeah, and I think the big news with Hex is that the creator of Hex is the one who's doing the biggest airdrop in the world, and that could bring 100x the users back to Hex eventually, or it could bring 1,000x the users or more. And so if we vampire attack all of the users of Ethereum by sending them free crypto that they can get on Pulse Chain, that's really the, you know, that's the historic, you know, genius God mode like move that seems to be underway. And you know, and then still all of our individual onboarding, you know, is even that much more awesome and important if we've got so many more users incoming from that move that hasn't happened yet. I think that there's a lot of opportunity still.
Right. I guess we
And
have the community. So yeah.
yeah, and ideas take time to spread and catch on. I don't think we do a good job of explaining Hex.
Because it's hard.
Personally.
It's hard with having like tools, especially when you have tools only in English language. I agree with Richard Hart. He always says like learn English. English is a language of science, but we still have a pretty big amount of people who don't know English, and it's also our kind of, it's also our target audience. Like it's not kind of from selling perspective, but you know what I mean. And we don't have tools.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
I do agree. Yeah, that it's even in English, we don't do a good job of explaining what Hex is, and because it's such a new concept, and there's really an interaction between even what it is and what people are able to understand. So I'll give you an example, and you helped me even understand this when you were bringing up the example of the Ukraine and Russia. Are those places that you would say have had high inflation?
Actually, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But
And
people
so,
don't know finance, probably, because yeah, that is why I started my channel from explaining finance, like very very basic short level, like how money evolved and how it all came to like huge inflation and debts and blah blah blah.
yeah.
And then I want to start explain people what is crypto and hacks, because I think it will be easier for me to like to refer to like there is finance and there is how crypto works, you know.
Yeah. And My observation is that when I tell people about all that, they don't like it, and
Or
I
they
didn't know
don't.
why at first, but I think it's because it's such a sad story. You know, it's like everything you worked for your whole life and the entire system that you live in is like totally rigged, and you know, but buy my coin and it'll save you. You know, it's really hard to not sound scammy. Or to not have a negative story out of that. People aren't motivated usually by, um, you know, hearing how messed up the system is. Um, but, you know, what you said about people not wanting to hear about it, I think that helps me understand, you know, the more inflation, that's kind of a violation of trust, right, in the monetary system of each
Yeah,
country. And
for
so,
many years, actually, for many, many years, because I've dived too deep. So I know when we like gold standard, when was how to say it? Sorry. When it was cancelled, gold standard, like in 1970, when our
yeah, the gold
top
standard,
yeah, gold standard. So yeah, after that, like for how many years? For 50 years, our countries, I'm sorry, but they're fucking us up.
yeah, and a lot of that is actually due to the United States forcing most other countries to trade using the dollar in order to trade their goods and services. And so, because every country in the world has to buy dollars to trade with other countries, even if they're not close to the United
Yes.
States,
Yes.
that allows the United States to export its
Yes.
inflation.
Yes.
And that causes, like, you know, the entire world to suck way worse than it would if the US wasn't stealing money from everybody.
So can you imagine how many people they don't know that, and if they knew, they deny to believe in this because they need some hope and some belief to survive. Because you know, like people who never lived in Russia and in Ukraine, they don't know how to live there. Probably the good example is Mexico.
Yeah. So, you know, my experience of like changing people's minds, you know, changing people's minds happens by experience, and building trust happens by experience as well. And so I've been experimenting with gifting people hacks, you know, usually a standard amount of $100 worth. But back in the day, I used to do $20 worth and stuff. And, but really trying to see, if you give somebody access to it before they even understand it, what do they do? And I'm still like exploring that myself. But I think that, in fact, the less people understand about money, you know, Hex is kind of like an IQ test. And I think if you're low IQ or high IQ, you get it. But if you're average IQ, then it's really hard.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? HEXORCA probably fell asleep.
But I think, yeah, I think that like the more we, you know, like go over the concepts of Hex, like the Hex community has come up with a lot of really cool ways of explaining things. And Richard was saying that earlier today. You know, he even, you know, commented on some of the language I was using. You know, so for example, I was saying that, and this is kind of a technical point, but it's like, you know, with Hex, you're avoiding the counterparty risk of your future self, because with everything else, you could sell it even if you're pretending to keep your savings in order, right? Savings is not a very immutable thing in the real world. And that actually, you know, that reminds me of a bigger point that I think is helpful for us to understand differences in hex adoption in different countries is, you know, the more that people live in an inflationary country, the more it is rational for them to spend money as soon as they get it, so that they can buy things at today's prices, because tomorrow's prices are going to be higher. And then also the less incentive that they have to save money. Why would you keep your value, store your value in something that's being inflated, and the government officials are corrupt and they're stealing the money and the value out of the system by printing more of the currency? And so people time locking for a long period of time, it would be totally irrational to that population, because they live in a society where the longer, you know, imagine time locking the local currency, you know, that would be probably unheard of, right? So
You know, I'm gonna explain why it happens, because people.
Please.
I think it's my assumption. I think those people who we try to explain hacks and will try to bring the to explain value of delayed gratification and about even inflation and stuff, they are so busy to survive, like in just their lives, like me right now, yeah? So they just don't have like any thought about deeper things, about economy, about inflation, about what's going on. You know, I ask people, why do you think dollar is the most important like currency all over the world? Nobody answered me what we are talking about here.
Why do you think they didn't answer?
Just because they don't know. They have assumption, but so yeah, it's really, really difficult to reach to a Russian-speaking audience.
Yeah.
We have you. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, my final thought on that was going to be, I kind of wonder like how it is for people to explain the reasons why they trust other things in the world. Usually it just comes down to experience and people's feelings, and they don't even really know why. In some cases, they trust other things than just money, or don't trust them, but who knows?
Yeah.
Good conversation, for sure.
Yeah, great conversation. Thank you so much. Drive safe. Anyway, else? I see a lot of new people here.
Hey, I Sheila here.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? I've been trying to speak a few times, but I guess I keep getting rugged or something's weird with my phone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. I don't know. Did you and Maddie just get done talking, or was I listening to something else?
No, actually, we've done. I think he's driving from Daytona to Vegas. So yeah, he's kind of like maybe breaking up or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I was listening to a lag conversation of this, but I've been listening for a while. Yeah, I tried to share back when I think his name was Joe or something. He I just related to when he talked about staking some hex, being excited for Pulse, and then. But what I just found out. So have you done any staking, YV?
Yeah, I have a stake.
Yeah, I just found out listening to Hex is the Way last night that I watched one of his videos and I didn't really calculate ETH fees when you take your stake out. So it's going to be more expensive to pull it out than it was to put it in. And so, yeah, I kind of wish I knew more of the information that I know now before I set up any stakes or how much I set those stakes up for. Yeah, so I keep learning a bunch when I get into these groups and listen to people with better experience or better math calculations of how to approach things. So it's been good. And then listening to you and Maddie's conversation, just approaches to onboarding and the way you guys talk to people and approach people. I've been listening for a while, and I didn't want to stay quiet the whole time, but sometimes I get a little shy and stay on mute. But I appreciate you guys.
Does anybody want to answer?
Thanks for listening.
Mary, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you want to answer this question? Or anything else?
What was the question?
The question is about staking. Would you please repeat shortly?
It's not much of a question. It's just
about
it's something I just recently
being more
learned about
expensive.
staking and
Oh,
fees
I'm
according
sorry.
to stake.
I thought you'd ask about like Ethereum and staking because yeah, everything mixed up in my mind already. Sorry guys, I've been here for a while.
That's the reason. So it being so expensive to end a stake, the reason that is because Ethereum keeps raising the price to read from disk, that's the function that it is so expensive because the hex contract requires you to calculate on the blockchain for every day what your interest would be. And it did that back when it was only a few pennies to answer that question. But that's the reason why Pulse Chain is coming around now, and why you're going to have a copy of Hex on Ethereum and on Pulse Chain, so that we're not going to be held captive by these high fees. And so people who have staked short stakes here in the past 6 months or even 9 months might not be in profit. And when you try to decide whether you're going to end a stake or not, you have to consider what the gas cost is going to be. And sometimes you can set a lower gas fee, and that because it doesn't have to get through the blockchain like immediately. But there's still a trade-off there. And so for some people are waiting. It really depends on what the value of the stake is. And I can answer more if you have a more specific question, but that's kind of the situation we're in.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, there's hope. It should be better in the future. But for now, it's not ideal, and it sucks for sure. It really sucks. I hate it.
Hey, Yev.
Hello.
So, to touch on your point about why I think Russians are.
I keep learning a little bit more every day.
Chris,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Sheila's talking. Sheila's speaking. You get Rex. Sorry. Sheila, go for it.
So, to touch on your point about why I think personally Russian people are so pessimistic about cryptocurrencies and blockchain, because I'm Russian myself, and I was born in Moscow, and I've lived in New York ever since. my folks are Russian. A lot of my friends are Russian. They're not crypto people, and kind of Russian mentality is like, you go to school, you finish up, you find your spouse, you get married, and you live your happy
Right.
life with like a bunch of kids, right? And then when you bring up the idea of current cryptocurrency and what a DeFi can do, unchain yourself from government. I believe in the psychology of Russians is that, like you were saying, they've been oppressed for so long that they don't believe in the fact that the people can win. They're just so used to, and I think most governments that have suppressed their people, that like the government and the oligarchs, the bourgeois class, they're so powerful, and the police force is so powerful and dumbed down that they the regular average Joe can't win because there's never been the tools, and now that the tools are here, RH has built the product, and the product is built, and the blockchain itself, has been a product itself with computational powers that all of us share. The tools are there, but like in the mentality of these people is that like, you play the game and you want to free yourself from the chains of enslavement. Guess what? They're going to come and they're going to throw you in prison. So like, I think it's just a programming feature that is built into Russians where it's like, they're just pessimistic from history, and they just don't want to, they're kind of scared. And
I think that our people, they even don't want responsibility because they get used to like give all responsibility who is like to God, like a God bless, or God or something, but they don't want to do anything by themselves, so they just put responsibilities on somebody who is on the top,
Yeah, it's
and
a bit
they
of
just
lazy.
give up and just live their like shitty lives.
Yeah,
Probably
it's a
stress.
bit of laziness, my folks speaking, and a bunch of Russian people I know. A, it's laziness. They don't want to dive into, deep into the root cause of so many problems. And then B, it's, they've just been programmed for so long to believe that there's no hope at the end of the tunnel. So, my background is I studied psychology, sociology, and the liberal arts of globalization, and touched bases on eugenics. So like I kind of want to deviate away from the Russian culture and what is, how programmed they are to like feel like this is a fight they cannot win, and maybe move on to a different topic where I think like, of evolution and humans in general, the species that might survive and the species that just will die off is so like in my studies of globalization, I touched base. There's certain studies or beliefs that the more humans we have on this planet, the more resources will get consumed. So, and I think the oligarchs and the G8s, the world powers, they are calculating resources that each human consumes, and I think for the most part,
100%.
what was that?
I said 100%. I agree.
Right. So like if we live on a planet that has finite resources, we can't have a population growth that's unsustainable because then the resources won't last, and the waste and the consumption of resources to waste product displacements will be unsustainable, and so we'll have if this is true, we'll have a collective genocide that's far out
far outweighs
They
any
don't
sort
think
of
even
genocide.
they
Huh?
don't even think about it. The things that you are talking about right
An
now, like
average Joe? Oh,
sustainability,
no, they don't. Average Joe don't think about it.
sustainability, yeah, like overpopulation or something, they don't think about it at all. They're so consumed by their like shitty lives, and their shitty lives not because of them. Yeah, maybe because they're like you said it right, laziness. Because to move and to do something, it's always scared. You lose a lot, but you gain a lot also. I gain a lot from moving to America. I lose a lot maybe materialistically, but I gain a lot like I changed my mindset. Not like changed, maybe improved my mindset. Yeah. But people, like when I ask my really good friend, why you don't want to move to the US? You have a child. It's a really like great future, yeah? For now, like in and she said, I just don't want to face those difficulties, like when you move to other country, you know. And she's a smart person. She, you know, but somehow she is
Well,
not on our side.
well, why would you move to a different country? Is because maybe the lack of resources in in the country you have now, But like, the point is that with blockchain and specifically the product of Hex and Pole Chain, is that like you might not ever need to, but you need to do your research into these products, and you need to, you know, um, actually vote with your money. So like, if your friend, they're very short-sighted, they're not long-sighted. So like, if they don't see the massive gains in the 2, 3, 4 year spectrum, they will, they will live in this life of suck because like the current structure makes sure that you can't consume enough resources to be to create enough wasteful products for the government to clean up, and to reuse. So like, getting back to evolution, I think that the ones that like, we're trying to onboard people that see the light and see the potential power, but the ones that don't see the light and the potential power, they will be stuck to, a card, you know, not free to move, and unfortunately under the government's you know money system, where they will give them a certain. It's like, well, you could buy this, but you can't buy that, and and they will
We
have
had
to be vaxxed.
we had this before. Do you remember? We had this before in Soviet Union when the government gave us like food stamps or something where you can go and buy certain things. We've been there. And when you tell people about these things, they don't believe.
Right. Well. So, look. So I guess just around the point is that, you know I think if humans are in this stage where Darwinism, survival of the fittest, um, I've been to a lot of protests, and protests, people shouting, White House or Canadian Parliament, or they don't work, because like, you're essentially, you go there um, upset by the current system, and sometimes there's violence happens, and you can't fight violence with violence, but you could fight, um, with your spending dollars on how you can change your life. And then if you change your life, maybe you could change your community's life. So like, I'm very pro onboarding people for Hex right now, because like, the products exist, and at the end of the day, like, what I'm trying to say is that if we're living in a time where personally believe people in Hex will be the ones to evolve. I don't want to say that like, from a separate species, but like, we'll have funds, to pay for medical bills, to maybe eat better food, to live in regions that are cleaner, So like, at the end of the day, Darwinism, so like we can't convince everybody, but we might convince a small percent of the population, and that's evolution at its finest, like the people that want to be stuck to this world that's gonna by this regime that's gonna kill them. Well, guess what? You know, that's depopulation at its best, and the ones
Yeah,
that wanna
it's harsh.
evolve.
It's harsh, but yeah, you're right.
I used to be like, I used to feel sad for the people, that are walking towards the slaughterhouse. But after countless of conversations and trying to show, hey, listen, I went to the school that taught me this, and this is not some conspiracy theories, but then people look at me like, nah, it looks like it's a conspiracy theory, and after a while, you're kind of like,
Gosh.
and at the same time, like I've made, a small, little amount in profits from all of my investments, right? And then people look at me because, like, I might not have the certain haircut, I might not drive a fancy car, I'm a very minimalistic person, like I live in a neighborhood that's very kind of like rough, so I'm not very flashy at all. They look at me, well, where's your money? And that's like, listen, like I understand crypto, I have a fine job, and like I learned these things from college, that trains
Yeah,
cops and state officials, so it's like
yeah.
this is truth, and if you don't want to take my word for it, well, listen, I'm not here to debate you. It's like I could show you the facts if you want to, but most people, they're too fucking lazy to, like, you give them the facts, they're too fucking lazy. They'd rather go watch their Sunday Night Live. They'd rather watch their seasons, and they'd rather watch a tube and have it easy. So like, you know what? If the bourgeois classes want to murder these fucks, I'm a part of my language. These lazy people. You know, bless them, because like it's better for some of these people to go into the slaughterhouse and die than for them to procreate and have more babies that are going to end up on the streets. And that's like, I feel bad for the people that
But
end
this
up on the
is it.
streets because of lack of resources that their dumb parents like fail to provide because they're too fucking lazy. But you know what? They weren't lazy about having all these fucking kids.
Right. I agree with you, and I agree. It it makes me really, really sad and even mad. Mad at those blind people. But yeah, what we can do? We're doing our best. Maybe you can help me with my, I don't know, channel, or we can do our YouTube channel together in Russian. What do you think about it?
I would help you, but I live in New York, and my focus right now is I want to open up a community center,
Oh,
and in this community center, where I want to have, it's like it will be more of a wellness center. It will be like proper food, how to like like what is proper food, healthy, nutritious food. There'll be like 5 rhythm dancing. There'll be yoga. There'll
okay.
be
That's
so like, and on the under, and like because I don't want to be liable for financial advice, but on the downtime, well, not downtime, I'll be kind of like hide the class of stake it. So like I will be teaching people about crypto and securities, and anybody that also like, I have this big endeavor, and I have a little small lighting and laser business, so I would help you, but
yeah, I
I
guess you
just
you
don't
have
have the
have
time. I have a lot on a plate. Yeah.
yeah, you have a lot, of
But
course.
listen, when the center is open, when my systems are set up in the center, by all means, I will remind remember to. I'm in your Telegram. I just into your Telegram chat. So if anything, I'll DM you. Maybe we could do a YouTube channel. It's just like at the current moment, I'm writing grants for the
Of
space
course.
and creating a visualizer for the grants. So maybe in 3-4 months, when my plate is emptier, I could put more food on it and we could do this thing. But at the current moment, it's something
Of
that
course. Of
I
course.
don't want to commit to, because I just know that it's not feasible for me to attribute any of my time.
Of course, totally feel you. But thank you anyway. It was like amazing conversation. I'm so happy that I have Russian people who are with me. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Конечно.
How long you moved here? How long ago?
23 years ago.
23 years.
So I would say I'm more of an American now because I've assimilated, but I speak constantly with my folks in Russian. So you could say I'm an American Russian, but I was born in Russia.
Okay.
So, and I like I remember Russia. I went to school. My first grade was in Russia. And plus, right away you go to martial arts over there. So like they train your ass, to be, and I grew up in a rough area in Moscow as well. So, I think like a world citizen. I don't think like an American, but I did study enough English literature to not give me any Russian lisp, So most people don't even know I'm Russian unless I introduce myself, and I introduce myself as Misha. Most people will be like, "Oh, are you Russian?" I'm like, "Yep." And yeah, because like my legal name is Mikhail, so that just averts all of that. And living in New York around all these racist fucks is just like, especially my jobs are production companies, and some of them are CNN and big news stations. Or some of my accounts, I do lighting for them. So I go up there and I show them my ID, and they kind of look at me like, "Oh, you're like an immigrant," or like you give a cop your identification, they look at you like, "Oh, you're an immigrant, right?" And then it's like, there's so much racism out here, and it's like, I look like an American, and I like and that's why I introduced myself as a Russian, because like the moment the moment you introduce yourself as a foreigner, that entire like you're not one of us anymore. It's just like,
I
fuck you,
feel you.
racist.
I moved to LA 2 years ago, and for maybe 7 months I can't find a job. So I stayed at home because of COVID, because I moved like 2 weeks before COVID. So I was like at lockdown for almost a year. And then I got a job. I got fired with no reason. I still don't know why. And yeah, I couldn't find a job. I don't know why. Am I silly? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. So I feel you.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. It's just like I think it's like one of those things like Americans think like, oh, that I was like I'm so used to saying Mexican now that I wanted to say Mexican. Like I had to search for that word Mexican in my head. It was like, the country of Mexico. But like it's like some Americans think like, oh, like these Mexicans are coming here taking our jobs. It's the same thing with like some of these like hard American racists. Just like, oh, you came from this country to steal my fucking job. It's the same exact thing. Because like the moment you prove to them that you are superior and the way that you think or do things is faster and superior, that's when they're gonna throw the stick into your tire, to fuck up your flow. That's happened on numerous
That
times.
already
So
happened to me. Yeah.
So I personally, I'm not one to like exhibit all my abilities now, because like the moment you start exhibiting your abilities in certain areas, like you get the rug, you get the rug
Immediately.
pulled out of you. So like,
Immediately.
play dumb. My thing is, I'm a fool at heart. I play dumb, 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 and guess what? That serves me better. I request more money, and I play dumber. The more money I request, the dumber I play. And you know what? That gets me further in terms of like bank account wise. That I don't care. I don't care if I'm like I'm not the smartest one in the well. I don't care if my position isn't the smartest, the highest one in the company in certain companies.
Can
But
you
guess what?
imagine how ridiculous this sounds? Like to play dumb to pay to earn more. It's, oh my goodness. It's so ridiculous. There is why I love decentralization, and there is why I love crypto, and there is why I love hexagons, because here I can be myself and people accept me like I am.
Well, I would like to say that I personally think that like the hexagon culture, crypto culture too, but crypto there's a bunch of scammers, right? Everybody's trying to get easy money unless they're building real projects. So like culture, I feel like it's a step forward in the evolution. But hexagons and the hexagon culture, I think it's even past that, because like now the tech is there, and a highly intellectual person that has morals, real morals, that's not like I mean, I personally believe that you go back 2, 3, 400 years ago, 1,000 years ago. Yeah, like people have always looked out for each other because of religious rules. But for the most part, there's humans are nothing but like in the past, rapists, murderers, and thieves. Right? I'm surprised we even got this far. But like, so like when you mix finances and crypto, no wonder there's so many rugs and scams. It's just so easy copycat paste a scam, and and that's it, free money. So like unless you had somebody like but obviously you have the bourgeois class um take take ownership of the blockchain and Bitcoin and Ethereum. But then you have somebody like a Richard Harder comes by and like, yo, I want to help everybody. I'm a beloved figure, and everybody's like, nah, fuck you, we don't believe it. But then there's other people like us that are like, we do our research, and then we find out, yo, you know what, this guy is truth right here. He actually cares, and you know what, that's a step forward in evolution, in my opinion. It's just like, what, maybe, you know maybe there is a way out financially, and there is a person and there's a community that is like cares about the principles. So like I tell people all the time, I go to Burning Man. I'm a big burner at heart. The 10 principles of Larry Harvey, the creator of Burning Man. And I see a lot of resemblance in Larry Harvey. I mean, I see a lot of resemblance in Richard Hart's idea of thinking, that like his principles of functioning that were based on Burning Man, Larry Harvey, and I see a lot of resemblance in the Burning Man community, the 10 principles of the Burning Man community, in the Hexagon culture. I mean, obviously, Hexico is more of a metaverse right now, unless you consider the conferences and the meetups, NASCAR, any sort of meetups, then they're more physical, right? But the Burning Man community, there's an actual place, and there's an actual group in
I
each
know what
city.
is Burning Man.
Have you ever been?
I've never been, but I know what is Burning Man because I'm into electronic music. I'm super much into electronic music. I know a lot about electronic music. I'm DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you look at the principles, it's like be respectful to your community, don't throw trash around, like 11th principles, consent. So like it's all based
Yeah.
on being a decent person, right?
My
And
friends were there. My friends went there, really close friends. So yeah, I want to go there one day. I hope I will.
yeah, no, if you lived in California,
Yeah.
or if you did, you should certainly find the
I
time to
do.
go there one year.
Yeah.
But I personally think I'm not going to any more festivals because like
Because he's died.
there's just
And because he's died.
no, not because he died. It's just I think Kareem touched base on this before. We have a small window. I think like 2 years is a safe bet. 5 years is being like really genuine. Like like 5 years is being generous before the bourgeois and the oligarchs really clamp down on our ability to travel, and before the new coin gets released and they completely remove fiat, or and they like onboard everybody into their cryptocurrency. So like once that happens, you know, I think it'll be really hard to, you know, move up in the social structure. So so like I think right now, especially with Hex and the fork and PulseX, right now is a time to like really, you know, once Hex launches and PHEX launches and Pulse launches, I think every penny is gonna be worth maybe you know $10,000 one day, or 10,000 whatever unit of a form of payment you want to take, you know. So like I think every penny counts right now. So like I am not, I sold my motorcycle. Like I would sell my business and my lights right now, but I think it would be more useful in the resource center and on ramping all sorts of different people in New York City. So yeah, I just think the next 2-3 years are very important to like get out of the rat race and to ascend to you know because like the bourgeois, you know, we can't defeat them, but and we certainly don't want to join them, but we could separate ourselves from them and still be as wealthy as them. And you know, if we're wealthy, we can't touch them, you know. But if we're poor and we want to shout like, "Oh, you're taking away our money," that's when we get sent to the slaughterhouse and into these secret prisons, right? Because we want to disrupt the way they've been doing things. But hey, you know what? We can educate people, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if people don't want to educate themselves, and there's a small window, then guess what? You know, when the slaughterhouse comes for them to be slaughtered, they can't. They you know what? They can't complain because like we've been there. We tried to tell them, and now we're chilling in our mansion. You know, and yeah, like living the life that because we've evolved and you know we're gonna build the next generation of people that can, you know, take away the powers from the bourgeois class, you know, but we can't
Yeah,
destroy them, you know.
thank
So
you.
it's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Thank you for that great speech. Do we have anybody else who want to speak? I really appreciate what you're saying, and I hope maybe with our efforts we can do something more.
Yeah, I don't just like you know, I think evolution has to be, you know, it can't be violent. There can't be a French Revolution, you
Yeah.
know, it can't be by force. It needs to be, you know, peaceful, you know, and the only peaceful way to do it is to restructure it, you know,
Yeah.
whether a pulse citizen
I'm
DAO.
sorry, we have to give another people a little
For
bit
sure,
of
no,
time.
absolutely, I
Yeah.
respect. Okay,
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
okay, thank you for the.
Guys, anybody else here? HEXORCA, what about you? Are you here with us? Maddie, Mitchell?
And we're live.
Yeah, go for it. I'm Step Out. Thank you
Sure.
so much for great conversation. It's always a pleasure to be with you, to talk to you, to learn from you. Have a good day. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Great talk.
Later.
Cool. So yeah, I was enjoying that conversation for sure.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, no, I enjoyed the wisdom, the alpha you tell everybody, and I certainly appreciate you know, like you telling about the 369, the Omega, and yeah, no, you guys do a fantastic job onboarding people, and you know, the only way we win is by healing people, you know. So I
Yeah.
appreciate everything you do.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for telling me that you learned about Omega 369. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see you in Vegas with the DeLorean, you know, and everybody there. I will be there with the
It's gonna be
lasers.
awesome, man. Cool. Yeah. That's great. Are you gonna team up with Nagabo for the mansion party?
I am gonna go to that mansion party. I did reach out to Nagabo because I DJ, and I was like, "Hey, listen," but he never got back to me. I guess there's a lot of things going on with
Yeah,
structuring the party.
message Freddie Quotes or DJ Cryptomatic.
I messaged Freddie Coates. He said that I should message Naga. I haven't messaged DJ Cryptomatic. Maybe I will.
Yeah.
I mean, my focus is on maybe we can make some content over laser. If you go to my profile, like, you'll see some of the vectors I built. I'm building more vectors for like hex.com, maybe a QR code that we can put up on a building. I want to see if it works. If it probably won't work with a laser, but no, I'm coming up with some cool stuff. But besides that, I still have to work. I still have this grant that I'm building up, but so like I can't be too much on people. Like if they're non-responsive, I'm assuming they're busy. So like the thing is, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna see them and I'll be like, hey, listen, I could play. You want me to? Yes, no, no, yes. But I have the laser, so I'll set it up. We'll have the vectors within the conference. Uh, is the conference? Are there a lot of rooms? Are you breaking down each speaker towards a different room, or is just there one platform, one stage?
The conference is happening on one stage, and I'm not sure. So you're talking about like kind of like a laser show type thing?
No, no, I'm not gonna do a laser show. No, I would just like throw up, hex.com. It would just be more spice to the conference. So it's like I'll throw up on the wall maybe a playlist of a hex vector, a pulse wave. I want to do a show because but it would just be more for branding, eye candy stuff. So hey, you tell me where to point it, and I'll do it, point it there. So like. You know what a gobo is, a logo?
No, I don't. And since I'm driving now, if you could just DM me like a picture of an example of what it would look like, then I can get a better idea.
Yeah.
And that
I'll
way
do
I
that.
can take a look at it next time I'm parked. And yeah, I can let you know if that would, kind of where we would be able to feature it.
Yeah, like we could either run it. I'll send it to you. We could either run it inside the conference, or I mean, I was thinking of doing like some cool guerrilla marketing somewhere in Vegas. Driving around with a couple of people or just by myself, and just put it up on a building, take some pictures, and I know it doesn't generate clicks like but it would definitely generate some eye candy for people driving on the highway. Be like, what the fuck is that? Hex.com. So it's like, yeah, because lasers travel far and they're pretty bright. So if somebody sees it, it's like, what is that? So Hex.com. Let me go check it out. Or so yeah, like but like my objective to onboard people is it would be the community center in New York, but that's like 2 months out. And like I'm trying to open on May 5th. Hopefully I can get a grand or two by then to get some money for the rents. If not, I'll just come out of pocket. But hopefully not. I get some grant money from these different resources that I was able to find. So yeah, I'll send you something.
Cool, that sounds great. Somebody's got their hand up. What's your question?
Hey guys, no question. Just kind of like admire your work, Sheila. I'm happy you do it. Just so you know, it's my first time speaking. Forgive me if I'm a bit nervous. I'm not usually speaking in front of a large audience.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Thanks, mate. I'm from Australia. I'm a graphic designer / digital marketer. So, Sheila, I noticed and heard some familiar terms. If you do need a hand with anything, I'd be happy to help. I've been in the industry for quite a while now, and I agree. Like, direct marketing isn't as effective as awareness marketing, like what the Daytona objective was. But in saying that, it does have an effect, and the more times, like Coca-Cola, for example, the more times consumers see a brand, the more familiar and the more trust they build with it and think, you know what I mean? Like, and eventually they'll take action. So, just so you know, yes, my name's Mitch. I'm here. If you need anything in terms of like design, video work, I'll be happy to help because I love the community. Best community I've joined. So appreciate it, everyone.
Right on, man. Yeah, I love your enthusiasm and volunteerism. I know that, we do have an awesome community of people with so many different skills. And for a lot of things, at least this one in particular, there is a Telegram group that you should be aware of. Do you know which one I'm thinking of?
No, I don't. No, please, sir.
So, are you familiar with Telegram? So T.
Oh yes, sorry. I think you're talking about specific. I think you're talking about specific channel.
T.me/hex design should be the giant community of graphic design people. And
Excellent. Okay.
so that's kind of cool just to see like what's out there already and like, find out maybe what the need is. I know some content creators, they like reach out, they kind of just post in there whenever they need something. And then people, can decide if they want to help with that. And sometimes people, pay a little bit depending on what their agreement is. And sometimes people work for free, just depending on what kind of what the person asking is offering, I guess.
Perfect. Thanks. I'll check it out. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Hey, Maddie, do you happen to know if there's any Telegram or there's any, like, I was wondering, how do we pool the resources that Hexagons has in terms of like their special skill sets and divide them into categories? That way, that if somebody had a project they wanted it to extract certain resources from certain hexagons, they wouldn't like go and like, hey, who knows how to do this? They would be able to directly contact them, like, hey, I see that you're good at this. Can you do this? Is there a list that is in the hexagon community that like distinguish, like a LinkedIn sort of thing that distinguishes certain skill sets, people's abilities, and like maybe we can use those abilities for certain projects that we have.
Richard sometimes speaks about human resources, or he used to at least, and say that it's really important and hard to do, and it hasn't been figured out yet. With that being said, asking around is a good start for a specific, once you know what you're looking for. Otherwise, just kind of exploring. One way that you could explore, let's say, a topic would be to go to the Hex crypto Telegram and do a search for the keyword that you're looking for, such as, like design, the word design, right? Or if it was like taxes or something, right? You could like search that word taxes, and then you could scroll through the results in the Telegram chat history that goes back to the beginning before Hex was created, and you could see, you could scope out what people have posted in there, because there might be a situation where somebody already asked the same question or was looking for the same thing, and now you can see who the original people were contributing to that.
Oh, sweet, cool, thanks. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe after Vegas, if I'll maybe build a Discord group where or a Slack group where it's like I could like put certain categories of designers or advertisers or brand or analysts or SEO specialists, and that way that people could be like, this is my little a link tree profile, so like people could like go into certain categories and drop, and shield them all, shield themselves that way. And somebody is like, so whoever's in this Slack group can be like, oh, I have this project and I need this person, and so like that way you can directly message people without all the clutter. But yeah, I'll definitely check the Telegram and use the search tool. I do graphic design myself. So the only thing that my focus is right now would be the community center, and that's just taking time to find a space and find a grant for the space. And yeah, man, hopefully I open it by May 5th, maybe June the latest, and y'all are welcome to come. I'll certainly advertise it. Hopefully I could stream from there the classes that are live, and yeah, maybe hopefully I onboarded a lot of New Yorkers, because my personal timeline is I'll stick in New York for 2 years, and hopefully the situation doesn't get worse. If it does, then that's when I'll know I'll need to leave, because a war in Russia or the brewing war, it's only gonna get. I doubt there's gonna be an actual war, but like um, the debt per citizen is only gonna go up. Hyperinflation is only gonna go up.
Can I
The energy.
can I give you some feedback on what you were saying there at first?
Of course.
So when it comes to like organizing the Hex community, I think like we're kind of at a point of almost like kind of like a silent crisis right now, where like, and I haven't necessarily said this before, but it's just like whenever people have mad gains, then they're trying to onboard new people. It's like there's a discrepancy, right? And so when new people come to the community, I would say, like it's hard to know, should you be volunteering for things? Should you be charging money? How much should you charge the OGs to do something that's useful, to help? Because some people would want to like, some people they would want to do the type of work that inspires them, and Hex inspires them, so they want to make money in a Hex related way. I would just make people aware that there's a big difference, like making a sacrifice now and contributing to the community for free more than you can really handle is you're going to see a lot of OGs doing that. But the new people, it's okay to like not contribute as much for free, and sometimes it's best to just kind of like, to be using Hex as your hobby and then earning money, and then once you that, the price doesn't have to go super high for you to get more involved in the community. But people who I just kind of see, some people come in and they want to build up their favors and their like recognition in the community before they even really get their bag right. And those are the type of people that I think in the end, if they do get traction with the community, they are more likely to sell out or to try to like charge fees in a controversial way. Whereas, I mean, really the point of these cryptos is, to have the crypto go up in value, and the way that it does that is by by people getting their bags right. So I don't know if that's helpful, but I definitely think that like there are lots of possibilities when it comes to people who have skills and plugging in with the community. It'll happen eventually because we're all here for 15 years. There's plenty of chances to sacrifice later instead of now. Because sometimes, if Pulse or PulseX or any of these things are going to do 100x or 1,000x, then you're going to have that much more resources. If you're gathering them now versus the wrong order of operations, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. I mean, I personally feel like my bag is good.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Well, there you
I mean,
go.
like, I'm not an OG. You know, I would have been OG if I wasn't getting divorced when you know, the hex claim was going on. I was getting divorced and I was
I'm
spending.
sorry to hear that, but you know, it's
Yeah.
you know, that's the only way it could have happened. You know, like you couldn't really change it. So
No, I don't look back. I only look forward. So, fortunately, you know, I did do well in certain shitty coins. You know, I'm not too big
congrats.
of a trader, but I'm certainly not an OG, so I can leverage my time. And I
Yeah,
do
that's great.
get paid well in my businesses or my accounts. They pay me well, so I could leverage my time. And I'm very minimalistic, so I'm not trying
That's
to build
awesome, man.
cootie points, but I do see a need for this tool, you know, Hex and PulseX to for people to be made aware of. So, like I said, I'm I'm doing way better than most people in my field and most people I know, and I just want to bring up the people up to speed about this before
Yeah.
it's time for me to leave New York. So, I hope there's people see the truth in what I say and what breaks your heart and what people like you have to say, because once it's too late, it's too late. So like that's when I'm gonna leave, and I'm gonna take my RV and just find a nice remote location to like see what the world is gonna do to people like that, and as sad as it's gonna be, you know, to see the punishment that comes down. You know, I've tried. I'm gonna
So
say that I've
yeah,
tried.
I would like I would speak to a point you said earlier. I was enjoying your conversation, and I guess one area where I would maybe have a difference of viewpoint is, you know, when it comes to the whole idea of overpopulation. I think that um, I've heard Richard speak on this, and he is definitely saying things that other people are not when it comes to, you know, these ideas that the more people we have, the more problems we can solve. And so, like, the suffering that's caused, it's kind of conflated with the number going up in the population. But in reality, you know, more goods and services are produced than ever in history. And if the wealth was evenly distributed, then, you know, it, everybody maybe would be taken care of. It's almost hard to imagine because we live in such an unequal world, but then there's the fact of, if you literally airdropped everybody an equal amount of money, then the people who were in environments, right, that if they were addicted to something, or if they were deprived in some way, then they would, you know, then all the money would go back to the people who actually control all the resources. So it's more than just a monetary problem. It's like it's a distribution of like environments and opportunities and stuff. But at the end of the day, I think part of the secret of the monetary system is that all this exponential money printing is almost balanced out by the exponential gains in technology making things cheaper. And so if you have an exponential curve going up with price, and technology pushing the price of things down exponentially, you get prices to be about the same day after day, until, you know, you get all this extreme money printing as hard as they possibly can, and still the price in the US is, you know, the prices are only, I say only is relative, but only going up, you know, like 10% a year or something. That's still pretty incredible that it's not way higher. You know, if the government can print as much money as they want, and they certainly do, why aren't prices going up faster? is because technology is this hidden force. And so that gives me a lot of hope for the world, because if we just had a system that didn't give all the central bankers all the new money, then it would have a chance to bring prices down for everybody in a way that creates more abundance for all.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree with that. That I personally don't believe that overpopulation is a real thing, because like we could have more solutions from a person that's born in poverty than somebody that's born with a silver spoon or a golden spoon in their mouth. You know, the person that
That's a great
solution.
point too.
You know, but like you know, there's a saying that you know, the bourgeois, the more people in the world, the harder it is to control. So you know, they just might mask overpopulation theory with the fact that like the more people there are, the more harder it is to control them. So that's why they might want to get a handle on population, because like more people and they'll lose population control over the population. So I certainly
Let
agree with
me
Richard Hart
yeah,
and
let me give you an interesting example that relates to actually omega 369. So as the world population has exponentially increased, and to give you an idea of how much it has, the amount of people that are alive today, this is one of the most incredible facts I've ever heard. I think it's true. The number of people living today, about 8 billion people, is equal to the number of people that have ever lived throughout all of history. So I think it's about like actually like 20 billion people have ever lived since the beginning of man, and now we have 8 billion. So that tells you how insane the population growth has been. And now it's like ever since 1970, kind of it's not growing as fast. But when it comes to what your brain needs in order to be thinking clearly and be like less controlled, I guess, or be more independent, or a lot of things, you need that omega 369 in your diet. And as the population has increased, we have in general enough food for people, but it's not the same quality. And so the omega 3 doesn't work its way up the food chain like it used to. And so like for example, cows, you know, people used to eat animals that would actually eat grass, and now people eat animals that are fed, you know, genetically modified stuff that doesn't have the omega 3 in it. And so the entire population has kind of suffered, I think, from less mental health because of less omega 3, and certainly lots of other factors too. But if you think about having kind of a whole population that's not thinking as clearly, it's kind of like a evolutionary mechanism, or kind of a supply issue that we know how to solve now, because we understand what omega 3 is and how it's important to the brain. And so if we can continue to make discoveries and then actually get the solution implemented, just like omega 3, just like hex, these different technologies and breakthroughs that can really help people. It might take a while to catch on, but it gives me a lot of hope.
Same. There's a lot of technologies that can make people better. But I think for the most part, like the bourgeois class, they do certain things by design to dumb people down. So it's up to the individual, to become better and smarter, because everything around us wants to kill us and make us dumber. So I think it's up to the individual to see the exit signs, and use the tools to enhance themselves. And if they don't, well, they don't.
Yeah, I think like the people in power, you could say, or the central planners. I think they do that because we've come from a scarcity mindset, and it may have only been, you know, 1 or 2 generations or less, maybe zero, where it's even been possible to have abundance. I mean, it may be now for the first time, right? Um, and so that's a situation where having to change the environment of everybody in the world, of the monetary system, it starts to make a lot of sense if it's done in the right way. I don't really think Bitcoin brings a whole lot of fairness to the world. Having something that is just scarce but does not reward long-term thinking and long-term behavior, that isn't as good to me.
Oh, dude, like today I entered into a room of Bitcoin maxis that just do TAs all the time. And one of my friends in New York, she put me in. She's like a fashion person. She put me in, and she trades Bitcoin. And I came in the room and I was like, "Yo, so like the first thing I said I was like, yo, are there any Hexicans in here?" And these guys like chuckled. They're like, "Oh," and just like started shitting on Richard Hart that it's a scam and scam. And all I said was like, well, if it's a scam and you know about this, can you like send me any proof, like who got rugged? And I got rugged out of the conversation, right? And then she kind of followed up with me like, "Oh, sorry, I know they're gonna be so like childish," and I was like, like it's just one of those things when you try to like I used to debate people in college, and just like like whenever somebody starts losing a debate, they get all like childish, and especially like if it might not be in a professional settings, if it's like in individual setting, when you prove somebody wrong and you upset them, their first reaction is to act like a baby and cry and like it was just a bunch of like little teens like like you don't know what you're talking about, like having no proof, no logic behind their claims. And it was just like um yeah, Bitcoin opened the gateway, Pandora's box, to like not, I don't even want to say decentralization, but like yeah, it's a tool for decentralization and marrying transactions. No, I don't want to even say faster transactions because like 9 years later or 13 years later, right? It's still slow and expensive. But it opened up the Pandora's box to what can happen. But it's legacy, right? It's legacy, and it's like people that are so Bitcoin maximalists can't update their worldview, and eventually they're gonna pay for it. And at the end of the day, it's evolution. Like you don't want to update your worldview, but guess what? The world is gonna stomp all over you and your views because you didn't want to update them. And unfortunately, Bitcoin maxis are going to get left behind. And it's like, well, we try to tell you, but yet you thought you were smarter, right? You didn't want to take the time to digest and, but no, it's like a racist, they believe they're superior race and everybody else is lazy. And, and they're stuck in that racist mentality and they don't want to update their worldview. So I know it's a bad example, but yeah,
Yeah, well, that's the similarity there is the tribalism, right?
yeah, I guess yeah, like exactly nationalism, tribalism, whatever they want to call it, right? Like
Now, yeah, I wanted to see like if anybody new has any questions. I know you and I have been having a great conversation on the mic here, and we want to keep asking for new questions because we want maximum participation.
absolutely no. I'm done with the mic. Thanks for the conversation.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
and
we'll chat more
yeah,
before
no, I mean
Vegas. If not,
yeah, like if nobody else asks a question, then we can keep talking too. I've got another like 2 or 3 hours of driving, but if you have to go, that's fine too. Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
No, I'm chilling. I'm just like working on some vectors right now. If anybody has a question, step up. I personally never co-hosted. I never hosted one of these spaces, so I forget. Like I go off tangent. I'm excellent at going off tangents, talking, just talk for hours. So like, please, anybody step up, ask away, or bring up a new topic. If not, I guess me and you could keep talking about things. But yeah.
Let's give like an uncomfortable amount of silence and just wait for somebody new to talk, and we'll still be here.
Yeah, I mean, like it's in my time it's almost 4:30, and I am guilty of falling asleep in this chat in this space. So maybe there's like 99 participants or 76 participants that are guilty of that right now.
There's got to be one shy person out there that's building up the courage now to ask a question in their sleep even. You can sleep talk people. That's a thing.
We can talk maybe the hex price at the moment and its correlation or no correlation to the entire crypto market being, Bitcoin, the main, whether it's decoupled or coupled. Has that been discussed in my absence? If it hasn't, my apologies, but I think it was kind of interesting that, well, my opinion is that it's not so much coupled to Bitcoin, but it's just reacting as a normal asset would in the macro economy. The FUD out there at the moment is crazy. So it's just reacting the way it should, in my opinion. But
what a great topic. I can only speculate as to what I see, or speculate as to what's going on based on what I see. But one observation that I've had is, that hex is not correlated when you look at the charts of whales only, especially, and anybody else who's showing over time, not just on a particular day, but over all the days. Hex is so not correlated with Bitcoin and the rest of crypto that it's almost, I wonder if somebody is intentionally buying and selling here and there to make a point, right? Because you don't get a correlation that's so low. I mean, even if Hex always did the opposite of Bitcoin, you would not get a low correlation. That would it would just be a negative correlation, right? And so, so I think it's an incredibly fascinating topic. I think that there's still some things that we don't know about why it's so decorrelated, but it's part of the holy grail of investing, is finding a decorrelated asset to for legacy to diversify into. And definitely Hex is building a track record that will be something amazing, legendary. It doesn't exist in the rest of legacy finance, and so it's quite a benefit to Hex when half the days it's correlated with Bitcoin, so it drops at the same time as Bitcoin, and the other half of the days, it's moving, either independently or dependently. So,
yep. Well, especially recently, as of like the past month, it does seem, maybe it's coincidentally, that it's moving quite similarly to Bitcoin in a way. I don't know if you've seen the chart recently, but that's, again, in my opinion, is most likely as a result of the world right now. It's just crazy. And the FUD on Twitter at the moment is incredible. It's actually quite surprising to me how much faith lost, all the hexagons I've seen. It's just really worried. I'm sure many of you are, I'm sure many are out there worried. But
I personally, I explain the price to myself as part of this sacrifice game theory stuff. and so the price was really held kind of flat, maybe not totally flat, but relatively speaking, in the past 6 months, we haven't been going to the moon, but we also, I don't think we've dropped. Did we drop 85% in the past month or two?
No,
Or
I
not
don't
that
believe so.
low? Because we
I
went
think
down
it's
to
like 30.
Yeah, but I mean, we've done more because I kind of count the top as like 45 cents or maybe 50, but not 55. That was just a wick. But so that was the high, and then now we're at 14 cents, 15 cents, somewhere in there, I think. So yeah, I mean, we're down 60, 70%, but we've seen that so many times. In this case, we've kind of, during the sacrifice phase that just wrapped up the relevant part for the price, right? There was probably a whale keeping the price about the same just to suppress it, to make sure that people didn't get more sacrifice points, because they had to defend basically their sacrifice from the beginning of the PulseX sacrifice. And we saw similar whale behavior for the Pulse sacrifice, that afterwards the price was kept about flat or suppressed before that sacrifice phase fully ended for Pulse, more or less. I mean, the volume and time bonuses and stuff were done, and then the price rocketed up after that. So we saw some buy wall and sell wall action happening. I heard, and so I mean, to me, there's every reason for the whales, to keep the price down for now, but not, they don't want the price to be down forever.
I love insight. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like the Hex price would have been much
Hey,
higher.
how's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah.
Nice. Correlation of hex price to Bitcoin or anything else. I do know that I'm so sick of watching everything follow Bitcoin around. And like 3% up, 3% down, everything that I have in my portfolio pretty much up, down, whatever Bitcoin just to do. So I'm kind of relieved. So I've been in Hex about a month, and the only thing I probably did right so far was carve out some money, dump it into Hex, and stake it. And that's probably the only thing, besides listening to these groups, that's probably the only thing I did right so far. And then I'm trying to hone it in by doing things better, by laddering.
Yeah, congrats, man.
And
Yeah, congrats. That's awesome.
thank
Come
you.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel really relieved and more confident having some Hex staked, and learning the mind, embracing the mind change that you guys talk about, T-shares, not dollar amounts, and delayed gratification as a way to preserve an asset building lifestyle, I guess, that will allow me to benefit in my future. So it's really hard for me to understand all the concepts, but every time I listen to you guys, I learn a little bit more, and I'm starting to I got some treasures coming in. I'm learning more about I'm doing everything in reverse, but I'm getting it together so that I could teach people in reversed, in reverse to my reverse, so I could teach them the right way first.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Totally inspiring that you're on that track. Good job.
Thank you, thank you. I did hear that some correlation between hex, I guess, is something about trading pairs and how trading pairs affect, like if or is it hex is tied to ETH and hex is tied to other coin. Maybe it's USD. I don't really know, but I heard that Bitcoin, I guess,
Yeah,
is affected by trading pairs and whatever.
that's right. So you're referring to what's now called Hart's Law after Richard Hart. And it's basically says that if you have pools of money like you do on decentralized exchanges, it's those pools that decide the price of something, right? Because you can go and buy Bitcoin versus Ethereum, and you put your Ethereum in and you get Bitcoin out. Well, that's kind of a bad example, but anyway, you have pairs of coins, and the ratios of all the coins available to sell determines the price. And in normal markets, that's called market making, and it's controlled by investment bankers, and they manipulate the prices, which is why it's so revolutionary to have decentralized price discovery. And but the only problem with crypto really is that it's so profitable to lie and make your own coin and protect, buy good marketing, that all the losers haven't gotten shaken out yet. But in Hex, when you're time locking, you're really doing yourself a favor, it seems. And when you talk about the price going up and down for different cryptocurrencies, there's one thing that's different, and that's if you look at the price of a T share denominated in Hex, the price only goes up because that's how compound interest works. The value only goes up.
Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm gonna be old when that shit plays out, but I do feel good that in a way that my stake, it's not only benefiting me, but it's also contributing to the stability of the ecosystem for other people too. I mean, if there's one thing that I could contribute to with the lack of my experience with Hex, is at least staking and being able to help stabilize a little bit.
You are the one who's helping to increase the price, because when you time lock Hex, it creates more scarcity in the here and now. And so that literally, makes it more valuable the more scarce it is. So that's why the price keeps going up when it's not going down.
Hey, Maddie. So I've already bought a good chunk of Hex, but I have more income that I want to put into Hex for the airdrop. And I've been using Coinbase Pro, but I want to know if there's a different way to get it into MetaMask faster from my bank account. What are the fastest ways that you know of?
How much money in general? Like 1,000, less than
Couple thousand.
1,000, a couple thousand. So like, what a complicated question, right? Because if it's less than 600 and you're in the right state, then sometimes you can go to a crypto ATM and pay like a pretty high fee. But I think in general, like you're trying to beat when the airdrop happens, and we know it's not going to happen in the next week or two. Like pretty much 90%, because Richard seemed to say today that things are coming along really well, but we still need to see testnet version 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so you've probably got enough time to get it in. And you can never really predict whether the price in a week or two is going to be a little bit higher or a little bit lower than it is now. But Coinbase, are you buying Ethereum or USDC?
Yeah, so I've been putting it into Coinbase Pro, waiting 6 days, and then
Okay.
buying USDT, and then using matcha.xyz to do a limit order. A market order, and then using the Ethereum for gas. Sometimes if I'm feeling really patient, I'll do a market or a limit order on matcha with USDT.
Okay. Do you know that you're getting good order execution with USDT?
I mean, yeah, I've had I think four orders so far of Hex, and they've all gone through. Two of them which were limit orders, and then the other two were market.
You might that pair is actually could be thin. It's probably routing through USDC, which is the vast amount of liquidity, and so if you want to, you might try doing USDC, and then trying to investigate on Etherscan to compare the two transactions, the one that you did in the past and the one you'd be doing now, to see if there's a difference in how it's routing, because that could be cutting you out of an extra $20 of Hex or something.
Okay.
Because it's yeah. So.
Well, yeah, I wanna have it in there as fast as possible, because I like where there's a dip right now, and just in case if it goes,
of course,
up a little bit. My last execution was at 17.9 cents. I think 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And it's dipped further, so I kind of want to put more in. So I'm just trying to figure out the fastest path.
Another way could be to, find somebody that you know personally who's in crypto and see if they want to sell you, like a couple of $1,000 worth of ETH. That would be another way. Sometimes people could go to the bank and get cash, or they could, Venmo or Apple Pay or anything, and that's another way to get crypto a little bit faster than Coinbase.
So you're saying sell it to me and then just send it to me through MetaMask?
You and I would not do a transaction because that would be, because I don't know you personally, so it's that would be a little bit against the law in terms of money transmission, because I'm not an exchange. But if you knew somebody in your personal life, like one of your friends or family, that would not be the same type of thing. And it would be, I'm not your lawyer, but as far as I know, where I live, that's cool. If somebody in my family, or one of my friends, if they were trying to get money in real quick, then they could, they could Apple Pay me, and then I would, send them the crypto. But again, to be super clear, you would not do that with anybody in the voice chat. So.
Right. My question was, it has to be somebody I know that has MetaMask, and they send it to me and I pay them.
No, I mean, even if your friends or family had Ethereum on Coinbase,
okay,
then you could have them send it to your MetaMask. Also, it's a possibility that if they sent you crypto from their Coinbase to your Coinbase, then Coinbase would release the funds immediately because it doesn't have to clear the bank.
I see. Okay. One way I was thinking of doing it was to do a wire transfer. It sounds like it settles within a day, but I wasn't sure if that was an actual way that you could do that.
Yeah, I've heard of people doing that, for sure. There's a little bit of a fee there,
right?
But it's a good thing to learn, in my opinion, how to do a wire anyway. So.
Have you ever used Kraken or Gemini? Those were two other places that I heard can on-ramp fiat and relatively quickly send it into MetaMask instead of waiting 6 days.
Sure. I helped a couple of people sign up for Gemini. But yeah, and I would say that Gemini is known for having a little bit faster turnaround time than Coinbase when it comes to especially wires, but sometimes also just the initial setup. I will tell you, what it seems like is happening is these exchanges, they don't exactly do a credit check, but they have a way to kind of check your financial history in a way. And what they're doing is they're trying to stop, like, essentially like old people or people who are inexperienced with finance from, like, you know, getting a phone call from a scammer who's like, oh, you know, like your relative's in jail, like you have to send $1,000 now, or, you know, threatening, or all these kind of scams and stuff. And so that's part of the reason why the banks like don't even release the funds just for some people. And so it's really hard to predict whether you're going to get a longer hold on Gemini or like a shorter hold. And typically it's going to be shorter, but a lot of times like your like random parts of your financial history will kind of determine how long the hold is.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, and good luck. I think you've got the information you need to be able to get money in faster.
Yeah.
Great question.
I kind of know one resource is called BitQ. I personally never used it because I have Gemini and Coinbase and another form, but BitQ is a decentralized way of putting up your requests for how much crypto you want to buy or sell, and it's a way for like to avoid counterparties or third parties. And but like it says, let's say you want to buy $5,000 worth of crypto or sell $5,000 worth of crypto. It's a platform that lives on a blockchain, and then you would put the crypto in, and the other person would put their ACH information in, whether it's Bank of America. But yep, you know what? Check it out. You might want to use it, might maybe not want to use it. I personally have never used it, but it's an option to use it if you want to buy large amounts or small amounts, and you don't have access to Gemini or Kraken or any of those exchanges.
Okay.
What other questions do people have? Ask us anything.
I'm personally like really excited for all these sacrifices to end, because like I feel like once all these sacrifices end, that's when Hex is gonna like really go up.
Is it true? I thought I heard people saying this earlier, and I can't believe it. I can't believe everybody wasn't yelling about it the whole time. Did the OA finally sacrifice for Pulse X? Did I hear that right?
That's what I've heard on some of the other chats too, that he's sacrificed.
Oh my gosh.
And I haven't verified it on Etherscan or anything, but
Listen, I have a shortcut on my phone. Literally, I'm being such a safe driver right now. Whoa. Whoa. Is that say 48 billion? No way.
Yeah, it started out at 18.
I've heard a
and it's
couple
just going
billion
up.
to 18 billion to 50 billion.
Well, it started out as 18, and then they just kept adding and adding, sacrificing.
Would it be on Pulse X lead?
Oh.
No,
It's
because it stays
the
on
sacrifice
Pulse X lead.
address. Yeah, just go to pulsex.com or .info, and then just copy. It's like 0x075.
Yeah, wherever you sacrifice to,
If it's
just
still up there. Yeah, it should
check
be
out
up there for a couple more days.
the Pulse
But
X lead. Though they said they wouldn't update the amount that's been sacrificed.
Correct.
But if you go on the address that you sacrifice for, that's where you'd find the sacrifice amount. And
which is helpful to have them keeping track of what was given outside of the OA or outside of this last period. So
Is the OA address OX55 first four?
Is it what?
OX55.
No, it should be when you go to pulsex.com, and then I think you have to click onto the where it says sacrifice here or something, and then you should be able to click on it. Unless I have the old address. No, but this has got to be it because it's 48 billion. So yeah, you should find it. It should be 0x075 is the start.
Okay, yeah. So
Awesome. Yeah, so this is incredible. This is huge news. We should be talking about this. Like,
So
what?
you guys are talking about the OA sacrifice for Pulse X?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what it is. So
wild.
basically what it is the pulse chain address. The pulse chain sacrifice address sent all of the hex, so 113 billion to an address, and then that address sacrificed to Pulse X.
Really?
Yes.
Whoa.
And now technically 50% of hex supply is in Pulse X sacrifice wallet.
What? That's crazy. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be such a crazy episode of Quan Gang here later today.
is that the reason why Hex has been dumping?
Nope. No.
I would say Hex has been dumping because the whales wanted the OA to get a worse price when it sacrificed.
There's actually something that we've been looking at all night, and there's more correlation right now to ETH pool than there is usually. So right now, the price is actually getting pulled down more because of the liquidity pairing. It's more. There's more than usual because of people taking out USDC and trading.
What are the numbers?
Well, like, because you have to think about it, right? They're taking out USDC to sacrifice USDC for the sacrifices. So
who is?
Well, there's like for the sacrifices, for those random coin sacrifices, they're selling hex and they're taking out USDC, right?
Actually, people might be just anticipating that the whales were going to dump to like dilute the OA a little bit and increase their own. So it might just be people who paid attention last time and they're realizing that now there might be more of a dip. But I'm not sure that I understand, and I would love to know more about what the USDC theory is.
Well, because technically the pools, they're selling on the USDC hex pair. So if you're putting in more hex in and you're taking out the USDC, the correlation is less. So
are
you're
they
less
pulling liquidity?
Yeah,
Did those buy walls get pulled?
Well, they're getting lower. They're getting lower, but the thing is that if you think by logic, if you're taking out the USDC from the USDC pool, then you're technically correlating the price more towards the other pool, which is ETH.
Sure.
So that's why
And
now
also-
there's more correlation to the price, a bit more to the ETH side also, because of the fact that people are taking out from the USDC pair. That's what we're looking at.
Okay, and it's most likely that the whales or the OA or somebody was the ones providing the USDC liquidity. So that makes sense.
I don't know who's providing the liquidity, but the OA did its sacrifice. The OA technically sacrificed, but the pulse chain address took everyone's hex also. So there's the OA sacrifice plus everyone's sacrifice that went into the pulse X address. Because now now the biggest thing on the pulse chain address is, I think, 200 or 150 million USDC, and then there's DAI, and that's it. And then the rest is like a bit of stable coins like PAX.
How much DAI?
I could go check, but the last time I checked, I think it was like less than 100 million.
100 million, you mean?
Yeah, less than 100 million, because I know that it's like 200. The whole address of Pulse Chain Sacrifice is about over $250 million worth, and most of it is stable coins.
Wow, things are getting set up here. Wow.
But there's something we need to think about. Why did the Pulse Chain Sacrifice address not? Why didn't it do the sacrifice itself? Why did it send it to another wallet? A brand new wallet that created this month.
I mean, it could have been for like legal purposes or just to like. I mean, it's obviously not being secretive because otherwise it would have like done a mixer
Yeah,
or it would have, but just probably for just like having kind of like a clean, well, so it can receive to that address that it sent from and not receive to the SAC address for Pulse.
Exactly. Why is it a new? Anyways, I don't want to. I'm not gonna start saying it, but yeah, it's just it's pretty cool that it's more. It's gonna be. It's how much percentage? It's like everything's there now.
Yeah.
So then if it did that many billions of sacrifice, then wouldn't their sacrifice rate be super low since it's almost the end of the sacrifice phase?
That's what we predicted. We correctly predicted when this would happen as of at least like maybe just a month ago or something. We said it would be in these last 3 days. However, we'll have to go back and look at the video from Coin King. I don't think we predicted it would be this much. I was predicting, I think, again, another 14 billion. But it's incredible that there's so much, and this may also be helping to prove that the coins are circulating, right? That there's that whole debate about whether the OA coins and some coin market sites, coin ranking sites, some of them define something called a project controlled coin as not part of the circulating supply, even if it is circulating. But this certainly adds evidence to the fact that they're circulating.
So kind of go over again. I'm a little bit lost. So the OA. So what's the difference between the OA and the sacrifice address that everyone's been sending their sacrifices to for PulseX? Are they the same?
So that's a great question. The OA stands for Origin Address,
right?
And that has to do with the year-long Hex launch phase that did something called the adoption amplifier. Was
right.
Like the funds from that were then distributed to supposedly like 2,000 different wallets, but
those are the daughter
Hex
addresses.
Yeah, and or granddaughter or whatever, and but I've heard conflicting accounts. Like, we all know that it didn't ever sell. If you provide liquidity, it's kind of like selling a little bit. But I don't even think the OA provided liquidity. Maybe it did. I'm sure Chainalysis could tell us. But either way, like in those early days, at the end of the day, the OA was buying, and Gunter, the accountant's Excel files, and if you go to t.me/hex audit, you can see the records to show that at the end of the day, the OA had ended up buying coins up to 95% of the supply, which of course makes Hex more scarce and valuable. So, so anyway, like the difference between the OA, so like people still refer to those funds, even if they transfer lots of different wallets or get consolidated again. People refer to any of those original Hex coins that were created by the system, or that were bought by, the funds that were, from the early days. All those funds are considered the origin address or the OA, and then you've got like the sacrifice addresses. Those are, obviously separate addresses, but they also represent, like the creator of the coins, that they would be linked to that person, although not if you're asking about securities laws, but only if you're thinking about game theory.
Right. Okay, so then all of these daughter and granddaughter and origin address, from what it sounds like, have been sacrificing to the sacrifice addresses in billions of dollars, right?
Mm-hmm. There's 50% of the whole supply in Pulse X, man. Before there was 80 this morning. Last time I checked, there was, not last night, the night before, there was 80 something percent, 80 or 83% of all supply of Hex was in OA, and now
Really?
it's 50%. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, because 10% staked, and then what? The 17% was liquid. Yeah, that makes 9 plus 17, 26. Yeah, it's around that, or 70. It should be 7, but it was definitely more than 50% away. And now we see that PLSX has almost 50%. There's a reason it's doing that, which is awesome. It's awesome.
And what do you think the reason is?
To not use the PLSX.
To not use it?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's going to use it for the DAO. It's going to control the DAO.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why I didn't give Pulse Chain the DAO. The power to the DAO, which I like.
Me too.
Explain that a little bit. So you think that the OA address is sacrificing more for Pulse X to control the DAO, and there's no DAO on Pulse Chain?
Yeah, so the way that...
Go Maddie.
Yeah, I was in, the private game theory chat with like 75 other people, where we were kind of coming up with the ideas for what the game theory would be behind each of the new coins that was created after Hex. And for, there were a lot of ideas, lots of reviewing what's worked in other cryptocurrencies and integrating ideas. But what we ended up with, and a lot of the game theory has been crafted publicly as well. And Richard has announced kind of what his final thoughts are on a lot of the points, right? And so when it comes to Pulse, it made sense. And I think I was one of maybe only 2 people in the entire, broadcasting community who predicted that the OA would sacrifice at all for Pulse. And I even predicted that it would be 10 billion. I was pretty close, 14. But everybody told me I was crazy, that, that wouldn't happen. But I thought that, the game theory made sense. The reason I didn't make the prediction earlier is because I realized it might scare away some of the whales. I actually talked to some whales who said, I'm not sacrificing if I get diluted. But at the end of the day, we saw the story played out. The same whales who sacrificed for Pulse Chain and got diluted by the OA sacrificed again even more for Pulse X. And so that showed their growth as whales, realizing that it's not just about how many coins you have, but it's, whether you have an altruistic player, basically somebody with a good track record that's looking out for everybody, not giving the power. And so it's part of the advanced checks and balances of the system. And so I kind of predicted that we would need something like that. And so that's what happened. 14 billion got sacrificed by quote unquote the OA for Pulse Chain. And then, and there was about 700 million that was sacrificed outside of the OA. And so you could see that's a little bit less than 95%. I also thought it was funny that 14 is a special number for Pulse because Richard used to talk about sex stuff that had to do with 14, and so I thought it was ironic that it was 14 billion that was sacrificed. Maybe not an accident, but more just like a like a signature move or something.
Kind of like Tesla's Model X, SEXY.
Well, there's like a certain geometry. There's a geometrical. Like it relates. Like for the amount that it sacrificed, like 20%. They took the 20% and brought it over, which in essence makes it like 120. So it's like it's supposed to have. It's a bit geometrical because when you look at the rotation of like how it's gonna like play itself, it has like two systems, so it's two spherical systems, right? Hexes, and it's self-made on the ETH side to play with ETH and be able to constantly be in like a spherical motion. So like you mint, you burn, you mint, you burn, you mint, you burn, you mint, you burn. So it's a spherical motion. But on the Pulse chain, because you have other factors that come into play that help the burn, the mint burn, so it's still spherical, but there are other aspects that help the sphere be different. So when you have two spheres, that's 720 degrees. A hexagon has 720 degrees. It's like everything I've been looking, because I really love math, and I know Richard loves math, and it's just so geometrical. It's everything he's doing is so geometrical. Everything, the way it burns, 3.69. If you were to take 3.69 divided by pi, it gives you 6%. Now, what's 6%? Well, then you go look at exactly everything has always been at 6. It's like it's weird. It's like it's like always geometrical. It's like it's beautiful.
The first number you said was like 20%. Can you tell me 20% of what you were referring to?
The value. So if Hex at the time, when he sacrificed, had like a value of maybe 120 billion, right? So if you were to take the circulating supply times it by the amount that it was worth, but like even though it's a fufu market cap, but it's in essence that's how much it has. So if you were to take 20, 20, and 80, so you would take 20. So you would need to have 20 billion. So it ended up putting 20 billion to Pulse Chain. Then it lost value due to the fact of the price. And then today he sent everything he could, but he's been sending more. And he came on stream. Richard came on stream pissed as a motherfucker. Why? Because he had to do something which he didn't want to do, which is spend more.
When was that?
I don't know. This is my idea of everything, right? Because Richard is very like.
When did he come on stream? Are you saying?
Well, after the NASCAR, right?
Okay.
I don't think he got pissed at the NASCAR. I think he got pissed at the fact that it was dumping a bit. But the dumping is not something that's natural. It's an unnatural dumping, which was caused due to the sacrificing. And that's what pissed him off, because it's other people coming and fucking with the shit that, like, he's like, bro, I made you guys, and now you're fucking with the system.
Well, it's the it's the game theory of
exactly.
How the whales would behave, but they're balancing each other out, the OA and the whales. I would say.
Yeah, of course, but I'm just saying that geometrically, like you look at it, it's like 80-40 is 50. It's like one. It's a perfect geometrical isosceles triangle.
Cool.
So when you take
so nice.
And in the isosceles triangle, it makes sense because PLSX, PLS both started at $1 for 10,000 coins. So they're the same. It's just, you had more time to invest, but technically the coins are the same in essence of value. Now the ratio is different. That's what's going to evaluate how much we consider the ratio. But if you look at the essence of the coins, they had the same chance.
The points and the number of coins you get, I think, is based off of where you want the starting price to be to show less unit bias.
But if you put 20 billion in one and you put 20 billion in the other, you'll get you'll get different supplies due to the fact that one coin was longer and the other coin was shorter. So the bonding curve went higher on the other one compared to the other one, so you're gonna get a different supply. But in essence, you need to make them both start the same. So geometrically, if you want to create an isosceles triangle, where you take two sides which are the same length, and then the last length is the rest. So if you geometrically take it, it works. Now, a sphere we know is made up of a bunch of triangles. And if you go into a 3D version of a sphere, well, it's just two triangles. And what's a triangle? Well, a triangle is technically hex, PLS, PLSX. That's the original triangle of the ecosystem. But if you add another triangle to that triangle, all you need to do is add another point, which would be E hex. So it's like all geometrically beautiful. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So it's like, if we want to foreshadow what's going to happen, we should just think geometrical.
What do you think?
I'm foreshadowing. I don't think. I just hope. I hope, because I know Richard loves math, right? We all know Richard loves math, and we know crypto is math. So it would only make sense for the next things to happen to be math.
So the hex symbol is no accident that it's 3 hexagons that represent 369 and a line going up and to the right.
Well, so 369 is kind of like 1, 2, 3, which in essence is like the first, the second, the third. So it's like maybe he planned for it, maybe he didn't, but it's like it's supposed to be the first, the second, and the third. So you have a hexagon. You have a square, you have triangles, squares, and you have, I think, a rectangle. No, a triangle, a square, and you have another form before it in it. So you have 1, 2, and 3. So you have the first 3 polynomials in it, right? But the thing is that he's creating 5 coins, right? E hex, P hex, PLSS, PLSX, and the incentive token. It's 5 coins.
Yep.
It's beautiful. It's so mathematically beautiful. I don't know what to say. Everything you try and think as like, let's say you try to conspiracy theorist, it's all represents math. It's beautiful.
What is so significant about the 5?
Well, when you look at it, like the 5. Okay, so 5 is half of 10, right?
Yeah.
So 5 is the only unit that could technically, with itself, create an entity, so a whole. So when you go from tens, it's like going after 9. So what comes after 9? 10. But what is 10? It's 1 and 9. And it's not like math is complicated, because when you look at things, like, there's more numbers between 0 and 1 than there is 0 and infinity. So any coin out there that has any supply will never run out. And that's why liquidity pools will never run out, as long as you have one coin or anything in it, because of the way ratio works, right? Fractions and shit. So if you were to have 3 coins, right? The idea of a triangle, 1 out of 3. So if you were to add 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, it makes 3. So 3 divided by 3 is 1, but 1 divided by 3 is 3 periodically, which is endless, which is not. It's an irrational number.
Yeah.
So 3 irrational numbers create a whole integer, right? So it's like a beautiful constant in math where the rational numbers are irrational, but there are more irrational numbers than rational. And so, like, it's this whole logical aspect where math is like, what you think is impossible is possible, you just haven't thought of it. So when you look at like the hexagon, okay, so hexagon has 720 degrees. A triangle has 180. Right? So when you do it, you times it. It's four, exactly. But there's 5 sides. Why would there be 4 triangles?
One thing that I got out of your beautiful explanation is, as long as I send at least one hex to an automated market maker pair and then burn the keys, then I can confidently say that I can prove that hex will never go to 0.
100%.
Because all of the liquidity will not be able to be pulled because I have destroyed my own key that added the liquidity for the one. Now, you could argue that a different AMM would be more relevant or people wouldn't be able to find that one. But anyway, that's it's really cool to think about math, and you obviously know more than most.
Thank you. That's I don't think about it like that. I just think about it like thinking, right? Like honestly, most of my concepts are not. My concepts are just thinking. I could be wrong, right? Because it's like it's a hypothesis. I try and do a procedure, and I get my results, and my conclusion is dependent on my results. So when I think about things, like I love HEXORCA because he's like, he tells me how it is. Like it's like, no, you're it's wrong, right? What you're thinking, and I'm like, okay, perfect. Because I don't like hearing someone tell me, oh, I think you're wrong. No, well, tell me why I'm wrong so I could stop what I'm doing, restart my hypothesis, continue my procedure, and get new results, right? That's what the scientist does. And I guess, Edison was like, well, someone told him, you tried 2,000 times how to create a light bulb and you haven't done it. Why are you still continuing? Edison looked at him and said, well, I'm 2,000 times ahead of you. So I'm the closest person to figure it out. Which makes sense. So like, that's what scientists thrive, is like failure is like the best thing in science, because it's like, well, it's one step closer to understanding it. Finding something on the first try is luck, in a way. You know what I mean? So when I'm looking at like all this geometrical shit, I'm just trying to take everything I know and put it together and say, okay, well, how can I put this in, and how could I put the variable in here? And so there's the 2 spheres, right? So there's the idea of I don't know if anyone knows Black Dot. Well, Black Dot gave me this idea of like hex being a sphere, right? So I was like, okay, well, 2 spheres together would engulf itself in a vortex of like the universe. So the universe has that massive like vortex, right? That frostrum vortex. So you could technically put 2 massive spheres in there, which work in coherence with each other. So if one sphere is smaller, then the other one would be bigger, because that's how the vortex would work. Or sorry, it's not a vortex; it's called a frostrum. But the algorithm a frustrum, frustrum. It's basically like like a cylinder. Like think of a Pringles thing. Like the whole bottle of a Pringles is technically a frostrum. It's a 3D version of a polynomial in a 3D, like, it's complicated. Anyways, but
I like the word coherence that you used as well, because I think that is a pretty good, like, that's almost a one-word description of like Hart's law.
Oh, Hart's law, I'll be honest with you, I've always thought of it because Hart's law always was there. It's just no one really had an idea of how it worked. Because it was like, okay, most of Ethereum was bought with Bitcoin. Okay. Then most ICOs were bought with Ethereum. Okay. So then what could have happened? Well, everyone paired their stuff to what coin they had. So everyone had Ethereum and Bitcoin and a bit of Litecoin, but you can't really pair anything to Litecoin. So they paired it to Ethereum because Ethereum didn't allow the pairing of Bitcoin until they did Wrap Bitcoin, but then Wrap Bitcoin was shit, if we remember, right? Wrap Bitcoin didn't do much. So that was for me, that's the main problem of normal dexes in the universe of crypto, is that they're all paired to their native dex, which makes their native dex increase in value and in demand. And if that happens, they always bust out in fees and throughput and everything. So
You mean the native coin and like the conflicts of
yeah, and the
interest
DEX, like
in being a
Ethereum,
store of value? Yeah.
yeah, because you're saying like you have to delegate this coin, you have to use it for transaction, and you have to use it as a liquidity providing tool. Like it's gonna get rare to a point where people have to pay so much to transact with it because it's very rare. You know what I mean? Like Ethereum, I don't think was meant to be what it is now. It was not. It was meant to be developed. You were supposed to develop on it, which makes sense because it has the developing power, not
Yeah,
the complete.
decentralized world computer was the stated goal,
Mm.
and then they became a store of value, which is now a conflict of interest because you can't have cheap fees in a currency that's supposed to be storing value. So that's why they can't fix it. That's why it's been broken so long.
Yeah. But then there's also this idea, okay, where Hart's law is A to B, right? So you're pairing something from A to B.
Okay. Because it's denominated in that.
Yeah, exactly, because it's created like that, right? So the ecosystem is made like that. You have the one token and you have the other token. The first tokens that exist were Ethereum and another token in the system. And then people started bringing in their tokens or building on it. But you needed to have Ethereum and something else in order to do the first transaction, right? So it was built on an A to B ratio. But we're building an A to B to C ratio. So we're building I call it a triangular ratio. I don't think it makes sense.
Though, because that's denominated in, which is, like you can only trade one thing for something else at a time.
Well, at the beginning, before the bridges, we're not. We're going to be able to trade between 3 coins.
But you're only denominating your value in what you have.
I understand. So, but at the beginning of time, right? You have to remember the beginning of time, the beginning of the pools. You're bonding 2 coins that are 0 and 1 coin that is worth something. So what happens is that you have one pair. So you have the hex PLSS and hex PLSX, and you have the PLSX PLSX PLS. Now, if you go and change, like you put a liquidity, right, and you didn't do anything, so that's the first transaction. No matter where you transact is going to affect all 3. So thus, your first reaction to the ecosystem is not paired to an A and B. It's paired to an A, B, and C. And then you add the incentive token, and then you add the first PRC20, and then you add the first and then you start going, and then the triangle builds into a massive sphere because it's all a bunch of triangles.
I'm not exactly sure that I see what you're seeing, but I think what you're saying is really interesting, and I think I'd love to understand it better.
Okay, so at the beginning of the DEXs on the Ethereum network, right? How you before Ethereum?
I agree with what you're saying about like you'll be able to trade this for that, and there's a limited like 3 coins that you'll be able to do that with.
Okay.
I just don't see how they are like if you think of, and the thing I'm comparing it to is other currencies. Like the dollar is actually, like if you follow Hart's law, the dollar is actually denominated in oil, right? Fossil fuels, and all the other currencies in the world are denominated in dollars, and so you have this compound effect where the oil prices can move the price of the Ukrainian currency because it's moving the dollar, because they all trade with each other, right? And so I guess that'd be an example of kind of like a triple coherence, or the liquidity bonding the pairs that are linked to each other, but it's still only bonding pairs. So
no, I understand. Let me say it like this. Okay, so let's forget about every coin in the Ethereum mainnet, right? in order for the mainnet to maintain itself, what do you need? You need gas, you need a trading pair, you need to have a swap, and that's it, right? Because you could send, receive, and you could swap. Because before sending, there was only send, receive. Then they created swapping, which was liquidity pools. But the thing is that when you think about the normal dexes, Binance, Phantom, any EVM chain, where's the store of value? It's the native coin, right?
Sure.
But on Pulse, it's not going to be that. So what I'm saying is, Ethereum, when it started its dexes, it was, in order to make it just work, all you need is Ethereum and Uniswap. You don't need any stable coins. You don't need any other coin. You just need Ethereum and Uniswap. But the thing is, with us, he's adding Hex. So it's like Ethereum would have said, hey, here's Bitcoin at the beginning. But Bitcoin didn't exist. So there was no Bitcoin. So what Ethereum said is, I'm going to replace that idea and I'm going to put ETH. So in essence, their triangle was Uniswap, ETH, and ETH, which was not good for their system because Hart's law then proves that everything is bonded to Uni, ETH, and ETH. So you have twice the effect of ETH onto your pairs.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by Uni, ETH, and ETH.
Okay, well, okay, so with all the coins you have on a DEX, on Uniswap.
Are you talking about Uni the token or Uni the protocol?
Uni the token. Okay, you only technically need that because Uniswap would not. If you were to go to the basics of it, right? Uni could at any moment in time say, I'm not featuring any coins, just my coin, in order to use the protocol because it is originally Uni, right? Because it's their protocol. So you don't need USDC, you don't need Aave, you don't need these coins. You don't need to trade them because in essence they don't exist on Uniswap. They added it to Uniswap. So there's only Uniswap and
but didn't they duct taped on the token. The token actually isn't related to the breakthrough in the ability to use smart contracts.
But what I mean is if you were to just have what do you need? What's the minimum you need with ETH and Uniswap, right? Because Uniswap is the DEX and ETH is the native gas. So what do you need? What's the minimum you need to do anything on the ecosystem, to have the ecosystem work? It won't be a good ecosystem. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can handle it like this, but what do you need to just make the ecosystem work? You would need ETH and just Uni, right? Any other coin is irrelevant for just to work it, right? Because all you need is 2 coins to trade, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is that where's the third coin? There's no third coin that is in the incentive of ETH or Uni that's part of that 3. So any other coin that comes after is just gonna hang behind like a little sheep. You get it? But on the Pulse chain, you have Pulse and Pulse X, which is the replacement of ETH and Uni. But then you have Hex that comes in and says, hey guys, I'm part of your team. What's up? And they're like, hey man, yeah, we could use you. We could do this. Perfect. And Hex is going to say, hey guys, when you guys trade between each other, I'll get money. I'll be good. So, hey Pulse, if people buy you, well, I'll go up. Well, why? Well, because when you go up, he goes up. And then when he goes up, I go up. Oh, perfect. You know what I mean? So, because ratios have to balance. So when you move the PLS and PLSX token, one is going to go up, one's going to go down. Well, if it's paired to Hex, the ratio has to stay the same. So if PLS goes up, then Hex goes up on that pair. And then if PLSX goes down, well then ETH goes, it's like a wave. It's like, in the stadiums when they do the wave and it's it continues and it just goes around. It's like a constant wave. It's a circular motion where it goes round and round and round. And it's like, oh, if this happens, then this happens. Oh, but if this happens, then this happens. And that's why I'm saying in my head that, okay, if that works, then we're going to see Hart's law, but we're going to see it happen that if other people trade Like, let's say they trade other tokens, we're going to see our tokens flourish for no reason. And you're going to say, why? And I'm going to say, well, originally there's burns. So PLS burns. So every transaction you do appreciates the price. And every transaction you do with PLSX is going to appreciate the price. So if those prices appreciate, then the original parity was with Hex, then Hex is going to automatically appreciate if no one buys it or stakes it, which is beautiful because they work in coherence. And that's why I'm so bullish about this, because I'm not bullish about no price. I'm just bullish about the fact that we're finally going to see what everyone in crypto was trying to do all these years, which is coherence,
I've had the same thought, I think, as you're saying, although it's so complex, it's hard for me to communicate and sometimes hard for me to hold on to for very long. But I definitely see what you're saying. And for other people, I could understand if you're lost, don't worry. This is just about as deep as the game theory can go, as far as I know. But then again, there's always more emergent properties and deeper levels that we can get to. Basically, kind of part of this level of game theory is, I think, as well, to add to what you said, that, you know, when you're thinking about liquidity pools and how they interact, it very much matters if your holders, you know, if the people who own the entire supply of coin A are the same, overlap with the people who own coin or pools B and C, right? And so when there is overlap there, then whether it's because Bitcoin and Ethereum are the only two coins that exist, you know, back in the day, or whatever, if there are things that are trading together for any reason, whether it's that their liquidity is bonded, and I guess part of what you and I might be saying is that it's not coins aren't just bonded by the on-chain liquidity in their liquidity pools, but also by the people who hold the coins off-chain and what their beliefs and attitudes are, and you know what their unit of, you know, account, right? In monetary theory, you've got store of value, mechanism of exchange, and unit of account. So if you're valuing your wealth in Hex, or you're valuing your wealth in any Richard Hart coin, then that increases the coherence. Would you agree?
Oh, of course. Also,
I
not
think the
only that,
word
you know, two hands are better than one, right? Right? Two glasses of milk are always better than one. So I find that, like, what better than to make Hex better, but to make its little brothers better, you know, like bring the whole family, you know, in a way. Like,
yeah, I think the word you're looking for earlier is synergistic. So basically, when for example, if somebody is going to end stake and on the new Pulse chain, and they're going to take some profit, you know, for example, what they would do is when you end stake, you're going to use gas, and because you have Pulse chain and you have stake some, you're going to make some from delegating your stakes. And then when they use the Pulse X, guess what? You're going to make something from Pulse X. And because you have Pulse X itself staked, you're going to get something from the incentive token. So you're earning in every possible way. It's really synergistic.
yeah, and you can get the incentive token and put it back and stake it.
Now, I was considering, before knowing what we know about Hart's Law, and trying to come up with the best game theory for, you know, what the fixer bot's going to do, whatever ratios that it creates in the beginning, and certainly what the DAO does in terms of, you know, now we've seen the topic right now is, you know, tens of billions of dollars have been sacrificed so that the OA can control how the incentive token is given out as a part of the PulseX DAO. And, you know, so when it comes to all of those things, we want to be thinking, what is the best strategy? What are the best numbers to use? Because that's something that as a community we contribute to the founder and to the community. So one idea I had was, like, is there a pool of USDC, or we'll just think of that. We're not exactly sure what that would look like on the Pulse chain side of things, but even if it's a pool on the ETH side, and then we get into like the idea of bridges, which is a whole nother mind fuck. But when it comes to, let's just maybe for a thought experiment, let's pretend that we had a stable coin on Pulse. Where would we put that so that it would support the entire coherence of, the bonded liquidity?
Well, you could put it as the incentive token. The only thing is you have to back it, and that's the problem.
Yeah,
in my opinion, you have to back it because it's like, well, where is it coming from? Where did it all come from? You know what I mean? Like
That's a perfect answer, because I did not lead you to that, and that was the right answer. Like, it's not really about the USDC; it's about the incentive token and how that's distributed. And one question I asked Richard in the conference was, like, would the incentive token somehow, like, if it was bridging in value from Ethereum, right? Because if you had an Ethereum Pulse pair and you had Hart's Law operating there, where whoever was creating that pool was willing to suffer however much impermanent loss it was, but if you incentivize people to bridge their ETH over to some part of the Pulse chain side by giving them the incentive token, it could very well be that it would only take $1 billion worth of incentive token to incentivize $100 billion of value to be bridged over. What do you think? Does that pay for itself, possibly, and under what circumstances?
but the one thing about me and Hart's Law is that I don't understand how bridging over a value, or how do you bridge over something that doesn't exist in an ecosystem? That means that the bridged version will never affect the version that is affected. So, like Hex on Polygon, when people trade the Hex on Polygon, it does not affect the price. Why? Because someone took the Hex, put it in the bridge, and left it there, and there's a representation that was created.
So that's what would be happening. Well,
I don't know if that's what would be happening, because I don't know how they're doing it, but I'm thinking, like, let's say someone were to bridge over any type of ERCs while you're keeping the value stays. Now it's up to the people on the ETH side to give it value. So it's like, well, we're laughing because it's like, hey, what are you gonna do? You're gonna make our coins invalid? How are you gonna do that? Well, you're gonna go to the bridge and say, well, forget about these coins. Well, then why? But if you do that, it's going to cause problem within the ecosystem, because then people are going to say, well, what about my money? You can't just remove $400 million like that. It's illegal, right? It's people's money. That's why Richard says that they're gonna get sued, because you can't just do that.
I don't quote me on this, but I think I heard a rumor that they had actually changed the laws on USDC to like address this. And I don't think I heard it from anybody in the Hex community. So I think it was just like a general news article saying like, oh, by the way, like, USDC on other chains, like, isn't legally required to be valid. But whether they do that or not, I think like what we're really asking ourselves is more about what we're talking about with liquidity than it is about technical bridging, because really in my mind, and I'm going to run this by Richard too, like in my mind, bridging is bullshit. And like, I talked to somebody who's like super smart the other day, about the technical side of things. It seems like you know, like admin key free bridging doesn't seem to exist. Like creating liquidity pools is a form of bridging. And so, I think all it would take is the right liquidity pools that make sense. And maybe it is EHEX and PHEX that create the bridge, right? Who knows? That's why we're brainstorming.
Oh, for sure. I think that, like, what people don't realize is that the only way for you to ever cash out from this ecosystem is to have people connect their ERC20s. For now, it's the only way. Until another bridge happens, which is Binance, but Binance is the same thing. In order to get your value, you either have to send it to Binance or bridge it to Ethereum. So the way I see it is everyone who thinks they're gonna have money. Well, where are you gonna cash out? You're in space and there's no ATMs. You have to take a spaceship and go back to Earth. You know what I mean? Like, it's people don't realize that the value, like Richard says, you bring in the ERC and pair it to your PRC because the bridge value shows that you have locked in this value in the bridge. It's like if you were to have one ETH on Pulse, well then what that tells me is that you went and bridged over one ETH. So there's one ETH in the bridge. So that one ETH will never be sold. Even if you sell it all over PLS, it doesn't affect the price of ETH, which is beautiful.
I think it gets pretty complicated when we're talking about bridging and liquidity and cross-chain, because you've got the term wrapped, right? So you've got your original, you've got your copy, and then you could wrap things and then have them cross-chain. But again, I would go back to kind of my newer thinking on this, that really there is no such thing as a wrapped thing. I mean, it's like an IOU, it's like a new coin. And so really all you're doing is creating a liquidity pool where you've got parked Bitcoin here and you've got an admin key and you're, begging somebody to give it back to you when you're trying to cash out. But there's like liquidity and value created by you doing that. But at the end of the day, it's just liquidity pools. And we could have a liquidity pool of iPhones and cars, and we could trade with each other even though they're not on the same chain. And we could value our wealth in and have those values move based on whatever the market makes the price. And that's based on what the ratio is of the liquidity, which is based on whoever wants to lose to impermanent loss is setting the price of the entire ecosystem if that's the only bridge. Which is probably a good thing. That probably means that it's cheap to make the entire Pulse ecosystem super valuable. If not too many people cash out that it wrecks your...
Well, there can only be as many people cashing out as people bridging in. That's the joke. So it's like, how do you cash out from the Pulse chain without bridging in? You can't. There's no on-ramp.
I mean, you could take your free copy. I mean, you could take your free copy and you could swap it on the Pulse side for whatever the bridge is denominated in, and then you could bridge that out to Ethereum, but you're going to pay the high Ethereum fee to put it back on the chain, or to put it on the chain for the first time, that value of whatever you're trading with the people who are trying to bring value from Ethereum to Pulse. And so I think we're on the same page there. That
100% we're on the same page. We both know that no one can pull out because it's not even about you can't pull out. You could pull out, but it's worthless because the only way for your PRC or PRCs to ever be valuable is that they need to be paired to something. So they're either going to be paired to the incentive, they're either going to be paired to PLS, PLSX, HEX, or their ERCs. but I don't see there's no value when they're paired to coins that are created in that ecosystem. It's the same thing. It's like saying, it's like you're trading apples with oranges. It's still fruits. You're not trading your food for something that's not food. So it's like everyone thinks they're gonna get their PRCs and it's like, oh, I'm gonna pull it out. I'm gonna pull it out. Buy your ecosystem. Well, no. How are you gonna pull it out? You're gonna bridge it over, and then you're gonna bridge over something to another ecosystem which is useless. It doesn't even exist. So it's gonna be worth zero. Why? Because on the other side it's worth zero. That's the way oracles work. So it's like, who's gonna create a pool for something that's worth zero with ETH? No one.
But
But
it could be worth something because
oh yeah, it will be. There will be in the
yeah,
future, but it'll only be there once someone puts the ERC over, because it's like it'll never have value if you don't bring it over. Because you could pair as many PRCs to Hex or as many PRCs to the incentive token as you want, but how are you gonna pull out? Where's the money? You understand? Where is it? No one sees that. That's why I laugh when people are like, they always come at me and I'm trying to explain to them how it's going to work, and they're like, oh well, I'm just going to pull out my money, everyone's going to pull out their money, and it's not going to work. No, it doesn't work like that. It will not. That mathematically cannot work like that. It won't work. It won't. That's why I laugh. It's like, okay, one day people are going to bridge in. One day people are going to bridge in. They're going to have to, because they're going to have, anyways, they're going to have to.
I mean, if there was a mechanism, if there was a send and receive function between the two chains that went through PLSX, the Uniswap type of thing, or maybe it wouldn't even have to be that. But basically, what I'm saying is, if you could create bridges in the sense that you have liquidity pools between your EHEX and your PHEX pairs, I wonder if that would make sense or not, from like just this. I'm really trying to understand and pick your brain about, like, the liquidity side of things, and like what gives it value is what people are willing to like put out there and say, anybody can take this trade, anybody can take either side.
No, but the way you're seeing it is that you're thinking of the value as money. But the thing about crypto is, even the stable coins is not money. The stable coins is a value. It has a ratio, so it's a 1-to-1. But the thing is that there always is going to be what you're saying in the ecosystem. The only thing is that where do you relate the dollars to? So the dollars are related to why? Because of the off ramps. Now, what's available from the off ramps? Well, the one thing that's available that everyone uses is ETH. Every native gas token is available on an exchange. So every mainnet has an off ramp. So every mainnet's liquidity was bridged in due to exchanges.
Yeah. So that makes me question, like, what if there were, and I'm just brainstorming here, but what if there were pools set up with, and it might be just for one pair, or it might be for every single PRC20, but what if you were pairing with Ethereum, which is backed by dollars, and then you're creating Hart's Law? I guess you'd have to have enough Ethereum or enough USDC to put with those pairs. And maybe that's what the OA is doing, or setting up with the DAI and the USDC.
So what do you think is going to be the incentive token?
What it'll be called, or what it will incentivize?
No, what it's going to be is, you think it's going to be a volatile coin or a stable?
I think it'll be a duct taped on shitcoin that people still like because it's a RH coin. And I think that the best use for it will be to reward people who are creating liquidity pools between chains, which I have not really heard people talk about, but it makes sense based on Hart's Law. When if you again, if you like create two pools and say people can take from either side, but there's an AMM happening, so you're going to move the price against yourself if you get too greedy in either situation. And you can withstand, but maybe you don't even have to withstand the impermanent loss if you don't care what the prices are, just that there's value transfer. So like, let's say that you have EHEX and PHEX. Maybe I shouldn't use those as the examples, but we'll say E-Link and P-Link, and who cares what the ratio is as long as there's volume there between the two, because it's going to balance itself out in the end. Or who cares? I mean, I'm not sure. What do you think? Let's take a step back.
Let's take an
Like,
example, P-Link and E-Link, okay? So how do you set, like, the thing that I'm concerned and that no one ever talks about is how much are you going to put in the liquidity?
like,
So what's the initial liquidity going to necessitate? Like, what's the necessity of the first liquidity? Because, like, yeah, okay, everyone wants it to go to a 1-to-1 ratio. That's beautiful. Everyone wants that. But the thing is that the first person to provide liquidity, what is he going to do?
well,
What's the good price going to tell you to do? You know what I mean?
I thought that one possible design was that all of the liquidity that exists currently would be harvested, right? And but the question is, what happens to that harvest? And I was thinking, if you can find a way to get people to create a pool with their E-Link and their P-Link, connecting those two, then you could incentivize people doing yield farming with their own free copy, and you could pay them in the incentive token. But doesn't that itself, if you're not just doing pretend staking, if you're actually creating a liquidity pool that people can trade in and out of, would that create parity, or would that create bridging?
Mm-hmm.
If you're backing your PRC20s and your ERC20s, what does that mean or do?
Well, the thing is that if you were bridging, it's like a double bridge. Like, the way you're saying it is that the only, because let's say you were to bring in E-Link, the only pair that E-Link is ever going to be paired to at first is going to be the PRC, because that's the only way to give it value in the system. Like, who's going to take their E-Link and put it with the PLS when they have a PRC just sitting in their wallet? It doesn't make sense. They have to create something for the PRC. The most important thing, like, it's not in your interest to pair it to another coin besides your PRC. Why? Well, because one, you're going to have a 1-to-1 ratio, so you're going to double your liquidity, and you're going to receive something for free. So it's like, at all times, you got this for free, so you got the chance to single stake an asset for free. Why wouldn't you do it? To me, it doesn't make sense why people wouldn't put it to the PRC. People are going to ask for it. Obviously, we're going to see it, and there's going to be a pool, maybe. I don't see why, unless there's like a DAO saying you can't do that, because it would be useless, and it would just create useless impermanent loss. Like, that's one thing too. I hope that DAO does. Like, it says, like, no, you can't create this pool. Why? Well, because it's useless. Why? Because we don't want it. It's gonna create consequences. Like, I would want that too. Why? Because it's like, it'll be better for the ecosystem.
If let's say I get my free copy of P-Link, and there was a way for me to say, I'm going to join the pool so I can get the incentive token, it, and I'm going to let, basically create a liquidity pool between those two coins, and then people can trade in and out of it with Pulse, right? So there's, I'm not sure if there would be a second, no, probably not a second pair, but there'd be some way to, even through impermanent loss, you'd have winners and losers. You'd have a price changing, and even if you don't have parity, you'd have people super incentivized to be playing that, right?
I
Or
don't know,
not?
because what I want for the incentive token is something that no one in the community wants.
What's that?
Is PX.
What
I
about
want
PX?
I want the incentive token to be hex. That's what I want. That's what I want. And why? Well, it's because the simple fact that the incentive token inevitably will be dumped. Why? Because it is your incentive to provide liquidity. So I'm not going to use my money so I could use money, right? It's going to get dumped. So then how do you counter the dump and appreciate, right? Because if you dump, it depreciates. And you need an inflating asset, right? But I wouldn't want an asset to inflate due to something. I would love the asset to continuously inflate, so like that it really depends on how much you put in, because then it's shared evenly. Okay, so this is why I want it. But the best thing of why I think the incentive token should be PHEX is because, let's say you have 100% of what you receive as the incentive, right? So let's say, as an example, I have 100 hex. I get 100 PHEX as my incentive. I could go as a game theory, right? And because I do it, everyone could do this. So imagine if everyone were to do this. I take 50% of my incentive token and I go stake it. And the other 50% I sell it. What happens? Well, I appreciate the price because I burn the coin. But what happens to my 50% that I'm going to go sell? It appreciates. So if everyone were to take 50% of their incentive and burn it,
the problem
and
with
sell
that
the other 50%, it would appreciate the price. They would receive money, so they could go and stake and make more hex.
Yeah.
But the thing is that you're keeping. So at the end of the day, if you do it that way, your incentive token becomes 150%. Because you get 50% of it is locked for the future, where you're going to appreciate in value, plus you're going to gain interest. And then that other 50% is going to appreciate in value, and you're going to be able to do whatever you want with that. You could sell it, you could trade it, you could dump it, you could go stake it again.
And in this model, what are you incentivizing? What are you giving it out for?
So it incentivizes the dumping of the incentive token, but it also allows you to appreciate the incentive token by keeping it.
Who gets the incentive token?
The liquidity providers.
For providing liquidity where?
On the DEX.
Between what pairs?
That
Anything,
depends
or
on the DAO.
whatever the OA wants. So, but what would be the best pair?
But that's it. What would be the best for an ecosystem where Hex is inevitably going to be sold every day? But it's also going to be burnt every day. Like, I know we do it now, but the thing is now, I'm sorry, if the whole game plan is to stake it and not touch it. But in the new ecosystem, why wouldn't you stake it? And why wouldn't you touch it? Like, I could use Hex for anything I want, and it doesn't cost. I could play with $10 of Hex on PLS. There's this new creation that comes into fruition, which is, what if you're giving the human the chance to press the red button? You know what I mean? On ETH, you can't press the red button. It's that or nothing, because there's no point of you taking 50 Hex and doing something with it. Why? Because you're spending more in gas than anything. So it's not worth it. So you could only stake it, because in the end of the day, it's going to bring you back interest. And it's going to appreciate, so you're delaying your gratification. But that's only delaying itself due to the fact that ETH is shit. But if you go and fix the fact that ETH is shit and you allow Hex to be like used every day for any purpose, like imagine Hex, you could send it for 1,000th of a penny. Why wouldn't you use it for currency? Why wouldn't McDonald's use it as currency? I could tell you for a fact, I worked for a credit card company and we used to sell the machines. McDonald's pays like maybe 1/10 of a cent per transaction or 100th of a cent per transaction.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't McDonald's take 1,000th of a cent for their transactions? It wouldn't make sense.
I think because it would wreck their own like liquidity because it's wrecking the currency that they're backed by, like in the stock market. But I
think the reason why companies don't take crypto, I think the reason why the only reason why I think it's not going to happen is because stable coins will not work unless the government rules it, and the only way
I want
okay,
to ask you more about the actual design before we get off into like the real world.
Yeah.
So when it comes to what you're saying about PHEX being the incentive token, I think that that's super creative, and there may be a lot of advantages to it.
But it won't happen.
Dude, if somebody comes up with really good game theory, it can still be implemented. What I'm saying though is that it would mess with the game theory a little bit of the OA really being able to control equally on both sides the the supply of Hex, and keeping it scarce and keeping it as a store of value. But here's something, would you be willing to consider another idea?
Yeah.
So like, what if the incentive token, we could even say whether it's PHEX or whether it's just a new coin that, is yet to be named. What if it was only paid to people who bridge in value from Ethereum in?
But it is. It like that I don't understand because it's only given to people who bridge in their value. Like there's two ways of bridging it in: sacrificing it or bridging it. It's the only way someone will ever stake or provide liquidity. So the incentive token, in essence, is already being given to anyone who bridges in liquidity. That's how I see it. Like I see it like there's no way someone in the world will ever gain this incentive token without putting money in. Well, sorry, actually, I take that back. You could faucet those free coins and then end up doing something with them. But at the end of the day, you're still using electricity and you're still using your time. So it's like you have to bridge in and you have to come in the ecosystem some way or another in order to get that. So we are giving the incentive to anyone who bridges in liquidity. The only thing about crypto, which I love, is the fauceting aspect of it, which is free, right? And that's not really bridging it. That's like you're getting it for free. So you could literally like most of my I'm not gonna lie, most of my crypto wealth is from fauceting. So
because like yeah, I think that so like impermanent loss. I mean, it's most yield farming is a scam, right? Because you're just waiting for the incentive to dry up, or you're waiting for.
Well, it's not a scam. It's just the last the way it they are risky. They are scams. It's very risky because the way it works is first come, first served, and the last one doesn't eat. That's how it works. That DeFi's are not. It's if you were in DeFi, if you started from DeFi from day one until today, it's impossible you've been in the same DeFi. It's impossible. It's literally impossible that someone's been using the same DeFi. I think the only DeFi and they're probably losing is Cake. That's the only one that since the beginning I know that would have been profitable for someone to come in midway. Anyone else, you had to have been there at the beginning, and if not, you lost money. Why? Because you just see the chart just go downwards. Everyone's chart goes downwards. Look at Olympus now. Look at Olympus. Same shit. It breaks when it can't give no more money. So it's not consistent. Hex is consistent. Why? Because it doesn't try. Why? Because it's at one point you're gonna have a 4% interest rate. That's how it works. Now we're lucky that we have 4. We're very lucky. One day I do see like man, the day that it comes that we don't make money off of interest, we will not care because the coin will have appreciated like how much. You know what I mean, Maddie? Like think about it. Like I think you could vouch for this, that your biggest gain is the appreciation of the coin. Am I not correct?
Definitely. Yeah.
So
it's
an extra that.
Where why are we talking about?
You know what I mean? It's like to the point where people need to understand that like, okay, APY is beautiful, but like, why are you looking at it?
It's minor. Yeah.
It's an extra. It's a bonus. It's a bonus. The fact that you've been there earlier. But at one point, even when it's gonna be for people now, if they're thinking like, "Oh, the APY is gonna go lower later on," I don't know if that's good. When that APY is gonna be 5%, trust me, you will not give a shit because the price would have appreciated. It would appreciate it so much, and that's the beauty of the consistency of it. And the beauty of it too is that it has it's good for it to go down 90%.
Yeah,
because there's cycles. There's cycles. You know, it's another beautiful factor, and you see it because the way you do your ladders and the way you explain it is that you're taking the hit. Well, I know it's you, but this is what I've understood is that for the first cycle, which is the first 5,555 days, you're gonna take the hit. So like that later on, it could be constant. It could just be a rolling boat nonstop, just like let's go one at a time. Let's go every day, nonstop, and I don't have to worry about nothing because it's like I don't have to wait anymore. It's just every day. My delayed gratification at one point is just gonna come on down. You know what I mean?
It's like the APY is the incentive token. It's like, it is the incentive for staking. However, the greater incentive is just protecting yourself from your mad gains. Like holding on to your mad gains is impossible if you know how good it's going to be. So there's there's an incentive mechanism at play there. It makes me wonder, so what if, and this is again just kind of kicking the tires and thinking about what the most valuable bridging situation would be, what if the main bridge was EHEX to PHEX and the incentive token was, incentivizing people for bridging over, even if but then that would have to compete with the APY that is happening from just staking HEX. And so you'd have a low liquidity and you'd have a high volatility bridge that people might want to stay off of. And they wouldn't be able to bridge too much value all at once off of the system. That might be beneficial. To have a super low liquidity bridge, actually. As long as people were incentivized to keep bringing value over slowly, but then you can't get it out all at once. So, and if you do try to impulsively get it out, then you're going to pay this huge slippage, which also helps to pay for, the slippage helps to pay to incentivize the people up to the APY that people are getting from staking HEX. So that balances itself out maybe in a way.
All I know is that the incentive token in any way, shape, or form will be used for HEX. So it will be used and it will be useful for HEX. So I would love for it to be the incentive, but a lot of it's risky, man. It's
Well, you could have the incentive token only incentivize bridging between Hex and something else.
or the other thing that I was thinking about was not about bridging. It's more about like that IFO pool that Pancake has, which is ownable and pausable.
I don't know anything about that. Please
So
tell me
it's a
more.
pool. It's a pool that you could, so someone could own it. So there's pools in the decks that allow you to put your coin in auto compound, but that's through the inflation of the token of Cake. But Cake also has this pool where you could put in an ownable token that is pausable. So you could pause the pool at any time, and you could change which token it is.
It's what and possible? What's the first word?
No. It's it's pausable. Like to pause.
Yeah.
Like it's
And then
pausable
what's
and ownable. So
ownable? Okay, all right.
so
Okay.
I'm thinking like, will the incentive token be used? So you stake the incentive token to get something. So could they do like a temporary pool of you receive Hex? Because if the auto burn of PLSX doesn't occur, which we think is not going to happen, so the 0.6% of each fee, which is 20% of the fee, will be kept to an address that no one should take anything out of.
I think it's going to be manually burned.
But
like
what if it's
5x.
not manually burned? What if it was used to buy something and then that would be given to the people who were incentivized? It technically is burning, but redistributing it to people. But the people that you wanted to redistribute it to. And then those people are usually going to be the people that are going to go and take that coin and stake it, which is going to burn it, which is going to cause the appreciation. So you incentivize something at the end which will appreciate everything in the end, which will cause your token to appreciate in the end. Because I find that the incentive token will appreciate too much if we keep it as unstable. Because people will dump it, but if you dump it and it's connected to every other coin, it has a ripple effect. But it's stable. It's at 1-to-1. To me, it doesn't make sense. Like it would make the whole system go bonkers. The whole Hart's law would go bonkers because everything's connected to everything in a way. As to the other dexes where everything's not connected to everything, everything's connected to ETH.
Yeah,
and that's why ETH goes bonkers. But that's just me, man. I really hope it's that. But yeah, guys, man, I just think and I smoke a lot of weed, so I have a lot of imagination.
So if you bought, let's just, I mean, another variable to throw in is you could buy Hex, you could buy P Hex, and then you could stake it and give that as the incentive. You could give staked Hex, so it's like more of a delayed thing anyway. But maybe you don't want to.
How do you give us? I would take a staked Hex any day. Are you serious? I would take it any day. Because if it's staked, I wouldn't have to pay for the staking. Even though it's nothing, but still, at the end of the day, you're doing thousands of stakes and it accumulates. No?
Yeah. I mean, really just brainstorming here, but trying to see how all these pieces could fit together.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the puzzle's already puzzled, man. I'm pretty sure.
I think that the more we kick the tires and brainstorm, the more we can be sure that the interactions are going to hold, because
in that extent, yeah. I thought you were talking about if they are still figuring out. I think they already
well,
know.
what I can say is that like optimizing things will probably continue. So, you know, I think the incentive token isn't 100% worked out what it'll incentivize because it's going to be up to the DAO. And so I'm kind of already thinking past the launch as to what would be the best strategy for the OA to do when it comes to spending the incentive token wisely, you know, to incentivize the right behavior. What is the ideal behavior given our understanding of Hart's Law and our new ecosystem that's been created? I would say bridging in value from somewhere else to support, you know, the ecosystem, but then how do you incentivize somebody bridging value in? Because every time somebody bridges value in, they're bridging value out as well, right? Every buy is a sell, every sell is a buy.
Hey, Maddie, have
Yes.
you heard my pitch for the incentive token?
Please tell me.
I thought about what if it were able to be delegated like Pulse Chain Coin is, so that as a use case, liquidity providers would have this token that they could receive a greater weight of value in the form of accruing Pulse Chain over time in a locked up setting. And the Pulse Chain that they're accruing by delegating their incentive token isn't accessible until the completion of their commitment. And then it creates, at least like there's that use case because you still have your incentive token at the end of your stake. Same with Hex, right? But your yield is in the form of Pulse Chain. And then that also keeps the capital within the system rather than having it just bridged back out because there's the delayed gratification component as you wait for your Pulse Chain yield to accrue.
How would you have the funds to pay for buying Pulse?
What do you mean?
Like, so you're saying that the incentive token would buy Pulse to give that as a reward, but have it time locked?
No, it would earn it in the delegation profit sharing pools with the validator nodes. So
But
it would just be a secondary.
who would pay for that?
It would be the proportional profit sharing. So the same way that you'd be delegating your Pulse Chain coins, then whatever weight of the profit sharing you have, the incentive token is like add on to that.
But wouldn't you be scared if they don't add validators though?
No, that would give you a better opportunity to have a longer incentive token stake, which is more time that incentive token wasn't being max dumped on the market, and gives you the ability to utilize fewer units to receive greater rewards. Same with Hex, longer pays better, within reasonable caps.
But does it make a difference? Actually, I didn't ask my question properly. Would that affect PLS in any way by stopping PLS to be staked?
I think it would make it more valuable. I think it would. I think it reduces sell pressure because if the incentive token is delegated, we can call that staking it. If the incentive token is staked, then whatever PLS it's accruing isn't sellable because it's
no. I'm meaning like the Pulse that wasn't used, that could have been used but wasn't used. What I'm saying is we would have to add validators, because if we're not adding validators, we're stopping PLS to be used. So we're reducing.
There's always, what do you mean, man? PLS is used on every single.
So I think I think the validators are going to do their job whether they get paid or not, because they're the largest stakeholders in the system. They have to protect it because it's proof of stake. However,
and the validators get their profit share up front.
No, that I understand, but I'm saying without having your idea, it's 100% validators are 100% PLS, right? And if you don't add validators, well, let's say then it becomes 90% PLS and 10% incentive token. That 10% that you took out, that you replaced with the incentive token, aren't you scared that that 10% is put on the market and that has a chance of that being sold, which will
You
cause
mean,
the price of
bro?
PLS to drop?
You mean like the 100% of the PLS that can be sold every 24 hours?
No. I mean, like, you have to provide PLS for like when you delegate, right? You have to.
Yeah, to
Yeah.
get paid in what, PLS? And then what
Yes,
do you do with
exactly.
that? You never utilize it ever. You don't have to utilize it if you get it through the incentive token, and you still have incentive token left over. But the PLS that you earn by staking up the incentive token in this hypothetical, you don't have access to immediately.
No. I'm not talking about what you receive as a reward. I'm talking about what, like, let's say I want to become a validator, so I put my money in the pool, right? So I put, like, as an example, I put my $1,000 in a validating pool, right? Well, that means that for now, the way it's working now is that there's 100% of tokens of that are used to validate, right? That you need to provide to be in the validator pool. Right now, 100% of it is PLS. I'm saying, aren't you? What would happen if we reduce that 100% to 90, and we replace it with, and we put in, like you say, the PLSX, right? So you allow people to use their PLSX. Wouldn't that reduce?
No, you don't.
No.
You don't let them use the PLSX. You let them use the incentive token.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You lose the incentive token, but that removes that PLS that could have been used, and now that PLS could be
No, it doesn't.
sold.
It's not like there's a cap.
Oh, you could add as much as you want. It doesn't cap.
What's the cap for how much PLS can be delegated? To each node. Is there a cap to how much PLS we can delegate to each node?
I don't know. Is there? That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. I've never been told of one. And even if there is, I mean, you just move the decimal point on the incentive token and ratchet up the math on the bonus for the time. The whole point is just to have a reduction of sale pressure. So, and then it has a lot of mutual benefits because, like, you keep bringing up the Hex idea, but Hex, operates in its own
Oh, well, I didn't know
world.
that. I didn't know that validators couldn't be maxed out. If they can't be maxed out, then it changes everything. Well, that changes everything.
What up, Maddie?
I was still thinking. Sorry.
No,
yeah,
you're good.
that's interesting.
Wow, Orca, that changes everything. Holy shit! So you could put as much incentive token as there is PLS in the validators.
You might even compete, man. You might even have whales buy an incentive token if it was the economically incentivized price for getting their best rewards. Who knows? Who knows what the needs of the
why do you
system
buy
are?
incentive token?
It would presumably be far less expensive than Pulse Chain because it's inflationary and it is going to be dumped to a certain extent by liquidity providers. But the proportion that isn't dumped can be staked for Pulse Chain, and the longer you delay your gratification, the more powerful the weight of that time commitment becomes in terms of the Pulse Chain reward. So
I'm like I love this, but I'm not sure how incentivizing it would be to have such a distal reward.
I mean, that's a fair point. I think it's just something that like scales with the system. So if you're going to have an incentive token that only needs to survive for like a couple of weeks, then I think you're probably. I mean, we just had Kareem in here talking for hours about the plans to bring over liquidity that makes sense to support the assets that they.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Like legit, I can 100%.
That's fair. That's fair.
Vouch, but
I
he
think a
brings
lot of
awesome
people.
energy, and
Yeah.
I think what you guys are saying makes way more sense.
Fair enough. I think there's enough people that have like their best interest in mind that'll help with initial liquidity for at least a couple of coins that I can think of for tokens.
I think you guys maybe give me an idea that I'll see if you guys think is valuable.
Yeah.
What if the incentive token was created as like a 1-for-1 for the amount of value that was bridged over, maybe for a certain period of time, but if it was volume dependent on how much value is being bridged in, then it pays for itself with Hart's law.
So back the incentive token by only back the incentive token with the pairs that are PRC or ERC.
With like the volume of people bringing in value from Ethereum.
So you don't provide liquidity, you provide backing. So you back it.
And you could
well, it's a form of staking. It's a form of staking, but you don't have impermanent loss due to that. You wouldn't incur permanent loss.
Well, maybe you'd have to if you really want it to be the type of bridging that's valuable, because Hart's law, it doesn't really say just like fake DeFi, like gives you value. It's only when you're creating a market or, you're creating a pool that allows us to know that people could take from either side, and that's what makes it real.
But you could create a pool to like the incentive token and the PRC. So if you provide the ERC and the PRC, well, it would guarantee that you won't dump.
But it's only volume being bridged in from Ethereum that gets the incentive token, as but it's only created kind of as a way to reward and measure the thing that actually brings in the value. And so you're paying for value to be brought in with something that is incentivized because, but then, I think that
you're incentivizing bridging over. So you're telling people, bring over your money, put it here, keep it, back it, and you'll receive this.
And then that becomes valuable because it's a measure of exactly how much value has been brought in.
Exactly, and how much has been saved.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess you would buy it because it's only as scarce as the value that's coming in. Maybe. Maybe there'd have to be a time component.
But then the thing is that there would be less liquidity, so the ratio would move more. Because the more you have in liquidity, the less the ratio moves.
That could be, it could be a good thing to have low liquidity, because then it discourages people from really using the bridge that much, which is actually important to have people bridge over value so they can get the incentive token, but then they leave it there because why would you want to go back and forth when the volatility is so high, because it's a thin pair.
There's so many things we could do. There's so many things. It's just what's the best.
And I mean the OA, could try multiple things, or run different simulations on the testnet. The OA could say we're only giving X number of incentive coins per pair, and just pick. We're doing E-Link this week. It could be that, inconsistent or variable, right? Or it could be something that's super constant. But I think if you're incentivizing bridging value in, if there's some way to isolate that, then it pays for itself. Like Hex does, it pays for creating the coins, increasing the scarcity of the coins by using the incentive of APY.
Just a couple of thoughts, if I could share a bit.
Please.
Yeah, a couple of great ideas. I know Orca's idea has been floated around and very intriguing. And my only kind of negative part about that would it might dilute the reward pool versus people who have valuable pulse against an equal token of people got for free. Um, so, it might dilute the rewards if they can work. But you know what? It's a great idea still. So it's certainly um, valuable. Maddie's idea I need to think about a little bit more because I think we're already doing that. If we're bridging, it's kind of the thought process to incentivize people to become liquidity providers, which is the whole purpose of the token. The whole token is an incentive to incentivize liquidity providing, so it kind of does the same thing. I was thinking more along simplicity instead of complex, because all of these things that we're doing add quite a bit of time and resources for design and complexity, which I'm not sure if that
Well,
has value.
well,
But
well.
my idea was, if I could just finish my thought.
Sure, of course.
My idea was more simpler in that, what if we just made the incentive token a set of people who would receive priority in the future for any potential airdrop? In other words, they either get the airdrop or become first in line with whatever bonus an airdrop would be.
That's a cool idea.
That way it's very simple. People don't become burnt about, like, get bent out of shape if they impinge on some other aspect of the game theory. And this way it's just become a potential. It's like a potential reward where people will say, hey, if I dump it, I'm going to miss out on a potential reward. And it could incentivize people from dumping it as easily as what they would normally do. And there's no design. There's nothing to do extra. It's just a potential carrot. A real carrot, but a carrot nonetheless.
All of these great ideas are like swirling around in my head.
Wouldn't it be better to reward the people that are actually providing liquidity instead of the people that hold the incentive token?
What if
Like
you could?
for the airdrop, for his idea of the airdrop, wouldn't it be better to give it to the people who are actually providing liquidity? Because I could just come in and buy the incentive token, right?
That's how you get the incentive token. You become a liquidity provider. That's
No,
that's the way it is now.
Yeah, but they said also that but if you could get the incentive token, there's gonna be a pool. Someone's gonna create a pool. Because if you're giving the incentive token that much value where you're gonna get an airdrop, then someone's just gonna say, well, I'll just sell it for more than what it's worth, because it's possibly gonna be given an airdrop. And then someone will just create a useless pool that'll F up all the ratios. Because everyone's now going to create a pool.
Okay, let's back up a bit. We got to understand the ways the system works. The X token allows you to vote, and the only thing we've been told so far is what it's going to vote on is A, which liquidity pairs get the incentive token, and B, how much they get. So that is an integral part of the voting of how and who gets the incentive token. So you can create whatever pool you want. It doesn't mean you're going to get any rewards. That's why you have voting rights.
Okay, but what stops me from making a pool with the incentive?
You can make whatever pool you like. It doesn't stop you from anything. It doesn't mean you're going to get any incentive rewards unless the people who have PulseX tokens vote on it. The incentive token is just that. It's incentivizing people to become liquidity providers. And the community might decide and prioritize what pairs they want more than others. And those pools might be incentivized more, or even incentivized at all. So that's the idea of the incentive token.
So for the airdrop model, where would the value of the airdrop come from?
When you say value of the airdrop, you mean what? We keep talking about this future potential airdrop. People try to buy PulseX with multiple wallets and trying to anticipate their involvement in a future set of people. I don't know what these airdrops are. I don't know if they'll ever exist. I don't know, but we keep talking about it as a community. And if in the future there is some sort of airdrop, why not introduce this?
I think it's a good idea, but it's pretty distal and vague, which makes it less of a motivator for some people. Although it might be the right people that you're incentivizing, that you want to be more long-term thinkers and not really care. But I think that it might create like a dump in whatever does get airdropped or whatever. Certainly worth thinking about.
But your idea of the airdrop would work because Cake does have a pool that technically does that, which is an ownable and pausable pool. So they could create a pool where you put the incentive token and you receive an airdrop or X token. I definitely see that happening. That would make sense. Just like how Cake works.
Just like to point out that we critiqued my plan for needing a requirement of time, and now we're pitching a bridge that requires a time lock and an airdrop that may or may not occur sometime in the future.
That's what brainstorming is just getting ideas out there and thinking about how it could all go together. What are your thoughts? Tell me more about the time lock.
I don't know. I just I think that it has a lot of mutual, like in my opinion, it has a lot of mutual benefits within the system. But there's still kinks to work out, like what's the gas fee to delegate and undelegate incentive token. So there's Dr. D. Raj is in the house. So there's a lot of like small math that could become really needlessly complicated and time consuming. So like probably not an effect. Like I kind of like Crypto Goose's idea because it doesn't require any coding, right? It's like the magic is just in the narrative. It's just like, yeah, value in the future. Don't have to code that in. So like that's a really slick way to present information this late, this late in the game.
I think the closer and more motivating the incentive token is to like having people bring their value over from the ETH side, that's probably a critical component, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where a lot of like initial liquidity desire is probably those pools.
So what if it was just kind of like how Hex was launched, where the incentive token is just like the only thing you can pay for, the only thing you can put in for the incentive token is ETH.
As a pair, you're saying?
No, like as it like if you send the OA ETH, then it will send you the incentive token. That's the only way to get it, is to put ETH in there in the system, and it's gone. It's you don't own it anymore, and it can be used for whatever.
That'd be a hard sell to me.
Why? Why? Because isn't that how you're creating bonding between Pulse and ETH? Is by getting all the ETH.
So you said this earlier. Why do you want bonding between the price of Pulse and the price of ETH? Do you believe that creates price parity of all the PRC20s? Is that the game plan?
Yeah, I mean it.
But then don't you have the issue where if Bitcoin dumps, Pulse dumps?
But Hex doesn't dump, and Hex freaking goes up in any of these situations.
Presumably it doesn't.
Well, because you could have its main liquidity with something more stable than whatever you're dealing with, and that's how you could ensure.
We still have a significant enough Ethereum liquidity pairing. It's like, how do we know that these people won't?
That's on the ETH side.
Yeah, but what if they bridge in? What if they bridge in Ethereum and pair it up with PHEX?
And bridge in Ethereum and pair it up with what?
With Hex on the Pulse chain. With anything, it would still be reflexive if you have your Ethereum and Pulse chain.
Then somebody would have to add more of something more stable than ETH as a competing pair.
So so your preferred pairing for Pulse chain is Ethereum, as opposed to like a stable or like a mix of stables?
Well, just like with the incentive token, you just like you want to bring value over, right? You want people to send some value, and how do you what is it you're competing with, and you want to get more, you want to I don't know, maybe it's the wrong direction or something, but
I don't know. I just always want to like avoid being connected to the other assets.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Dheeraj here again. Nice to meet Matty again online. But see, here I have like some sort of experience regarding incentive tokens, and just let me put in my 2 cents here. The main incentive purpose of the incentive token is to make sure that the liquidity providers migrate from other dexes, mainly Uniswap and SushiSwap, to PulseX. Why? Because one thing is on Uniswap you are not getting anything extra for providing liquidity. On SushiSwap, it's you do get, I think, some amount of sushi for providing liquidity, but the price performance is not very good. So we have a new token which you get, and if it is starting from zero, it is always going to be profitable. So that was one thing. And in general, on dexes, having an incentive token for liquidity provider also does one more thing, is to negate the impermanent loss. The logic behind it is that uh, if, if you want to kind of balance your portfolio while you're a liquidity provider, you if you remove the liquidity to balance it, then you are converting your impermanent loss into a permanent loss. That is, you are realizing your losses. So in lieu to that, you can trade the incentive token and balance the uh, your portfolio accordingly. That these are some of the things you can do. And
Duraj,
for
doctor,
yeah,
bro, where you been, man? We know this. We were just talking. Do you have a game theory to make the incentive? Like everyone just keeps saying this phrase. The incentive token will reduce the impermanent loss. The incentive token's value will provide this opportunity. It's like, okay, show me the value. Like, do you have a
actually,
reason that the incentive token has any actual value other than you just keep saying it has one?
uh, now if we really go to in deep philosophy, like does anything even have value or what?
Bro, get out of my face,
Right?
Duraj.
Yeah, but see, that thing is, uh, that's the only like it's like advertising a Coke can. It's sugar. Sorry,
Dude,
not
let's
sugar
make it
free.
what it is. Let's make it what it
Yeah,
is.
there.
It's a token that right now doesn't have a name, and in my opinion doesn't have a value. And I just want to
Yes.
hear where the value comes from.
So one thing, its value is going to be you will be able to you will be if you are providing liquidity for any of the pools,
Yep.
uh, you will be receiving it for free, and then
Okay.
you can use that to add
How?
use it to be a liquidity provider for that token and earn more of that
What?
token.
Walk me through that part. What does that mean?
Who's
So
buying it?
so so let's say I am providing liquidity for hex pulse pair, just an example.
Mm-hmm.
So from hex and pulse pair, I get the incentive token. Um, so from so I add that, create another pool for incentive token and pulse. So add.
But I think Orca's question is, where are you getting the value for your incentive?
I am providing it myself, right? By creating the pool, or whoever creates
No,
the pool,
I don't think so. No,
kind of.
because somebody has to buy it, right? Somebody has to buy it for people to cash out and make up for their impermanent loss or whatever they're doing. Um, there has to be a buyer of the incentive token. Is that what we're agreeing on or not?
So yeah, but
Why does
for
there need to be a buyer?
for
Why does
for
someone have to buy the incentive token? You could have the incentive token backed, and then you're giving it as a reward. Why does someone have to buy the incentive token for you to get it?
Because otherwise, it's not incentivizing to people because they can't cash it out, or uh, it
But
doesn't
that's a
add value to them.
so
but originally, what's the first thing? So we're buying the incentive
so
token.
um so the only reason to buy it would be to arbitrage between pairs. Like if you basically arbitraging between pairs, forget I said that, just because it has a ticker symbol and you can trade it, and its number will go up if you buy it. People will buy it, and those people who get it for free
Okay, let's
will
just take a
try.
pause. Let's just pause because that's the prime example of what I'm hearing every day, all day. People will buy
Yes,
it. The number goes up
yes.
because people will buy it. Just time out, D-Raj. We're going to address this because otherwise my brain is going to melt out of my ears. The number will go up because people will buy it. So then we can also agree that the number would go down if people sell it, right? And right now, the only utility that that sentence has for me is that it can be sold if it has a value. So why would I continue to buy into this thing that is coming into greater supply and just being sold constantly? That's what I mean by
I have an
wasting
answer. I have an answer because you're a whale, and it's incentivizing something that's so valuable to you that you're willing to pay for it.
How is it valuable to me?
Because it's bridging in some sort of value. Because it's
I can do that without the incentive token.
how?
Where does the incentive token get its value?
It gets its value
Think
by
of
proof
it.
of stake.
Think of it as
Postulating.
Think of it another way. I am not a liquidity provider, but I am considering to become a liquidity provider because I get this extra token. That
Where
is
does
what
the
we're trying
value
to do.
come from?
Exactly. I'm agreeing with you. We have to make this token. We got to give this token some sort of value so that people. That's why it's called incentivized. You guys can't just give it value and then
We
from
keep ending
there.
up on like step 2. It's like the name incentive
That's
token
right.
cannot even come into existence until the incentive exists.
Exactly. That's why it's called an incentive token. Somebody's got to want it.
I can explain that there are multiple incentives that validators they can get.
Hey Maddie, your mic's
initial
getting kind of wrecked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good now. Sorry. No, you're good now.
Yeah, like the initial setup is that the validators won't make a bunch of money from fees, but that they'll still do it because they are the top 30 wallets that benefit from the security of stopping double spends. So they're incentivized to spend a little bit of money on data centers to stop double spends because because that's in their best interest. It's proof of stake, right? Do people agree?
Yeah, I'm with you.
And so if there's something valuable, it could be paid for by whales if the incentives are right. And what I'm saying is literally paying to bridge in value is my understanding of how Hart's law works, such that that's why liquidity farms exist when they're not being scammy, right? I think is because people can make fees and speculate as to how valuable the fees will be. And in this case, the reason why the whales why they would see value in paying something for value for liquidity pools between chains being created is because when you bond two tokens on two different chains by saying, here's a pool anybody can take from either side, that creates value for both sides because it creates value for the system that trades with itself and kind of goes into what we were talking about earlier. Does anybody agree or disagree?
Well, the last part, because I really liked what you were saying. When you said that it trades with itself, were you referring to the incentive token?
So the incentive token might trade in ETH because that's what's valuable to people who would have to bring in value, or maybe it would have to trade in Pulse. I'm not sure exactly.
Oh, I see. Even like if they had to bridge back to ETH to off ramp or something, it's like that's their fuel that they would need on that side.
Yeah.
I think that makes some sense.
Yes.
But again, for me, it's just a matter of like I think that whales have an incentive to realize fees if the opportunity cost is right. I don't know if a laser pointer, this incentive token, I don't know if just saying like, hey, here's an extra ERC20 or a PRC20, I guess. Here's a PRC20 that'll go in your wallet for putting liquidity where you would have already stood to make the most fees. So like that alone, I don't think gives it the value. I think it needs to have a little something extra to it.
So what you're saying is meme tokens don't have value, but
I'm
see,
just saying that I think that it's an inferior design to what's out there. There's got to be a better solution than like
It could go to zero and stay there.
It's a redundancy measure.
yeah, but see, it's basically the people who will get it for free. How much are they willing to sell? And if other people are would like to buy, now why would other number go up is the only reason I can think of why other people would want to buy it. Maybe its inflation rate would be so small comparison with Hex or maybe other tokens. It may seem elusive enough, but other than that, whole cryptocurrency space is like that.
Like if it had a happening every 4 years or something.
It can, and of course there will be a DAO that will decide how much the emission rates will be. So people with PulseX will vote for whether they want to increase or decrease the rate of distribution of the token. And
did you see? I guess the OA will decide it now that I see that there's $48 billion in the PulseX sacrifice.
My theory is that it's just the OA has just kept that veto right just to prevent nefarious actors from like hijacking one of the pools for us, so maybe. But like it may finally decide, but I don't think it will actively take part in the DAO, except for making sure that the major pools, which are like Pulse X, Hex, eHex, these things get included in the incentive tokens. Other than that, I don't think it will actively take part in the DAO. And second, for the incentive token, like once there is a liquidity pool, no token can go to zero, like unless there is a rug pull. Yeah, it can go very close to zero, but not zero. And if you see there is incentive, or you can like what do you call compound your tokens, like if you have some pulse staked and you are providing liquidity, you will get pulse and the incentive token, so you can keep adding and getting more incentive token, and you can kind of that way compound the compound the number on your uh, inside your wallet of the tokens. By the way, I had a suggestion for the name of the token. I wanted to call it the carrot token, ticker symbol CRT. And I have reasons for doing it. Like one, it is the incentive token or the proverbial carrot. Second, carrot has its own emoji, and so it sounds cool. maybe
Totally.
maybe
I love it. That is the best name. And I've already researched this. There are like 4 to 5 different ways to spell carrot. Of course, the proverbial carrot is the most common.
yeah, p carrot, proverbial carrot, and yeah, and you will be by providing liquidity, you will be farming carrots. So that also kind of plays in.
Totally.
And other
Well, I
than
feel
that,
better now that we know what Daraj would name it. I feel better about that part. That seems pretty. Or it could be called Enigma. Who knows?
I heard that Enigma was like taken on tickers already. I didn't check that. Yeah, it looks like ENG is Enigma.
Well, if the incentive token is going to be called carrot, we know what all the sweet tooth lovers are going to go for. The carrot cake pool.
You guys are so lame.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to.
Thank you. Needed that. So the incentive token is kind of super fluffy, right? Because there's already an incentive built into PulseX, right? Part of the fee goes to incentivizing liquidity anyway. Is that right?
I think part of the fee goes to buying up the liquidity of Pulse X itself, doesn't it?
I thought it was both.
Is it both? What's the percentage that goes to incentivizing liquidity?
I thought it was like 70%, like 70 or 80% of the third of a percent.
No, 21%. 21% goes to the buy and burn. I think it's about 76% goes to the actual liquidity provider as a fee. That's what they get. That's what they collect. And 3% goes to the team, back to the dev team.
And so it's still able to be deflationary because
I think it's 1% because he said it's 0.21. It's 0.29. 0.21 goes to the fee. 0.06 is 20% of the fee, and 1% goes to the team, if I'm not mistaken. Not the team. 1% goes to an address that we should not. That we should not have any expectations of.
Is it?
That's what he said.
Is it 0.21% of the 0.29%, or is it 0.21?
No, the whole fee is
the total.
0.29. The whole fee, I think, is 0.29 because Uniswap is 0.3. So it would be 0.29. 20% of 0.29 should be about 0.6.
Okay.
0.06.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, exactly. 0.06. Sorry.
Okay. So there's already an incentive to provide liquidity, right? Just there.
Yeah, the incentive is fees. The main incentive is the fees. That's why people provide liquidity. That didn't go away. That's the prime reason why people provide liquidity.
Yeah, so that's for by providing liquidity on Uniswap, you are not getting anything extra. So uh, here you are being given this free token, valueless token. So you can even you get an extra ticker in your wallet. That's the only thing that it does. Makes you feel good or better than providing liquidity on an exchange where you won't get anything extra other than the fees. So yeah, that's my thought.
Mm. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's just like a meme bonus.
Yeah, you can say that.
Well, then does it need a more extreme name like Carrot Top or Carrot Moon or Carrot Dog?
Simplicity. We already.
All right, yeah, we already got the carrot cake. All right, I'm with you.
Yeah, because carrot sushi wouldn't make sense. You know, sounds horrible.
I guess everybody there is kind of sleepy. Can tell from the voice.
I'm not tired at all.
Maybe. No, I can. You may not feel it, but maybe.
I was kidding. I've been driving for 17 hours straight. And like the
Like,
last 8 or 9 or 10, I don't even know how long I've been on here. Like,
You're gonna go to bed, Maddie, and your foot is still gonna press the pedal. I'm telling you. I drove for 22 hours once. I went to bed, and I was in bed, and my foot was still pressing the pedal. It was
oh my
hilarious.
God.
I'm telling you, it's fucking. It becomes at one point you're just driving, and you're like, "Am I still driving? Like, how am I still doing this?" It's awful.
I'm 20 minutes away from Austin, Texas, which
Be
is where I
careful,
will
man.
sleep.
Be careful, man.
I'm
Usually
good.
that's. Is it? What time is it? It's like 5 a.m.
It's like 6.
Oof. Shit, man.
Yeah, but I'm feeling good enough to get safely where I need to go, and then I'll be able to rest before I drive another 18 hours to Vegas. Yeah.
are you in the
That's
DeLorean?
insanity.
And you're in a U-Haul truck. That's the best part.
Correct.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
The dedication is unrivaled, man.
Hey.
Unrivaled.
I don't know. I would say you are unrivaled, sir.
Dude, if I had to do this Twitter space in a fucking U-Haul, though.
Are you kidding? Like, it does not feel like I've been driving very long. It's so much fun. This is making it way better.
It doesn't feel like that because you're hallucinating. Are you kidding me? You've been in that U-Haul for so long, man.
I know, man. I know.
We got to break you out.
Yeah. I'm staked into the U-Haul right now.
He's on a Quattro Cinco cross country. That's tough. Yeah, man. You gotta love the 80 or so Hexicans that just pile in, just moths to the light, then they all just fall asleep.
Yeah.
If Matty wasn't driving, I would have sung a lullaby.
Thank God he's driving. Please never stop.
Yeah.
Put everyone to sleep.
No, we would have easily cleared out the room in a heartbeat. I'm getting excited for the debate. Day away, day and a half away.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to hear how Peter's not gonna have anything to say.
We'll see, man.
Everything he's gonna say is gonna have nothing to do with Hex. That's what's gonna be funny. He's gonna be like, yeah, but crypto does this, and then Richard's gonna be like, yeah, I agree with you. Those are fucking shit coins, and we don't do that. It's gonna be awesome to see. I can't wait.
It'll be interesting to see how much Peter Schiff looks into Hex.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. Is like, how much does he actually know about Hex? Because no one in the world really knows about Hex besides us.
Because he even specified in his tweet, like, primarily Bitcoin. So it's like, that was even a little telling, where it's like, I think Richard's probably pretty comfortable talking about gold, Bitcoin, and Hex. And it seems like maybe Peter Schiff is really comfortable talking about gold and probably feels he can fend off the wolves talking about Bitcoin. And then it'll be interesting to see where Hex falls in that spectrum.
Well, I think in a more general sense, gold bugs and crypto guys tend to have quite a bit of commonalities in terms of their thoughts on the dollar and fiat currency, and I'm hoping the debate is a positive one in that they establish some fundamental areas of agreement and then build on it as to what is a better form of money. Is it crypto? Is it gold? And the advantages and disadvantages of both. If they start getting into an entertainment thing, then I don't think it's going to be very useful, at least for us. Peter Schiff has a massive audience. I think this is a massive opportunity for us to not only reach eyeballs, but gain legitimacy in spaces that we didn't have legitimacy. And I'm hoping the debate is in that vein.
I agree. That's what I'm most excited about, is this opportunity for the exposure. And with two guys that are really brilliant, it's an opportunity to put so much positive content and quality content out there that it would become a force to be reckoned with. You wouldn't be able to gatekeep as easily when so many people are benefiting from the knowledge exchange between these two people. So I guess that's a good point to, even though it's 6 a.m. here, to shill if you would like to watch the debate, Richard Hart and Peter Schiff, go up to the tweet at the top of the Twitter space. It's the second pinned tweet. It's by Richard Hart, and it has a link to the debate. And you can sign up with a throwaway email if you want. But if we give data that shows that a lot of people requested to get the live stream feed, then we can use that data to help gain opportunities like this moving forward with additional speakers. Shows that the people are interested.
Yeah, I think they should have also kept in now I haven't registered for it yet. I will do it just prior to the.
Go do it right now, man. What are you doing that's so important that you can't register? It's an email, bro. It doesn't even have to be like the one that you actually read.
Yeah, but I'm just about to do it. Do they have like a? They should have had an opinion poll, like who will win on, or whether whom are you rooting for, kind of thing. So
Oh yeah, I bet that wouldn't get savage at all, man.
like people, at least the organizers could have known from where the traffic was directed, whether it was from Peter or from Richard, kind of thing.
Well, I think the link itself will track. Like, I think that link is specific to Richard. So,
are you talking about kind of Intelligence Squared, how they kind of poll the audience before the debate starts, and then they get the delta? Go ahead.
But I'm pretty sure the link that we have is Richard's link. Like it refers to link Richard. Like, you know what I mean? Like if we click that link, then they know for the stats that this was the link that Richard gave to his people. So somehow or some way, from the first person to share it, it went and it got shared to everyone who was part of Richard. I think that would be better as a stat to see where it goes, how it goes. Understand? Like, does it spread super fast at the beginning, or does it slowly spread? And then that's how I would look at it. Because like you always see, like when when Richard tweets, you always get like 150 likes, 50 retweets all the time. Well, at what point or what subject does it go over that? You know, there should be stats for that. I think the link will be able to track that.
This is different. You have to register for it. You can't just share a link. There's a link, you have to register, you got to put in your email, and then they send you something back. If you want to listen to it live.
Okay, when you click the link, it's a link that turns into the link, so it's being tracked. So the link that we click is being tracked before we register.
Just a little friendly reminder that this space is totally open to anybody. If you want to request the microphone, feel free and we can get you up here. You can talk about anything, doesn't have to be the topics up at the top. I am sitting here half asleep, so I will still see you if you request the microphone.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good, man. Hey, Maddie. Maddie, are you available to talk?
In just a minute. I'm taking a turn.
I'm just got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just about this double burn with PLF. Can someone explain that, please?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that because you cut off? You said, what do you want us to explain?
Oh, the double burn with PLS. I think K for K had a channel out recently, a video out recently describing it. But I didn't quite get what he was talking about.
I didn't get a chance to see that. I think he posted that a day ago, right? I didn't get a chance to see that.
Yeah, it's super recent. But he's always super bullish on PLSX, but he seemed bullish on PLS, which was interesting.
A double burn on PLS. Well, I guess he's talking about the fact that you burn, like, let's say you trade or you use PLS, like, let's say a pair were to use PLS, well, it would burn on the transaction and it will also burn on the swap, technically, because a percentage of the fee, which is paid in PLS, so there would be 0.21% in the swap that would be, no, sorry, not 2, 0.06 that would be technically in PLS, right, Orca? From the swap that would be taken and used to buy back or whatever. So there would be technically a double burn mechanism, but it's not. It's very. I wouldn't say it's certain, but what you can guarantee yourself is that there'll be one burn, which is the transactional burn.
Yeah, I heard Richard was on here earlier today. Where can I get a recording of it, or where can I find it?
I actually recorded it and clipped it. It's maybe like an hour and a half. I got Richard when he came in, like maybe a minute or 2 minutes after. I have the whole recording on YouTube, but I cut it up and I'll post it as soon as I get back to my computer, like tomorrow morning.
Okay,
If you want, I could send it.
where can I find it? Can you direct message me or something?
On YouTube, yeah, here on YouTube, it's give me a second. I'll direct message you. Give me a second.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Maddie, how was Daytona?
Daytona was awesome. Yeah, it was so much fun. I can't wait to post a video.
That was super cool of you to go there.
Thank you. Yeah, I am in the final minutes of my 18-hour drive from Daytona to Austin, Texas.
I'm glad you get to rest. You deserve a rest.
Thank you.
Hey, Maddie, I appreciate you follow me on Twitter. A while back, I sent you a video of a cabinet that I built. It was a Back to the Future cabinet. I saw that you were a Back to the Future fan, so I was able to send that to you. So I appreciate you following me on Twitter, man.
Was that the
awesome.
pinball? Was that the pinball thing?
The arcade machine, yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool, man. Wow.
Yeah, I build those from 4 pieces of wood. So I have a little side business that I've been doing for the last like maybe close to 2 years. So actually doing pretty good with it. But man, like once I saw that you were a Back to the Future fan, I was like, I gotta send it because I'm a huge Back to the Future fan. And when I put that flux capacitor in it, I was like, yo, you're gonna love this.
Yeah. Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, man. I still, dude. I just built another one. I have like a lot more that I build that I got coming up. So I mean, I appreciate you following me, man, and I'll continue to support you guys.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, man. Like, I appreciate you sharing that and having such a cool hobby.
Yeah, man.
Or
It's
business. Business. Yeah.
It's a blast, man. Because I'm bringing back a lot of people's childhoods, and it's just amazing. That's a great feeling for me because I lived in the arcades, and for me to do what I do, man, it's amazing. But for you to follow me back, man, I thought that was really cool. So I appreciate it, man.
Of course, yeah, my pleasure.
Hey, Maddie, I want to borrow that sports almanac.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's got all the future hex prices in it, so I guess I could let you see. Yeah, I'm getting all of the props I can think of. I've got a lot of them. There's still a couple more to collect, I think.
Excellent.
I got really tired of people asking me where's a flux capacitor, because people come up and they're impressed and they love it and they take a picture, and I have the hoverboard, so I got a flux capacitor. Yeah, got one now. It's got hexagons printed on it too. Etsy.
Oh, that's awesome, bro.
Yeah. So anybody who's in Vegas for the Hex conference here in just under 2 weeks will hopefully get to see the DeLorean and take pictures with it if I survive this drive that I'm doing today and tomorrow, or the next day, somewhere in there. Is anybody who's listening now coming to Vegas? I know about 550 people are, but I'm not sure if anybody in this time zone is.
We wish, Maddie, we're from Australia, so we're a bit locked out of it.
Well, I can tell you I'm putting a lot of energy into making sure the online coverage will be awesome and you'll feel like you're there.
Yeah, the last conference online was really great. Like literally binge watched about 3 days worth. It was over the Christmas break. It was really good.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, everybody did such a great job. I was really impressed too.
Yeah, great job with the organization, Maddie.
Thank you. It was worth it for sure to get all those great minds together.
Hey, Reiki, I sent you the video. You could start the video at like 9 hours and like 10 minutes, and that's when Richard comes in.
Cool, thanks.
No problem.
Do you mind sending that to me too?
I sent it to you, Matt. I
Thank you.
also wrote around the 9-hour mark. It's like 9 hour and 10 minutes or something like that, but it's around the 9-hour mark.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, you guys have been really awesome, making sure that I'd be awake this whole time and saying so many interesting things that my mind is still racing. You know, after the NASCAR, still racing. But yeah, I'm gonna sign off and get some rest here. But I appreciate y'all, and I'm sure I'll check in later on.
Yeah, Maddie.
Take care,
Glad
Maddie.
you arrived safely. I went to sleep last night and
See you,
I
Maddie.
woke up
Have a good rest.
and you're still awake and still driving. So carry on.
Stay safe,
Awesome.
Maddie.
Thanks, guys. Peace.
These are the rare moments where the radio silence is all I can hold on to so I can let my mind relax and not deal with the high frequency phone audio for hours on end.
You think Gary Vaynerchuk is going to be on?
Say that again. Sorry, I was taking a huge yawn.
It's okay. I said, do you think we might get Gary Vaynerchuk to come in?
Maybe. I remember hearing some rumblings days ago, but I don't know if there were any commitments made.
Oh man, if he comes in, that would be like a steroid shot.
Yeah, man, it's hard to believe that he doesn't use any stimulants. But that's what he says he doesn't. We have a knack for getting energetic, sales-oriented people in here that can just go on microphone tirades.
It's a perfect place for Gary Vaynerchuk.
It is kind of part of the system, right? It's a crucial opportunity to spread the knowledge.
Oh, especially for him, it would hit a lot of ages, a lot of platforms. Especially that TikTok platform would be.
They love him on TikTok, man.
It's incredible how that app is just so fucking amazing for marketing. To get your point across, it's so. Anyways,
maybe, yeah. Dude, can we just talk about this awesome Mega Man patch profile picture? Thomas Shaipior. I have no idea how to pronounce that name, but it's a dope Mega Man patch for a profile picture.
it looks like it's sewn. It looks like a sewn Mega Man.
It's very like, for me, the quality is in how low the quality is in the picture.
Yeah.
It just feels like they don't make them like that anymore. They don't make them like they used to.
It used to be video games, that. Huh? And then we were like, bro, look at these graphics.
Hey, nice. You requested the mic. Let's go, Thomas. What's up?
Hi, thanks a lot. That actually exists. Like a friend made that for me as a present. That's on my wall.
That's so cool, dude. What is it made out of? Is it cloth or are those like beads?
It is cloth. Like it's fabric. Like he really
Okay.
handmade this. Quite amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is it just on like a shirt?
Excuse me, say that again.
Is the Mega Man stitched on like a shirt?
No, it's on the wall. It's like I don't know. It's 6 inches by 3, I guess. Kind of.
Oh, cool. So it's like framed up?
Yeah. It's framed up on the wall.
Very cool. Yeah, dude. That's a dope picture. Cool little Mega Man. Were you like a big Mega Man fan? Is that one of your all-time games?
Yes, definitely. Like the second one especially.
Very cool.
Yeah, I like Mega Man a lot. Mega Man was a pretty dope game. The only downfall I have about building these arcade cabinets is that I get stuck back in the 80s and 90s, and I just keep playing these old school games. So my wife, she gets really upset with me because instead of working, I'm back there playing video games all night.
Hey, HEXORCA, was just curious, did you get a chance to look at the Vitalik video for the merge and the ETH 2.0 that we was talking about?
No, I haven't watched it yet. I'll have to use my laptop to watch it, but I have the link still. You want to give me the Spark Notes?
I'm sorry, did you ask a question?
Yeah, you want to give me like the quick version of it before I watch the video?
See, I'm not too technical, but basically what he was saying is that this year we're going into proof of stake, and the merge is going to happen between June to August. And that's what he was saying. And the guy who was commenting on the video said that basically he was claiming that ETH 2.0 is going to launch within this year, proof of stake. So I was curious. Then I went to the Telegram group for Pulse Chain Com, and I posted the video. I think one of the admins said that merge is one of the first few steps in the process, and this is still a 6-year roadmap. So maybe the guy who's commenting on the video got it wrong, and Vitalik is just sugarcoating, or like Kareem said, just from a marketing standpoint, trying to give some firm update, but it's not actually ETH 2.0 launching within the year. But it was confusing. I mean, because Vitalik clearly said in the video that Ethereum is going to go proof of stake this year. So was just confused.
I just had a thought, and then it'll come back to me. But my brain is jello right now.
No worries. And HEXORCA, just had a quick question on pulse chain, right? I remember watching Richard's last live stream, and he mentioned that incentive token is a priority for him at this point in time, and he's working on that. And the AMM board is more of a back burner. So I'm guessing then in that case the AMM board is already done, because he did make a reference where he was saying that it's being tested out now on the testnet. So I'm assuming all the coding and everything is done for that. So just in your point of view, from a technical standpoint, if those things are taken care of, do you really foresee a quick V3 and maybe a potential launch March end or early April, or do you see this probably going down later this year?
So I literally don't have any expectations. I know it's maybe hard to believe, but it could take like 4 years. Like I'm not sure when it'll come out. But I could also see it coming out in March. I could see it coming out in April, like reasonably soon after the end of the sacrifice phase. I could. But if it didn't come out, it wouldn't waver my emotions at all, because I'm not. It won't be like a red flag to me if April comes and goes and they're like, well, no, we have to make sure that this measurably insufficient thing is taken care of. It's like, okay, just deliver the right product. So I'm not sure what to tell you, man. I think the blockchain is probably a lot closer than Ethereum 2.0. The thing that I was going to ask you about your Ethereum 2.0 video was, didn't they say they weren't going to use that nomenclature anymore? Isn't it going to be like this whole phase thing? They're not saying Ethereum 2.0. So are we sure that wasn't like a clickbaity video?
No, that had Vitalik clips of Vitalik's video in it. So it was Vitalik talking, even though it was uploaded by someone. But Vitalik was saying that we're gonna do the merge between June to August, and Ethereum is gonna move into a proof of stake.
Yeah, but didn't they already say that? They call it like the merge, the verge, the submerge. Did you see that presentation by Vitalik? Like, I think even if because that was the whole like initiating step, was to transfer the system to proof of stake, which effectively like cuts off the long-term life source of the validators, or the miners, I should say, in the traditional proof of work system. And then they have to decide if they're going to realign with the mining system or if they want to F off. So even if they do like the proof of stake change, I think that's just like the trigger that allows the domino effect of the rest of their coding infrastructure to be put in place. So I don't think that even moving to proof of stake, like, would it be beneficial from a energy use standpoint? For sure. And I think that we're seeing tea leaves in regulation publications that are discussing about energy inefficient blockchains and energy inefficient transaction networks, and they're probably under more scrutiny than we care to discuss from day to day. So I think we're in a really strong place, because even with like the proof of stake change for Ethereum, there's still a lot of other considerations to be made, and this is just one pivot, and it's showing you how difficult it can be for such a massive blockchain to make these critical pivots in strategy, and most of that is coming from the political dynamics that form the infrastructure. Even though it's a decentralized platform, there are still a lot of actors that have a lot of significant say in the outcomes of additions or modifications to the system. But with Pulse Chain, we have some efficiencies that cut through that downtime, which can be a benefit and it can be a detriment. I think we have a lot more reason to believe in it being a benefit than the other. Do you think if Ethereum 2.0 goes live, do you think that they airdrop all of the Ethereum 1.0 tokens, or what does that look like? Is it just all the same stuff, but now everything is called Ethereum 2.0? Walk me through it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Not too sure, to be honest. I'm guessing they'll try to avoid the airdrop. That's just my take on it. Because otherwise, I guess Vitalik could have just forked the Ethereum like how Richard is doing it, and then probably built it that way. I guess this whole effort is being put into somehow retain the existing infrastructure, but also change it to proof of stake and then go from there.
Definitely. What do you think about like implications with regard to the regulations and how they seem to favor these proof of stake protocols? How does that make you feel with regard to like the future of Bitcoin?
I think the whole regulation talk has been going on for years. I mean, it's been since I think Bitcoin's inception. We've been having these talks, and usually they ramp up right when we're at the doorstep of the bear market, which is a coincidence. So I guess charts don't lie. We've been seeing the bear trend, and then like they say, right? Shows the charts will show you the news. Suddenly, we've got the whole Russia-Ukraine thing. We've got regulations. We've got all sorts of crazy news. So I think it's just that we're at the cusp of a proper bear market to settle in. And I personally don't see regulations as a bad thing, as long as they don't clamp down on people. I think as long as they can draw a thin line, a fair line in between, I think we should be good to go.
Do you think that the energy consumption of Bitcoin will come under any pressure from governments around the world?
To be honest, I mean, I think it's more of a narrative than an actual reality where governments are going behind it. I mean, because see, if you look at the other industries which are out there in the world, right? Shitloads of energy consumption has been going on in different industries, which I'm pretty sure far surpasses what Bitcoin is being up to. So I think they just use that as a play, a narrative play where they twist and turn it rather than an actual problem with respect to Bitcoins, because Bitcoin's gonna it's gonna stay, it's gonna have its cycles, but I just don't buy. I mean, I personally just don't buy into the whole energy consumption narrative that the media keeps throwing out, to be honest. I think they just use it to maneuver the narratives based on how Bitcoin's performing, but it has in all reality nothing to do with I don't think that they're really concerned.
Very interesting. I appreciate you sharing that.
It does seem like most of the crackdown has been in places that actually just subsidize electricity cost, right? They have low-income communities or industries that they want to protect, and they sort of subsidize electricity, and then you have Bitcoin miners coming in and using that subsidized electricity and printing money basically. So I think that's been most of the crackdown around the world I've seen. If anyone's seen anything else, that'd be interesting to hear about.
Tomorrow is going to be an exciting day, Peter Schiff and Richard. I think that'll be entertaining. Everyone get your popcorn ready.
The part I'm actually excited about is how Richard is going to beat him over the head with price. Because I don't think anyone's really, I haven't seen a live stream where somebody made the point to Peter Schiff, at least clearly, that gold has taken a 50% haircut over the last decade. And I think anyone who can land that point is probably gonna. I don't know. I don't know how we will respond. I know Peter Schiff has his talking points, but I think that's a pretty damning thing to point out. And I haven't seen the recent debates. If somebody else raised it, maybe he's already addressed it. But
I mean, this is my personal opinion. Okay. Again, just speculation. I'm pretty sure Peter is involved in Bitcoin. He's invested in Bitcoin and even other assets. He's just probably just doing this whole, I hate crypto just for engagement, Twitter engagement, and just, popularity. Because he's literally the lone standing loud voice, anti-crypto loud voice out there. So you always need, the good guys and the bad guys, right? When it comes to debates. That's just my personal opinion. Because come on, man, if you're such a smart man, especially from an investment perspective, you're not going to miss out on these opportunities. So, I just take the whole I love gold and I'm anti-crypto narrative of Peter Schiff with a grain of salt. I personally think that guy's happily invested as well. That's just my take. I mean, you can't be that dumb, man. I mean, you've seen a freaking 6.9 million X chart and you're not investing in that asset. That's just pure stupidity. So that's just my take.
I think you're onto something, man. I think he has some obligation to his shareholders to talk gold. So that's where the money is. That's where he collects his fees. But in the background, I think in the street he's a gold bug, but in the sheets he's a multi-asset.
Absolutely, man. And not only that, I mean, even if you look at the Winklevoss twins, right? Let's just take them for example. Those guys were in Bitcoin and crypto when Bitcoin was single digits, or I think just double digits. They've been into Ethereum since day one, right? So those guys have their fingers on the pulse of the crypto market, like since forever. Probably even we weren't around in the crypto market since they have been. You don't think that those guys have sacrificed for Pulse Chain, for PulseX? They don't know what Pulse Chain is. They don't know what PulseX is. Don't you think those guys are heavily invested into Hex? I'm 100% sure they are, right? They're not talking about it, but that doesn't mean they're not. Because those guys, literally their life is crypto. I mean, apart from their current businesses, and they're really, really, really smart people, and they know where the money is. So I'm pretty sure those guys are knee deep in old Richard Hart projects as well, because you cannot miss such an opportunity, especially if you're a crypto fanatic, right? And a big investor, especially those guys, they think really long term. Like they've been holding Bitcoin since it was single digits all the way here. Same thing goes for the Ethereum Godwill, right? That guy, he's a Genesis whale. So that if you're a Genesis whale, the only way you're a Genesis whale if you were in Bitcoin, because you traded your Bitcoin for Ethereum, right? So these guys know where the opportunities lie, and I'm pretty sure they're silent. Doesn't mean that they're not invested. So I'm pretty sure Peter Schiff, Winklevoss twins, and all of these guys who are ghosting Richard projects, but they're invested as well. Same goes with all the Furus, right? You've seen BitBoy Crypto talk about it on one of his YouTube videos, saying that, hey, I've sacrificed for Pulse Chain, but I'm not going to promote it or talk about it. And then recently we had one of the hosts around, we were having that Around the Blockchain conference where they had Richard on, and the host was so excited. He's like, man, I can't wait for Pulse Chain to launch. I've personally sacrificed. We're really waiting for it, and blah, blah, blah. So all of these guys, they know it's a full system state copy. They know it's an upgrade to the entire ecosystem, right? So they're not talking about it. Doesn't mean that they're not invested. I mean, that's just my personal take. So I personally think Peter Schiff's into Bitcoin for sure. Winklevoss twins are definitely into Richard Hart projects and the likes. I mean, this is not a joke. And that's just my personal take.
Yeah, I think you're probably onto something, because I mean, at the end of the day, all these guys are investors, right? And if you tell them that something that was extremely successful is being copied and made more efficient, it's kind of a no-brainer. Even Peter Schiff, I think after this debate, or even maybe before this debate, when he goes through and studies what he's actually talking against, it's kind of a no-brainer. I can't imagine any investor looking at it and thinking, "Hey, Ethereum is about to be copied. It's about to become faster, but I should run away from it." That's not. I don't think you're going to last very long in the market if that's the way you invest.
So yeah, absolutely, man. I even saw one of the tweets from Winklevoss where he said DeFi is going to be the next. I mean, like recently, few months back, DeFi is going to be the next big thing in crypto. And you had Richard comment on that tweet saying that, yeah, that's exactly where I've built all my products. So 100%, man, these guys are into it. Like if you and I are into it, there's no way a Bitcoin OG and an Ethereum OG is not going to be into it, man. I mean, that's just a no-brainer.
Oh yeah, for the people who don't know about the Richard Hart Peter Schiff debate, you should probably go to that link. I think it's, what is it, gocall.com or something like this? Oh, it's one of the pinned tweets probably. Go to that link and sign up.
GoCoEvents.com. So the second pinned tweet up at the top by Richard Hart has the official link.
Yeah, and I checked it out. It's completely free. They'll just send you an alert so you don't miss the event. So that's kind of helpful. So I would jump in real quick.
No, I definitely appreciate it. You never know when new people have come and gone, so it's just best to pepper it throughout every now and then.
Trevon's video was hilarious. He was like, man, if Peter Schiff is bearish on on a crypto, it's time to buy it. I thought that was hilarious.
He has been a good counter indicator, right? All his public messaging has been the opposite of what's true, unfortunately, for him at least.
Yeah.
The sad thing is, I did hear a testimonial from a Peter Schiff customer. He was, I think he was in from the crash period, because that's when Peter Schiff really got a lot of shine for predicting the 2008 crash, and I think he was talking about the housing bubble, and he was on a lot of these financial talk shows, and they were giving him credit for predicting the bubble, and he signed up a lot of people, and some people in the Hex community actually signed up for his gold service, and the performance has been so atrocious. The testimonials are so bad. It's just like, I've just been paying fees, I've just lost money. And then I moved into Hex, right? That's the story I hear. So I don't know. I think some of those testimonials may need to be brought up in the debate. And, as the person who's shilling this stuff, Peter may need to explain what's going on with his customers and why he's collecting fees from an asset that's performing poorly, and wrecking some of his customers.
Yeah. And I just don't get some of these arguments that Peter puts out. Like, for example, he tweeted about Hex. He said, it rewards the people who got in early. I mean, isn't that the case for every single tradable asset? Like even the stock market, you bought, if someone bought Amazon stocks back in the early 2000s, decides to sell it in 2005, 2007, but then you've got investors coming and picking it up, and then they sell it in 2014 or whenever they do it in the future. So that's how life moves on, right? That's basically the case for every single asset, speculative asset that's out there. People buy early and then they sell it for a profit, and then people buy it later and then they sell it later for a profit. That's how life moves on. That's how you make money, man. How can you call that a Ponzi scheme? That's so stupid. I don't know, man. That's why I feel that Peter's just doing that for engagement, and he's probably doing the counter thing in reality, not disclosing it to the people. That's just my take, because you can't be that stupid, man. Come on. That's basic rules of investing and speculation, right? You buy early, you sell later. So yeah, that's what the whole world is.
Yeah, and one of the interesting points about Peter Schiff's pitching, and I've listened to a lot of it because
there's no financial instrument in the history of finance where people have delayed gratification for so long. If you buy a house, you can sell it. If you buy a bond, you can sell it. If you stake your house for 15 years, you're not getting your principal out until 7.5 fixed. Get out, lose all your interest, just pull your principal. If you serve half your term, if you try and pull before that, you're penalized. And everyone else that did what they said they were honest, they get those rewards. And everyone else that did what they said they were going to do were honest, they get those rewards. There's no central counterparty. There's no company. There's no building. You're penalizing yourself. There's no central counterparty. There's no company. There's So when you have a blank piece of paper, you draw a horse on it, you now have a horse drawing. You minted it out of thin air. When you have a recording device and you sing into it, you now have a nice song. You create it out of thin air. All of the hacks gets created by you. You mint it yourself like a Bitcoin miner. But instead of having to pay for a Bitcoin mining machine and the electricity to facilitate it, you just run the code once and pay the Ethereum miners. And that code says that if I lock up Bitcoins and destroy them, and commit to do that for this amount of length, then I can mint for myself this much more. So
I guess I crashed in the middle of a rant. Oh, I hear somebody.
If you look at the price chart of Bitcoin and Ethereum from their launch day, we're doing nearly the same thing they are, but at a higher inclination. The chart will be up and to the right.
Hey, I didn't catch everything you were playing. What was that about? What was the context?
Hey, good morning, everyone. That would be Mr. Richard Hart to the mix of Steak and Chill.
Oh, okay.
I just had a lull in the conversation, so I thought I'd a little music interlude for everyone.
Hey, did you guys hear my Richard or Peter Schiff allocation rant, or did I get cut off in the middle of that? I think I was talking to myself for 5 minutes.
We heard the beginning.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Go for it, man.
I guess the main point or the gist of it was, I guess Peter has to explain why he's pitching gold, but he's holding gold miners, right? More of his portfolio is in gold miners than actual gold itself, and that was kind of the point I was trying to make. I believe this is true as of maybe a year ago. I don't know if he's, shifted his portfolio at all, but last I heard, he only recommended and only had, from what I understand, a 10% allocation to gold, physical gold, and he had a larger allocation to actual miners who are dumping the price constantly. So I think the incentives are misaligned, and he needs to explain why he's pitching one thing to his customers and doing something else.
I don't know. I unfollowed Peter Schiff on Twitter about a year ago, or 8 months or something. So I don't even want to check in.
I do not blame you, man. I do not blame you at all. I had to block him. It became too much at some point, right? I don't know. It was trolling squared, right? It was above and beyond just regular trolling at some point.
I really don't utilize Twitter too much. More so lately with the Hexagon spirit, but I don't know. He said something at some point about just generally about crypto, and I don't know. I never respond or get involved or retweet or get into it on Twitter, but I figured out how to tag him, and I said something like Peter Schiff is knows nothing about crypto or something. I don't know. I don't know. I was very proud of the tweet. It was one of my first real tweets, and I don't know. Maybe he was never following me or anything like that. But if I were to be blocked, that would be an honor from him. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna retweet it today.
Yeah, let's see what kind of wisdom you had at that moment. We'll give you a quick kind of review. But yeah, still exciting. And somebody was saying, we should do some sort of drinking game with Peter Schiff every time he mentions gold. I think that's a terrible idea. Do not fill up the emergency rooms in your area. Probably during this period, whatever is going on.
Who brought up the idea of the carrot? And I thought that was just interesting in context of tonight's debate with Schiff and gold, you know, because of gold carrots. That was kind of cool.
Oh yeah. You mean for the LP token, right? The naming.
Yeah. Was it Roger who had that idea? He was just talking about the carrot and the farming, and not to get back into all that, but just it just struck me like, oh, gold and carrots, you know, carrot gold. Interesting.
But yeah, very interesting discussion about that LP token. It's nice to see how you guys' minds work, and yeah, I didn't really think deeply about how it should function, but this has given me a lot of fuel to kind of engage in that on my own later. So I may come up with an idea and I'll contribute it if I think it's valuable. You know?
I'd like to think that all ideas are valuable, but in the human world, it's certainly up for debate. So now this community doesn't always stick together, but I really like this big table going here, this big family table. And a lot of these debates we're going to see are really in-house, and not a lot of other communities really have the benefit of that debate, even though it might seem contentious at times. It's still like a family table, and that is very cool. It's an honor to be a part of.
I mean, Peter's up against Richard, man. I think he's gonna get slaughtered tomorrow. Because no matter what you say, I don't think so Peter's ever faced a personality like Richard in debate. So, you know, you can't bullshit Richard, right? So he's gonna literally take every single point of Peter and then turn it against him. So it's gonna be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah,
I can't think of any who's close to Richard in terms of you know, at least when he knows his point is right, he actually does a very good job of pinning somebody down. So who would you rank as close to Richard in a Peter Schiff debate, in the like one of the ones he's already had? Like, is there any personality that comes to mind that would be somewhat similar, or has had success in pinning him down at all?
You know, that's the point. You said personality, because I've seen Richard have conversations with people on equal footing with him, where I much prefer to see Richard like on one-on-one with someone on his level, as opposed to an Alex Saunders or whoever. I don't know. Tonight's debate is less of a debate like for us, because we know we can just, you know, not worry. Richard can handle himself there. But Peter Schiff is more of like a public figure. He has a lot more like attention on him and eyes, and I'm sure Richard is smart enough to hopefully understand that, and remember that we're definitely watching, but more people are going to be watching from outside the community, and those are the people who are going to be judging tonight in other ways that I think we're thinking about, and I hope that, you know, pulls itself off pretty well. Richard is so eloquent, and I have all faith it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you know, I'm from a finances and marketing background, right? So the beauty of this debate, what I really feel is, it's really good marketing from Richard's perspective. I mean, for his personality. The reason being, if you think about it, right, Peter Schiff is not just anti-hex; he's anti-crypto, right? So when Richard is going up against him in a debate, he's literally going to have the entire crypto community, not just Hexicans, rooting for him to sound sensible and win that debate. So I think that's a net positive, because then, you know, that just broadens Richard's reach and scope, not just to the Hexican community, but to the entire crypto community. So I think silently all the furus and Everyone who's a big believer in crypto is going to be rooting for Richard and going to be on his side, knowingly or unknowingly. So I think that's a big net positive from this whole debate. And that'll be good, right? Because if Richard, not if, I'm pretty sure he would come out net positive in terms of putting his facts across in favor of crypto overall versus gold. So that'll just attract a lot of eyes and attention towards Richard, and especially on his social media, and people will really start looking up what this guy is about, and hopefully, that just expands our whole community and ecosystem. I think the debate is very strategic and picked up with the right guy, because you're going up against a complete anti-crypto guy. So you're going to literally have the entire crypto community rooting for you to win the debate, or at least, you know, obviously, I know for a fact that Peter Schiff at the end of the debate is going to assume that he won the debate. I just hope he doesn't turn from Peter Schiff into Peter McCormick on the debate, right? Because when Richard's going to be throwing facts at him, my only worry is that Peter Schiff is going to turn into Peter McCormick and just start screaming, scam, scam, no, this is a scam, without any logical facts being put back at Richard. So that's just my only worry with the debate, that if Peter Schiff goes down the McCormick route, then it's just going to be brainless, So let's see, it'll be fun. But I think it overall is just great, man.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. People will rally around him, and they have to choose. I think the whole crypto community is kind of positioned to push back on Peter Schiff. So, yeah, that's a very good point. So one person does come to mind. He actually just popped into my mind. I would think Sailor did some anti-gold kind of gold debates. I think he did one with Peter too. So I think that would be comparable in at least some understand. And the thing is, Richard has been in Bitcoin for way longer than Sailor, but Sailor's background is pretty decent. He understands stuff, so he probably was kind of a challenge to Peter and that other gold bug. I don't know who he was. I think he was a miner, famous miner. But I'll be interested to see the kind of attack that Richard employs versus Sailor's attack, because I think Richard at least understands the technical side maybe a little more, at least from my understanding. So I think the demolishing of this of the argument that Peter presents will be more tech based than Sailor, but we'll see.
A discussion that I really, really want to see is Richard Hart and Eric Weinstein. I think that would be really good. But yeah, let's see. Hopefully that's down the road.
What do you think about a debate between Vitalik and Richard? I think a lot of people in the Telegram groups, or I kind of just got a feeler, they thought that would be kind of up there with the Peter Schiff type of thing, a head-to-head.
Yeah, until the world sees what this stack is going to do, it's not a debate for anyone else. Still, I think it might be too soon to challenge, so to speak, because I don't know. My feeling is that this is. It's a marketplace, so intrinsically it's quote unquote competitive, so to speak. But this is sort of like an Ethereum helper. It's like a offering of hand. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing here, so it's like, yeah, it's competitive, but it's a stack. It's like an offering of hand as opposed to like a fist. And to just keep it a debate, I think is like a little too soon. Like to see what this does and see how it interacts with the market. Because still we're trying to invite people who hold ERC20s to say, hey, look, come over. It's like just check it out, use it, utilize it. It's better, But in my efforts in various communities for various reasons, even just trying to raise the topic is very difficult because everyone's so caught up with what they're building. So we're very focused on what this product will do and can do, and the projects surrounding it, the stack being built. But everyone's building that stack also. So it's not such an easy debate, because it'll so quickly turn to just I'm right, you're wrong, I'm right, you're wrong. Not even with gold, even just with competing stacks being built, especially as this transition's being made to proof of stake, which is not going to happen quickly at all. And there are a lot of projects that we've forgotten about that have been waiting for this time too. So not a lot of people are really even taking this very seriously. I tried it yesterday. Some folks were doing some minting on OpenSea, and I was just trying to tell them hey, by the way, do you guys care about how much you pay in fees? And it just didn't seem to be an issue. They were like, OpenSea is great. It's, it's the mainstream, where else are we going to go? It wasn't even an option. So just the context of this, I think, to make it a debate too quickly is I don't know, not necessary, because this thing's going to rock. And I think just letting it speak for itself is the most powerful, just like all this grassroots effort within the community. It's not organized. There's no front door. There's no office necessarily. So I don't know. Those are my 2 cents.
I mean, what I personally think
that's fair pushback. Yeah.
Like what I personally think is if Vitalik and Richard ever got across the table, I think they'll agree more than disagree on things. Because even if you look at Vitalik, right, he's ultimately moving to a proof of stake, so he believes in that. It's not like he doesn't. I think with the launch of Pulse Chain, to be honest, I think Vitalik and team are going to be more relieved than pissed, because there comes a point in time where competition becomes necessary, right? Because the team holding the monopoly on the market realize that scaling up and addressing everybody becomes impossible. That's when competition steps in, right? And that's how competition is created. And that's why I think Pulse Chain is being created, right? Just like Airbus and Boeing, right? Boeing can't have a monopoly on the world because they just can't scale to that level. That's why you've got competition. So I think competition is healthy and it's necessary. And I think both the founders and both the chains, and I think people at both the chains, I think once Pulse Chain goes live and then they start seeing transactions go down and Pulse Chain take their users and load off of the Ethereum chain, and when they start seeing the Ethereum fees go down, I think everyone's going to enjoy that, right? It's a free airdrop, plus now your fees are being reduced on the primary chain that you like. I think it's going to be a net positive, and everyone's just going to be happy that there is competition and things have improved from a technology standpoint. So I think we've reached that point in time where competition is now necessary, and I personally feel the founders also feel that way. So I don't think so. If Vitalik's watching, I'm pretty sure he's more relieved than scared that Pulse Chain is launching. That's just my 2 cents, because everyone's breathing down his neck on the gas fees, right? So if this relieves that pressure, I think he's going to have a more peaceful sleep rather than complain that Richard's forking his network. I mean, that's just my take.
Yeah. I think you both have some points there. I think also Soleil, what he was saying about, it might be too premature. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Probably a year or 2 into this, maybe they'll have a nice sit down and some tea and discuss what we've learned about tech and the technical developments. But But yeah, maybe too early.
Yeah, the greatest of stakes is going to be like a great statement. I think they're preparing to make, and it's going to be less interaction before that. You know, hopefully it'll be less seeking interaction with the right person. You know, instead of just sort of like sitting back and deciding, you know, who wants to debate you. I can see that happening that year.
I guess I'm just kind of selfish because the most joy I have with Richard Hart is in his debate mode. I've been asking, like I've been DMing him for I don't know, probably 3-4 months. When is debate Richard coming back? When is debate Richard coming back? So
when there's
that's a
someone,
kind of a self.
yeah, when there's someone worth debating, you know, like let's wait for someone worthwhile. I mean, I love seeing Richard destroy these furus, but he doesn't even deserve to be in the same room with some of these folks, you know. And seeing his little face on that box on, you know, around the blockchain is almost like, you know, he doesn't even deserve to be there, you know, with those people. It's
yeah.
Anyway, time will tell. Yeah, like organic performance is the best statement. Just need a little time. 4 more weeks or months. As far as I'm concerned, however long it takes, doesn't matter. The time horizon is what it is. I can't determine it. The free life market determines that, you know, so.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. You know, just got to get the bugs, got to get the stress tests, got to get all that stuff. I think however long it takes is fair.
Things have to work, you know, in the end. So however long they take, and variables will change, you know, environmental change it has to be intrinsically, you know, sound. And I think that's what we're going for.
Are there any gold bugs in the audience that want to, I don't know, do a little bit of sparring? You know, and they have those mainstream boxing matches. Sometimes they have the exhibition fights before we can kind of get it started. If you're out there, pop up. So there is an article that just kind of got published. It seems like Peter has a tweet. I haven't seen that. I guess it came out yesterday, maybe. Now I've officially thrown down the gauntlet on Hex, knowing that Richard Hart Wynn has already picked it up and agreed to debate me, not just about Hex, but about cryptocurrencies in general, Bitcoin in particular, and gold. Secure your place here. So yeah, there you go. He's pushing people to that link, and I think everyone here, if you haven't signed up, sign up immediately. Get that free slot and position yourself for a great debate. Some of the quotes in that article are hilarious. Some of the tweets. If you are following Richard, or maybe if you're not following Richard, you should join him on t.me/Richard's calls, and all the updates surrounding this debate and kind of the back and forth are there, so you can kind of see what's going on. And in that article, there's a final note. Everyone be nice to Peter. I debate him live in a few days, and I want him happy. Let all my arguments be new to him in a few days. He doesn't need your help prepping. He's owning the title of the nicest guy in crypto with that final statement, I guess.
What do you think is Shiv's right angle? I mean, like, he's a massive gold guy, but surely he needs so much buy pressure to like pump his own bags.
I think he's going to stick to where the value comes from. I'm pretty sure he's going to parrot the same narrative he's parroted in all the other debates.
Yeah, I think he'll try. But the curveballs, I don't think he knows about the curveballs that could be coming his way.
I hope it starts off like when Richard talked to Roger Ver in the early days, and they kind of start with what they agree on, and then they kind of go down to areas that they disagree on. Because when that video first came out, I was like, oh, I wonder how this is going to go. And it was pleasantly good. You know, actually, they were both very cordial. And I'm hoping it kind of starts off the same way. So hopefully they kind of start off what they agree on, and then, you know, go down the road once, you know, it starts to differ.
Yeah, I do like that debate. I believe that was during the big block wars, sometime in 2017. If you haven't seen that, definitely check it out as a warm up to get an idea of who Richard is if you're unfamiliar.
Don't forget the famous IOTA rant.
But yeah, I just wanted to pop in and you know, just fill some of the dead air. Normally, when we're in regular spaces throughout the day, it normally starts about an hour from now, people start waking up, they'll hop in, the conversation will definitely flow. And so if y'all have a certain topic or rabbit hole you want to go down, that's fine. I was just going to try to see if anybody had a recap from last night. I had to log off kind of early, so after about 9 p.m., I missed most of it. So I was going to see if there was anything interesting as far as people popping in or just subjects that were talked about.
I'm not going to sum it all up, but it was quite lively all night. Put it that way. Who was here? Kareem was here for quite a while, and Maddie was here for quite a while. He was driving all through the night. Shout to Maddie, and a lot of good discussion.
Yeah, I did catch quite a bit of Kareem and Maddie when they were here, so I got that part.
I think I missed the Kareem bit. I did crash, by the way. What was the gist of that? Was he covering the LP token stuff, or was it something else?
He was here for quite a while, and I dozed off for a lot of it. Not by subject, just it was nighttime. And although I am quite the insomniac these days, I actually did sleep last night, so it was nice. But no, it was a variety of topics. Maybe someone else can summarize or continue some of the conversation. That's very interesting stuff. And I'm glad, and I'm so glad Maddie made it safely. I think this room helped keep him awake. He was driving into Austin through the night, so glad he arrived safely.
Yeah, the part that I caught was basically shiny objects is what Kareem and Maddie talked about quite a bit. I know some people asked him what he thought about certain projects, if he was going to claim said projects, and he was kind of explaining the difference between claiming and sacrificing and shiny objects and what the overall goal is with the ecosystem that we're in. And that took up a lot of the conversation. So if he talked about anything other than that, I missed it. But most of what I heard Kareem talked about kind of dealt with those things.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I would recommend the main three shiny objects you should be looking at, or maybe you shouldn't even call them shiny objects. But yeah, the Richard Hart projects, I think, are kind of a slam dunk. I don't think you should be too adventurous if you haven't been in this space for a few cycles. Just stick to, the project that has a founder with a proven track record. I think that's a safe position to be in.
Yeah, and I think he was just basically taking, and he wasn't necessarily doing any bashing or anything like that. He definitely stayed cordial, but there's nothing wrong with the wait and see approach, and I just think that's what he was trying to hammer home a little bit, to where you don't have to be the first one in line. You can kind of just wait, see what happens, and if it piques your interest then or what have you, then that's okay. But just wait and see what happens. There's no reason to rush.
Yeah. I did catch the part where Richard was talking about the bugs and, after this OpenSea thing, and I mean, all the other exploits and things, move slow, don't break things. It's a good motto. Don't try the Facebook thing. Move fast, break things with other people's money. So I think Richard said 60% of these projects will have bugs, or any projects on the blockchain will have bugs. I'm thinking closer to 80 or 90%. So yeah, just be cautious, and kind of time is a good indicator, or time is a good what's the word I'm looking for? Test, I guess. So no need to rush. I think I agree with you. What do you guys think about that OpenSea kind of debacle? Any thoughts? Any interesting opinions?
Yeah. It's kind of lowering the volume on Ethereum right now.
One thing I did hear was one of the, I believe, creators, or one of the person who had one of the people who had a lot of NFTs in their portfolio is now suing OpenSea. I'm not sure if they're liable, or who's liable in this. I think it was their contract that malfunctioned. I believe they salted something wrong in the brief piece of code, the small piece of code I saw. I'm not sure if that was accurate or not, but
yeah,
it did look like OpenSea messed up with their contract. It wasn't a phishing attack like they claimed. At least that's the last I heard.
I mean, it could be both. You know, could be a planned attack that, you know, they figured out a way in.
Well, I don't know much about NFTs, but somebody came in one of these spaces like a week ago, and I think a Bored Ape, or one of the, maybe it was a punk or something, but one of the valuable ones got hacked, and they basically just deleted the NFT out of the hacker's account, and just reprinted another one. Can they not do that in this case? Is it different, or what's going on with that? Because I was kind of, I was saying it's kind of cool that, you could delete it from the hacker's wallet and just reprint one, but it's also not cool because that's not crypto. And then they were talking about houses, and I was like, so you could just buy a house, somebody can just delete it and say, no, it's not your house, now it's my house. That's kind of weird, but anyway, that's all I got.
I think it's called a screenshot.
Yeah, I haven't looked closely at those contracts, but I guess it might be the admin key thing. Like, potentially some of those NFTs are made without admin keys, and some are, maybe, I'm guessing. And yeah, if you have the admin keys, I guess you don't really own your NFT if the founder thinks you don't. So that's something to look out for. I have to investigate more. I'm not sure about this. Does anyone know more about NFTs, and if what I said is true?
Well, so do you own your NFT if someone else hosts it? Seems like a fundamental question.
Well, you definitely don't own the picture, but I guess you would own the serial number.
The loosely related serial number.
So that lawsuit kind of just goes out the window if they're admin keys, right? They just create a new one and business as usual. Fix
Yeah,
the
it's called
contract later.
screenshot recovery.
The thing you did say about it not being crypto, to be able to confiscate assets that way, yeah, you're right, though. I will second that.
I mean, they could do the same thing with USDC, so by that definition, it's probably like one crypto. Even Ethereum got rolled back. Is that crypto?
Or at least that's not what we want crypto to be, I think. The people who understand the true use case and the importance of this ecosystem, Hey, by the way, if I'm interrupting anybody, it's I don't have these advanced sort of stability that Orca has on his devices. I just crash randomly in these spaces, so I apologize if I'm interrupting anybody.
So far, so good.
So as far as debate history goes, some of my favorite debates, some of the new guys here might not have seen. These ones happened, I believe, in 2016, 2017, and 2018. I would recommend the Roger Ver one that was mentioned as kind of a warm up if you want to check it out. I would recommend the Rhett Creighton one, who was the founder of Bitcoin Private. I would recommend there was one guy who had, for some reason, he was wearing safety glasses during the whole debate. I guess he was somewhat afraid of Richard or something. Is that, maybe somebody knows the name, but I think that's another one that's kind of interesting to see how Richard engages with somebody who's, I think, just operating in bad faith. the guy put on the safety glasses for a reason. He should have put on a face shield too, because he came to fight, and it was obvious from the beginning. But it was interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, I thought the conversation he was going to have with that, I don't know how to say his last name. I think it's like Stefan Lagara or something like that. And it was interesting, but the dude's audio sucked. And so I'd sent him a tweet a couple months ago. Would he be interested in a part two? It was basically a Bitcoin debate. And if you could make it through the other guy's audio, it was a pretty good combo. But there for a couple parts, I mean, it was just awful.
Safety glasses guy. Find his name. Oh, this thing is freezing again. Bye bye.
Does anybody have like a recommendation for one of Peter Schiff's best debates? Guess I got a DYOR.
How's everybody doing this morning though?
Pretty good, man. I got to do some training today, so I'm going to make them do most of the work, and I'm going to listen on Twitter Spaces as I watch them do that work.
Dude, IRL people hate Twitter Spaces so much. It's so funny, dude. Way to like get all your like coworkers mad at you, just like talking Twitter Spaces in the office. You want to get your family mad, just talking Twitter Spaces while you're walking around the house. Like, it's so funny. My own experience so far with these.
Watch when they explode, though, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Oh no, they're exploding and they're awesome. You got to be conscientious. Like, if you're like right near somebody and you're talking in Spaces, it's
No,
really
you
annoying to
know what
them.
they need to do? They just need to add a mute button so where you can mute everything. Like, I find cutting the volume all the way down doesn't actually work. People
No, so I
who
mean,
talk,
I'm talking about like for people like I'm here in the space, and if I'm like my friend's over, I'm not gonna like be in a space while he's hanging out with me. You know what I mean? Like somebody like in real life around you. Like what
yeah, I would
what Skip is
if they
saying.
had a
Like he's
mute button. I mean, if I could just mute you guys and walk away, yeah. But I
Oh,
can't.
I see what
It's
you're
like
saying.
talking
So
in the
you can.
background.
So it's weird. On one of my phones, I can actually do that. I can bring the volume all the way to 0, and then on my other phone, I can just bring it super low. I don't know why. They're both iPhones.
Ah, that's why I can do that on my Android. Yeah, see, it's like that for me as well, but
Yeah, weird,
my
huh?
Android does it. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's why I like normally, around 6 or 7 o'clock, I go ahead and log off. I don't try to do the low volume thing once the wife and the kiddo get here.
Yeah.
I've been in the space before, and daughter's like, "Dad, Dad," while I'm trying to talk. I'm just trying to hang out with them at that point. But during kind of work stuff, I don't really care, especially during training. And not to sound rude, but once you've been in business for a while, I mean, you see so many new faces. I don't try to get to know everybody's life story the first couple days, because if they don't show up 2 weeks later, then it was kind of for no reason. So I kind of take that approach kind of slow personally, but anyway,
Totally.
it is what it is.
Well, you're the
totally
boss,
agree.
right, Skippa? Like you're like the person in charge, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that's its own thing. I was saying like in my space yesterday, like I don't really like offices, but I think I'm gonna start going to an office just for like spaces and my other work.
Hey guys, I'm just curious if anybody's thought about Hedron at all. I'm a Richard Hart Maxi, but and not really interested in anybody's getting involved in any of the projects other than going in and possibly collecting the free coins. And Hedron seems to be on face value going in after they launch and linking up the stakes and collecting the coins for time served on the surface seems maybe pretty safe. Just curious of what everybody's thoughts are.
Be careful where you connect your wallet. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, the Hedron conversation came up earlier. I think Kareem had some choice opinions about it. He considers himself the protector of the community, I guess. So he's advising everyone to sort of be very wary. But Hedron is
Well,
Hedron
follow the
is
money though. Who does Kareem work for? Staker app.
without getting into that and without getting into
Well, if you're going
thinks
to
what.
talk about his opinion having validity, you got to think about what his motivations are.
I'm not implying that Kareem doesn't have his opinion doesn't have validity, but I'm not implying right now that it does. Just trying to understand where Kareem's coming from takes about 5 hours. So that being said, just saying that he was on earlier, telling folks to sort of be wary of that and always watch where you connect and confirm your transactions wherever you are at all times. Just go very slowly. But no, I don't know. Hedron is a community project, and once again, we're graced with in-house development. And do your own research. That's simply put. We're blessed to have a stack being built and a lot of people contributing that were invited to contribute. And this is a stack. Is it going to be a ghost stack? I don't think so. To see this in-house development is really cool, because if it's going to be successful, more will come. And if you're going to connect to any wallet, I'd like to see folks have faith where they're going, and I have faith in this community to help build the stack.
So I think it's funny when people say in the spaces to do your own research, because people are coming here to do research. So it's kind of funny to me to even say that. Of course, do your own research, but like come to the spaces, ask us questions. We've done research. Not that it's going to replace your own, but we could help point you in the right direction. Yeah, I think Richard's opinion makes the most sense when he talks about any of these projects. He can just talk about them holistically, in the sense that if they bring in new users to the ecosystem, then they're welcome. And if they take money that would have gone into Hex from Hexagon pockets, then he doesn't support it. So he's just a businessman. And that makes total sense to me. And anybody that's going to give you advice, you got to look at what their motivations are. Because if they work at Staker app, or they, depending on where they hold their bags, that's going to completely determine the direction they push you in. Lastly, I'll just say that Hedron is only interesting to Hex stakers right now. The only people that can mint it are people that have already staked Hex, which means they own Hex shares. So if you don't own any Hex shares, Hedron is something to look forward to when you do end up buying into Hex.
Yeah, copy all that. I agree with everything that's being said. I do have several stakes, and I guess that's the one underlying question I had in my head was, we connect our wallet to the leaderboard, we connect our wallet to other things, and I guess the only concern I had in my head is if we connect our wallet to Hedron and try to claim the coins for the stakes, that's like putting a tire clamp on someone's car when they get a parking ticket. That kind of puts a clamp on that stake, and if something fucks up and you can't get that stake, that's the only glitch in my head I'm thinking about, that if something goes south or goes wrong with the code and you can't, and your stake gets locked up because of some kind of malfunction on their end, then that's a problem. But
well, I think a good thing.
The initial thing doesn't risk your stakes, though. Like in the sense that, like, it's not like they can take any control. All you're doing is, it should be read only. Again, verify this. But as long as it's read only, all it's doing is confirming the fact that you own your T-shares, that you own the shares, and that's what gives you the right to then mint your tokens. It won't be until the encapsulated stakes in the HSI that you're actually risking any T-shares.
Yeah, that's true. And the only caveat that I would add is, some of these addresses are publicly known as far as Godwell, as far as some of the daughter addresses. And so, you could say to yourself, what might be a good idea to do to transition myself for Pulse Chain? Well, you might want to look at the sacrifice address. What are they doing? Are they holding USDC? Are they holding DAI? Did they switch to something else? You might want to look at these addresses and see what bigger players are doing. What's Godwell doing to position himself? Do they claim Hedron? Does the daughter addresses claim Hedron? And I think that was kind of Kareem's point, to where he has a lot of T-shares. So a 10x bonus to him is not going to matter. If he gets a 6x bonus, he's going to be just fine. And if it's 10 days for each one, that gives him 2 months to let other people do the early claim first, see does it work, see what happens. And so, that's the only thing that I would say is, if the person that you quote unquote trust or has opinions that you value, then those addresses are public and you can see what they're doing. And that was just my only worry about Hedron, because if Richard or somebody with a lot of T-shares doesn't like it, they can get a lot of these coins and hurt the price for a long time. But I don't necessarily want to go down the rabbit hole too far, but that's all I have.
Yeah, it makes sense. I guess one last question. But Hedron's using, to my understanding, they're using your stakes as collateral, because you can't end stake your stake until you cash in the coins, which means that gives Hedron a heads up. Okay, we can no longer use this stake as a collateral in their system. So so in my mind, in theory, they are putting yes, we own the stakes. They stay in our wallet. They don't go anywhere. They're verifying it, but you do have to cash in those coins before you can end stake. That takes the clamp off from it in my head. So I guess in theory, there could be there's a little bit of danger there if the cashing in of the coin doesn't work. Of course, we can worry about an asteroid hitting the Earth too, but that's just what I was thinking.
Well, yeah, so even if there aren't any technical issues, assuming everything works perfectly, flawlessly, the way it's intended, it's still a risk, right? Because you're collateralizing, you're taking, an asset, a really good asset, a T-share, one of the best, and you're giving it, to somebody else. And yeah, so I've definitely undecided whether I'll ever even use that, but free coins are tempting. So, but I doubt I'll claim all the tokens possible because it's a new thing and I'd rather be cautious.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem. I know that so if you use the Staker app to stake, then it'll be a little more complicated if you want to claim Hedron with those stakes. Otherwise, it's quite simple. And Hedron's also in the Pulse testnet right now, so you can test it all out, claim your Hedron, mint your Hedron, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with waiting and seeing. I know there was a project before that did an airdrop to everybody that had stakes, and I didn't claim it. And you can pull up the chart, which I'm not going to say the name, so I'm kind of being facetious when I say that, but it's a death chart, and so I didn't miss out by not claiming those tokens. Hopefully, this is different, and hopefully, it'll onboard users. But I'm definitely not in a position yet to say one way or the other.
I think they rugged that one twice, right?
Yeah, it and I kind of agree with Richard, a little bit on this, and I've kind of said this before, and not directed at anybody, and that's one thing that Kareem said, and that I definitely agree with. Alex asked Richard, his thoughts, and if he hated it, he'd cancel it. He did get audits. I mean, there are positive things that he's done without a doubt. But I just think overall, and not even that project specifically, just because somebody says that they've been in Hex for a certain amount of time or what have you, it doesn't mean that it's going to work, that there's not bugs in it, that they have the right intentions as a whole. And so I think vetting these projects in Twitter space is a good thing. It doesn't mean that somebody has to be right or wrong. It's just doing your due diligence and just being careful, because there's a lot of things that happen in crypto unintentionally, unforeseen issues. And when it comes to your money, you just don't want to give it away willy-nilly.
Yeah, good point, Jay Future, about do your own research, and yeah, I mean, not sending people away or
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, leave the space to go do your research. Like, what?
no. Well, no. We're here to say we'll go to this site and come back.
Totally. Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. We're helping with the research.
Stay in the conversation and log on and let's talk about it. And that's one of the things. I mean, we haven't. I mean, hey, we're still waiting for a lot of things to actualize. But one of the really cool things about this community, and specifically, for example, Hedron, in this conversation right now, you can go and find the folks who are building this and ask them questions directly. I mean, it's great to discuss it here. I'd welcome all questions, and this is the place. This is one of the places, but we are so accessible here, generally in the Hex community, and all the branches that are growing. Folks are accessible. You can read about it, pre-launch of the pre-launch, and make a decision. And it's a very good point to be protective of the cornerstone of the project. Let's not forget. Yeah, but there's a lot of good development and a lot of good people that are working hard to, as I said, build out this stack. But folks should definitely be wary before it's built and before things are operating in general. It's the time of the HEXORCA or something like that. But there are a lot of people that are making some of these projects, and they have been working on Hex previously and with Richard directly. So, tread lightly, but look closer.
Absolutely. And the last thing I'll say is, I don't know for sure. I think the audit has came back and everything's fine. We'll see when it's actually there. My biggest issue isn't if it's going to work or read only, it's the price. And kind of like when Orca was talking about game theory around the inflation token and what can bring it value so it doesn't just dump. To where there's a lot of people at play that can decide if this particular token dumps or not. It's not just the SA. There's people with tons of T-shares that could also decide how this project's going to play out in the short term. And if it's going to be worth nothing, then do I just want to pay a bunch of gas fees? And so that's my personal hang up, and there's no way to actually know. Because there's no point in claiming all my stakes if it's just going to be worth nothing and it's just a waste of time and it's just unforeseen things that nobody will know what will happen 3 months from now, 6 months from now, if it'll even have a value, if it'll have a lot of value. And so to me, that's more, is it worth it from that reward versus is this really only going to read only my stake? But anyway, that's all I got.
Oh, what the hell. I just thought I'd throw this out there, changing the subject. What's everybody's thought on, I obviously love Richard Hart, and I, we all love him and what he does and what he says and sometimes what he doesn't say. I was a little turned off when he came on the day after the Daytona and, shook his finger and said, told you so, told you so. Is like, I know the points he made were valid, but I felt like he went on a rant and he kind of shit on everybody. Why you're wasting all your money? Why are you doing all this? Meanwhile, there's Louis Vuitton airplanes behind him, and we know all this stuff. But I think he could have said that stuff differently. That, hey, I love you, and he did say, I think you guys are great, but you wasted all money, and I told you. I just think he could have rephrased that. Everybody and all the Twitters and all the YouTubes and everybody was jacked about the Daytona 500, including me. I thought it was such a super cool thing for community to do it. And hey, I wasn't able to donate towards it. It happened so quick. But hey, if I was an OG, shit, I would have thrown some money at it. What the hell? Because we would have had that money available to do something like that, and because the community is so awesome. I just was slightly turned off on how he kind of slapped all of our hands kind of thing.
So, yeah, I've had like multiple spaces since then, just like talking about it. I don't think anybody ever invested in Hex because of Richard's EQ. Dude was mad. His car lost, price is down, and a bunch of money that could have gone into Hex was just blown on a car that lost. And obviously he's a marketing professional, right? So his whole thing was, brand marketing doesn't work. Direct marketing is the way to go. Now, I've had teachers that do things similar to Richard Hart, where when you make a mistake egregious enough, they'll make absolute statements that out of context aren't true. For example, he said something, you can listen to the recording, something along the lines of branded marketing is worthless. He said things like that. Well, any professional marketer will know that's not true, right? But he's making a point in this context of like, hey, look at all this money we wasted. Yesterday, when Richard Hart came into the space, he retracted his statement pretty soon. He said, oh, it's not that it doesn't have value. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, it's not that it doesn't have value. It's just too early. Okay. So he already retracted that statement. So what does that mean? That means that, everything that he did in that Twitter space 2 days ago, was very emotional. And you notice that he didn't do a live stream. He did a Twitter space, which means we didn't see what he looked like. He probably looked like shit. I mean, he was talking all about how he doesn't watch sports anymore because when he used to watch sports, he would break stuff. I know people like that. Dude probably had bloody knuckles.
I definitely understand where you're coming from, just kind of my perspective, and I understand what he was trying to say. Like, if you're driving down the road and you see a McDonald's billboard and you're like, oh, a Big Mac does sound kind of good. We haven't had lunch yet. There's one on every corner. You just stop at McDonald's and get the Big Mac. To where if you see a Hex billboard, what are you going to do? Just pop open your laptop real quick and download MetaMask and go to Uniswap? It's not happening. And so, as somebody that did donate toward it, which not as much as some people, so I'm not even going to, pretend like I did, but I definitely did, donate toward the thing. It did kind of suck a little bit. I got my wife's parents in the Hex and stuff like that, and I was sending out tweets like, hey, the Hex card's about to come up. And we came in dead fucking last. As soon as the race was over, I turned the shit off. And my first thought wasn't to go on Twitter and be like, oh, it's okay, man. You tried your best. Now, I didn't go on Twitter and bash the guy. I just didn't say nothing. I thought about what I wanted to say because I didn't want to be reactionary. But then I thought, personally, like, is there enough ROI? Which, of course, I'm going to make it back, with the daily payout, whatever. So it's not like I'm even going to miss it. But then it's like, hell, if I just throw that in one of these bullshit sacrifices and got a 10x or 100x and just dumped it on everybody, would that been more of an investment than wasted on this NASCAR that came in last? But then I also see, the value of people meeting at the Daytona, building relationships with some of these other teams, going into another race like Vegas. There's going to be 1,000 people in Hex there, plus the NASCAR. So I see value in that too. So I think kind of like Future said, Richard doesn't want to lose. And if the 50 car would have came in ninth and the Hex car would have came in 11th, I think it would have been a different tone than coming second to last and dead fucking last. I mean, I can definitely understand the aggravation, for sure. But when it comes to Richard, you just got to take this shit with a grain of salt, man. He's not here to make sure everybody feels good. It's whatever, his truth is, and you either accept it or you don't, type of thing.
Yeah, that's hilarious, man. I was at dinner with my family, and there was a sports bar or Mexican place, whatever it was, and there's TV screens everywhere. And I just saw that car go on the outside lane, and like Richard said, it was in reverse. No, I get it. I just and I think it's cool. I'm a community guy. I love when people get together and break bread and whatever. And so, yeah, I think it's really cool. I've helped onboard a bunch of people, even gave them some ETH so they could do whatever. We all have done that, right? So I get the emotion. And I guess about 10 years ago, I used to be that sports guy, too. I'm in Houston, so and Texan fan, so you can read the writing on that wall. But anyway, I get it all, and I understand Richard pretty good, so I get that too. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Well, didn't the 50 car in the next race lose a wheel, or was that a different car entirely? I'm pretty sure the car that beat us lost a freaking wheel after a pit stop, and I was like, what the hell? And I think the roller coaster of it too didn't help. So like whenever he got the penalty, everybody was like, oh my God, he got the penalty. We're in pretty good shape here, and then to lose the last 20 seconds, I mean, it just pulled at your heartstrings a little bit. I mean, it was definitely, unfortunate. I think in the grand scheme of things, it's fine. People can do whatever they want with their money, whether that's sell everything and get Bitcoin or do an ad that might not work. I mean, it's your money. You can do whatever you want with it. But, you just have to, just see where people are coming from with their opinion and take it with a grain of salt. And if you want to apply it, great. And if you don't, then that's okay too.
Yeah, cool. All right, one other thought. So I thought it was pretty positive that the AMM bot is testing right now. That was huge news, and I don't know why that's not kind of being blown up. Usually Richard would say something like that on a Twitter or whatever. Maybe he did, I missed it, but the AMM bot is being tested. I think that's incredible. And obviously the SAC phase ends this weekend, and it seems to me these are positive ticks that maybe March is actually going to happen. crickets.
Yeah, I think a AMM bot is something that they've been working on for a while. It might be closer to being done now. I know I've heard him mention it, a few times, either on stream or um, on Spaces. I think that we're probably closer to being done than not. But of course, he did say that version 3 need to be as close to the mainnet as possible, and so I don't know if that's 2 months away, 5 months away, or whatever. If you were on Hex in the early days, it's the running joke 4 more weeks was probably said 10 times. But it's just one of those things. Like I'm not in any rush. Like he was saying, Hex has 100% flawless operation. No problem with the UI, no problem with the contract, with the staking. I mean, everything is 100%. And I would rather them take an additional 30, 60, 90 days, however much time that they need to make sure that we have as close to the same operation as we can get, than try to just rush it out. Then there's issues and they have to go back and fix things. And so, um, I'm patiently waiting over here.
I'm gonna sign off. I have to go to my paying job and pay some bills. Hopefully for 6 or 8 more months. But I appreciate all you guys do. Appreciate what you're doing.
Absolutely, man. Have a good day and pop back in if you can. I guess this would be a good time to segue that the conversation can go however y'all want it to go, as long as we're respectful. That's kind of Orca's mantra. So if anybody has something they want to say or a topic they want to bring up, just request the mic, and I'm sure one of the co-hosts will bring you up. I'm surprised Amos hasn't requested. You always got something to say, bro. What the hell are you doing? Get up here.
Could be asleep.
Do we have any? Shit, I got a call. I might have got rugged. Do we have anybody requesting the mic, co-host?
Are our co-hosts awake? Orca? He's asleep.
The JA guy with the apple.
Yeah, some folks just came up. I think Orca's taking a little nap. He deserves it.
I don't know if anyone brought this up before, but does anyone have any thoughts on the OA sacrifice coming from the pulse chain amount?
I think it's the best way to recycle money in the world. He literally just got 2 touchdowns with one
pass. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I was like, I was like, oh shit.
He's a genius, dude. Like I was trying to tell people, he's a genius.
Yeah, that was nuts. That was nuts. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's up to 43 billion now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say the number.
Yeah. No, it's crazy right now. So what do you think this will do to like Pulse X supply?
Well, it's going to raise the supply for sure because it's based on the sacrifice total. But a couple things, if you watch some of Richard's older videos, you know, he's okay with the high supply, you know, hence why Hex has so many tokens. You know, I think it solves unit bias to where if you talk to a no coiner, do they want 0.00001 Bitcoin or do they want 10,000 SHIB? You know, obviously they want 10,000 SHIB because it's one of the strongest communities on Twitter. And so, and then also being deflationary and there's no inflation, then I don't think it's a, you know, necessarily a problem having a high supply either, which might not have been the direction you were going, but anyway.
No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That yeah, no, I'm just trying to like, I guess, visualize what the supplies will look like in contrast, you know, PLS and PLSX. So, I mean, yeah, I keep hearing that like PLS is still supposed to be, there's still supposed to just be more of it somehow, even after this.
No, PLS is deflationary too. The validators or the people that delegate their stake is just getting PLS in the form of the fee that it takes, not from inflating the token.
Right, yeah. Right.
But it makes sense too, is just far as unit bias, and we don't understand this topic long because you know you'll see people in Bitcoin, you know, talk about satoshis, and you can be a satoshi millionaire, but it's just a different word. It's a harder sell,
right?
You know, people in SHIB don't say, "Hey, you can buy whatever the unit is," you know, based off of that, and so I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, Hexagon, it looked like you tried to pop in a couple times. You got anything, bro?
Is anyone in here planning on being a validator?
As far as the speakers go, Orca may. I don't want to speak for him. I thought he mentioned that he may have at least thought about it. Other as far as speakers go, I don't, you know, I don't think so, although I could definitely be wrong. As far as the entire room, I'm not sure. I definitely know there's people in the community that are planning on setting up validators for sure.
Are you up on any of like the protections for like, all right, like say a validator decides to just, shut it off or just, get out of there. Like what, I just haven't read anything yet. So, I'm just going off pure ignorance here, but I'm like, how would they stop that exactly?
Yeah, so I am definitely not the validator expert. Just my guess, and Kid or anybody else, feel free to jump in, is that there's going to be more than 33, right? And being that people can delegate their stake, there's going to be validators that are fighting to be in the top 33 positions, whether that's the incentive that they give as far as a reward to people that validate, their stake with them, or however that goes. And so let's just say that one, has a lot of offenses and drops off. Well, then somebody else that's been waiting underneath that might not have enough pulse to be a validator can now reach out to those people and basically just bump them, from their spot. And if they're always down or always have, infractions or what have you, then they're just not going to be a part of the 33 anymore, and somebody else is going to take it.
I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because, essentially there could be 55 validators, right? Or 80 or 100, 200, however many that there is. But there's definitely not going to just be 33. One goes down and oops, we only have 32 now. I mean, I don't see that happening.
Hello? Is there anybody there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a question about the sacrifice of bull sex because I can't really seem to have yeah. Um, in terms of the money sacrificed for pool sex, does anybody have any opinion whether or have done the analysis on it? Whether it's more unique addresses who have sacrificed for pool sex, or is it about the same as pulse chain?
Yeah, a lot of people have. It's more than double.
Okay, yeah, because I saw that in terms of the money in dollars, I saw that yeah, it's undiscussable. It's no discussion. It's more than pulse chain, obviously, but I was just wondering whether it was more unique addresses or not. Thanks.
Did someone answer your question? Sorry, I got busy and I heard someone talk and then nobody respond.
Yeah, I got my question answered. Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
So wait, you guys are awake or what's going on?
What's up, Cos? Hey, what's up, Cosmic?
I was just waiting.
I was unsure to say anything because I was like waiting, and I was nobody's saying nothing. Is everybody asleep again?
A room full of 80 people.
It's like a long drive somewhere cross country, around the world.
Everybody just keeps this on as like soothing background noise, and everybody just goes to sleep, and then, and then they come back.